do not have electricity at this point. And I will say, if I look at the power map here, they're saying right now about 10,000 in Sumner. Let me update the map here for a second. And right now at one point they are now saying 27, almost 28,000 customers from Cumberland Electric do not have power. 10,000 of those customers right now from the Sumner County area. So also part of that area is served by NES, and for the moment NES a moment ago had about 21,000. They are now up to 23,000 customers without electricity right now. Kind of spread throughout Davidson County, but a cluster from Goodlettsville, Rivergate, and back in the southern parts of Sumner County.
All right, and I think we have Bree back with us, and as she's multitasking, you've been trying to help some of the residents up there too, Bree, but are you back with us now? Oh, sounds like we may have just lost her, so we'll try and get her back on the line. A very fluid situation as it continues to develop. 541, almost 542. Henry Rothenberg, Matt Stevens, Leland Staten, we are all with you. We're going to take you right up to 6 o'clock for News Channel 5 at 6, where we will have a newscast and able to bring you some of the damage information provided the tornado warnings are gone. And we will also continue through that newscast along with Emily Luxon and the crews in the field with team weather coverage for that half hour. But I got to tell you, it has really become a very active afternoon. Most models, almost all models, indicated this being more to the south. We started to see that shifting pretty rapidly about mid-morning. We got one tornado warning that unfortunately, as it moved into Henry County, it was a confirmed tornado, did some damage in Weakley County at a National Guard base, and we have since then seen a number of tornadoes. We currently have a severe thunderstorm warning for Hickman, Lewis, Murray, and Williamson counties until 6:15 for some gusty winds and some small hail. And we continue for another almost 2 minutes with a tornado warning until 5:45 for Macon and Trousdale counties. As we take a look at the rotation, you can see as this loads, it is certainly letting up some, which is good news. I understand, Bree, you are back with us. Where are you? What are you seeing? And first off, we're glad you're okay.
Yeah, we are. It was a real scary night. So the tornado passed probably within less than a quarter of a mile of our house, so we are safe. And I have gone out, as have many Hendersonvillians. And it's really painful to see because this is our home. There's so many residents that are out right now. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I mean,
no, it's hard.
It's hard.
In T-shirts, trying to do the cleanup work. The gentleman that you just heard me speaking to, he has help on the way. He's all right. They had a flat tire, and he was in a shelter, but he had flagged my vehicle down right as I called you guys. So to give you some perspective of what is happening in Hendersonville right now, as radar indicated, most of the damage has been concentrated along Main Street, specifically along Indian Lake in Maine. There were multiple trees down between Drake's Creek and Life Church. That's where I saw at least 6 people in T-shirts trying to drag large trees out of the road. As you travel along Main Street to the east, from that Indian Lake Main Street intersection, there was right on that intersection a Raising Cane's that has been under construction, and it has visible roof damage with debris strewn across Indian Lake and Main Street. The further you travel down Main Street to the east, as you're heading towards like Bluegrass Yacht Club and the YMCA, the police have entirely shut the road down. And there's significant tree damage all along the side of Main Street with debris in the roadways. And so while I commend my neighbors for their vigilance and being the helpers that we are, clearly our first responders are out there really trying to do a good job tonight of addressing the needs of folks. And I think the best thing people can do is really to just look out for themselves and their immediate neighbors. I have not observed any power lines down, but there is no power. The entire city is dark. The rain has started to let up a little bit. There is quite a bit of ponding on the sides of some roadways because of debris blocking drains. And so that is making some high water on a couple of the low-lying areas. At this point, I'm in a vehicle and I'm headed towards Saunders Ferry and plan to head east on it, past the library, past the Greenway, since that's where we had a pretty significant rotation signature there. There are shockingly still quite a few people out on the roadways right now. While I was traveling on Main Street, I encountered a minivan that was in a ditch, and I pulled over to ask if they were all right, and there was another truck that had pulled up, and that truck was a neighbor in the neighborhood there, the Bluegrass neighborhood, and they had a hitch. Everyone in the vehicle was uninjured. They were okay. They had just been knocked off the road. So I let that neighbor go ahead and handle getting that vehicle out of the ditch. But you can just clearly tell that folks, especially since Main Street is such a heavily traveled artery in the Hendersonville area, that folks were out and about when this storm came through. And that's really what has a lot of people snarled right now. I mean, there's none of the stoplights are on. With the heavy rain, it's very difficult to see what's going on outside.
Yeah, and Bree, just kind of with, again, what you're seeing right now, because, we're looking at radar. You said the rain's letting up some, but as the rain continues to fall, are we encouraging people? Obviously, we want them to stay off the roads, but how are the roads right now? You said you're not seeing the power lines. Are we seeing any ponding still? Are we seeing any debris that's problematic in the roads?
No, there is quite a bit of debris, Henry, and some of the trees that have fallen over are tall enough trees that they're blocking not just one lane, but they're blocking 1.5 lanes. I haven't seen an entire roadway blocked, but it's very difficult to get past certain intersections. To give folks a little bit more information on the area of town that I've observed damage in, Main Street and Indian Lake is the main intersection here in town. There's a Walgreens on the corner. There's a Kroger on one side, a Publix on the other, Ellis Middle School, Hendersonville High School, Nanny Berry Elementary. I did not observe any damage to the schools there, but again, it's very dark, so it's a little difficult to see. There's damage all across the roadways. I mean, whether it's branches or shingles or portions of some kind of structure, it's just a 2x4. The roads are covered across Indian Lake and Main Street. Ponding is still a big issue, especially around that Indian Lake Main area. That's where we saw water around 3 to 4 inches in depth. I couldn't tell what was happening on Main Street where the police had the road closed between the golf course at Bluegrass Yacht Club, and across the street is there's an automotive stop there. Christian Brothers Automotive is across the street from that golf course. The YMCA is across the street from that golf course. There's Bluegrass Liquors is across the street from there. There's a Shell gas station. There's a daycare across from there. Because the police had all of Main Street closed, I couldn't observe those businesses to see how well the buildings had fared. I had to stop around a quarter of a mile back and turn around to make sure that I wasn't interfering with what they were doing and with traffic stopped. At this point, it does appear that, like I said, it's just really difficult with it being so dark and the fact that it is still raining. And there are folks out and about, no doubt, just trying to help each other, trying to make sure that they're okay. I mean, even in my own neighborhood, my boys and I were in our basement, and we were texting our neighbors saying, shelter now, because it moved by so very close. But I don't observe any power lines down at this point. I mean, clearly I would never pass that. And
yeah, right.
Y'all have been doing an incredible job today, and it goes without saying. I'm coming out because I want to be a neighbor that helps, but I'm coming out as a member of the News Channel 5 team that wants to make sure that folks know what's happening in their neighborhood. Our first responders are hard at work, attending to the needs. Power is indeed out widespread across the town, and I don't know how long that will take to get that power restored.
And Bree, if I remember correctly, these aren't necessarily the exact same neighborhoods, but some of these are very close to neighborhoods that were impacted earlier this year with the derecho that I know went along Main Street, had some impacts along Indian Lake Boulevard and just south of Main Street. But again, some areas there on the eastern side of Hendersonville that were impacted with that a little earlier this year.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're exactly right, Leland. And you all know this, but Hendersonville is a little unique in its in its geography in the sense that it's two peninsulas. And so there's water exposure on quite a bit of the neighborhood portion of it if you're south of 386. And when storms, whether they are straight line windstorms or tornadic storms, cross waterways, sometimes that can help enhance the forward wind speed just because of a lack of friction with the surface. Trees, buildings, topography, they do interact with the winds that are at the surface level. And so, as we saw with March 3rd of this year, not to be confused with March 3rd of 3 years ago, there was some extensive wind damage on the the west-facing sides of those peninsulas. That's where we saw docks that were overturned. That's where we saw significant damage on those westward-facing homes. And it's often because those wind speeds can indeed intensify as they cross waterways. And it looks like this tornado did indeed hug kind of what is the lakeside half of Hendersonville. If you think of Hendersonville as being divided in two, with 386 being in the middle, the north side of it, you do get into some hilly topography. You do get into some really, honestly, it's a beautiful portion of Sumner County. But the southern portion is where you see the lake, right? It's where you see our waterways. It's where you see Drake's Creek. And that can sometimes enhance the vulnerability of some of those homes. And this is precisely where this damage is concentrated. Currently, I'm near the Hendersonville Library, and I don't observe any damage to the building, but it is very, very dark. It doesn't mean that there isn't. A lot of leaves, a lot of branches, a lot of trees down. But I don't observe any damage to that building in particular. And for folks that don't know, in the Hendersonville area, 386, Main Street, Saunders Ferry, they kind of all converge together into one point as you're approaching Gallatin. And that is where, unfortunately, we saw that rotation really start to pick up as it moved towards the Gallatin area. So I am maintaining a safe distance. I'm not getting in the way of first responders. I'm losing the Bluetooth in my husband's truck right now. I'm not driving with anything in my hands. We just want to make sure that folks know what has happened in their community, and we want to make sure that they know where the hazards are, where the first responders are, because they are out in full force meeting the needs of this community. Because unfortunately, like you said, Leland, this is the second time this year, and to have it in December, especially so close to the December 10th anniversary of 2 years ago, is painful. It's painful and it's scary for a lot of folks in this area, for families, for kids, for everyone. No one wanted to see something like this on a Saturday night in December.
Yeah, that's
And I was just going to say, thank you, Bree, and stay on the line there. As we mentioned earlier with Heather, Bree's a trained meteorologist, so she's going out being able to give us firsthand reports of what's happening within that area. Yeah. Everybody else, please stay home, especially with no power in many of those communities out there. Then you won't be able to see when maybe you're right up on some debris and everything that may be across the roadway. So as a trained meteorologist and a journalist, she's able to go out there and safely give us that information. For others, please stay sheltered at home until you get maybe a little bit more daylight or more clarification from the good folks at the Sumner County Sheriff's Department, Hendersonville Police Department, who are all working extremely hard right now as folks with Sumner County EMA. Yeah, and so again, Bree, we appreciate that. Please be safe out there. And again, I just want to echo what Leland said because it's very important. Bree is a trained meteorologist. Bree knows what she is looking at. Please don't just go outside. We know people want to help their neighbors, but if it's the neighbor next door, fine, but don't get in the car driving around wanting to help. That is how people get in trouble, which in turn can put our first responders in danger. I do want to look real quick. Clay and Macon County, that rotation did intensify a little bit and did prompt another tornado warning, but the rotation is letting up a little bit. It's supposed to go till 6:15. We'll see how that one pans out. This is the same cell that we have been tracking now for hours, the same cell that impacted the Hendersonville area, that has impacted parts of Nashville over towards Dixon as well. So let's go on and take a look if we can. And I'm going to switch this back over to the Power of 5 radars. And we're going to put a storm track on this.
As far as the movement with it goes, excuse me, Clay and Macon counties until 6:15, and this is picking up some speed. It's going about 50 miles per hour. So going to the east about 50. Let me just up the speed a little bit so we can give you an accurate track on this. And this track, again, as we take it out to the east, it goes till 6:15, so we'll take it out. We'll round it to 20 minutes, which is right about where it would expire. And so if this were to hold together, it's moving in Prosperity right now. Hermitage Springs School in Hermitage Springs at 5:59. The Miles Crossroads area at 6:03. Bowles at 6:07. Moss at 6:10. Richville at 6:11. And the Clay County Health Department, if it were to hold together past 6:15, it would move there about 6:19. If I can give you good news, and we need some good news, take a look at this. This is good to see. Many counties removed from the tornado watch. Todd, Christian, Trigg, Callaway, and Kentucky's. Henry, Benton, Decatur, Humphreys, Dixon, Cheatham, Robertson, Montgomery, Stewart, you're all in the clear for the tornado warning. I honestly think that we will see once this line pushes through, and for the most part, it really is kind of through Davidson County. I do think Davidson County will be removed from this tornado watch in the next batch of counties taken out. So the rotation with this storm that's prompted a tornado warning that we're talking about right now, again, it continues up towards Clay and Macon counties. It does look like it will transition to a severe thunderstorm warning up towards Cumberland and Monroe counties in the next little bit. However, I want to come down to this Wayne County storm real quick. A little bit of concern with this one. And let me just take a look at some of the storm relative velocity, and Leland and Matt, as you guys take a glance at this too, a little bit of concern. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Just as you say that, there's the tornado warning.
Tornado warning just came out for Wayne County. It does include Lawrence County. So let me switch this back over to radar. We're going to give you the detailed information with this one that just came out on this line. This is the line itself. This is what we are waiting to see push through the area, and then conditions will improve a great deal across Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. It goes till 6:30. It's moving east at 45 miles per hour. So Wayne and Lawrence counties, a tornado warning until 6:30. Let me put a track on this for you. Again, it's moving east at 45, and we'll give you some cities in the path of this. And what we are going to see with this particular storm as we take this out about 33 minutes. Sims Ridge around 6:05, Center at 6:07, Springs Creek at 6:13, the Brace area at 6:18. If it holds together, Lawrenceburg at 6:20, Hood Lake at 6:22, and New Prospect coming up at 6:28. This is our newest tornado warning that just came out. It is encompassed within a severe thunderstorm warning down in parts of Wayne County, but as we take a look again, you can see there is some rotation that is tightening up in that storm that just prompted a new tornado warning. It is just south of Waynesboro. It's riding along Highway 64 right now, north of the Collinwood area, and it's moving east at about 45 miles per hour. I want to expand this view real quick and just show you that the line itself, the cold front itself, in fact, I'll turn the temperatures on with this too, so that you can see that once we get this to move through the area, we will finally begin to calm down a bit for the night, and the story will become the cold air that is catching in. We've got 60s and 50s out there behind it, and temperatures that are falling. Right now, News Channel 5 at 6 begins. I'm going to send it over to my colleague, Emily Luxon.
Now with breaking news. This is News Channel 5 at 6.
That breaking news, strong storms pack a punch and leave behind damage all across the mid-state. We have crews spread out across the area from Clarksville to Hendersonville. Thank you for joining us for News Channel 5 at 6. I'm Emily Luxon. Our Storm 5 alert continues. We want to begin with the latest from Henry, Leland, and Matt in the Weather Center. Thank you all for your hard work today and keeping us updated. Where do things stand now?
Well, I'll tell you, Emily, we've got a few counties that the tornado watch has been removed from. That is great news. But we have also still got a tornado warning. And Matt, you've got the watch up that's set to go for another hour. I do think some of those eastern counties may be extended, though.
That's right. So this system continues to contain or hang on to the energy that it's maintained most of the afternoon over the last 4 or 5 hours or so. Tornado watch still in effect until 7 p.m. We have tornado warnings in effect for Macon County right now, Clay County as well as Wayne and Lawrence counties. Another look at that radar or imagery as it continues to move eastward at about 45, 50 miles per hour now in the I-65 corridor, now cleared Nashville. But you can see this is a very long lasting and it's been a very powerful system as it stretches all the way from Louisville, Kentucky down into southern Tennessee and northern Mississippi and Alabama. Here's what we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warnings north of Nashville as well as over Murray County. Waynesboro also have the tornado warnings as well. Power of 5 radars, a closer look at that right now. So tornado warnings still in effect for Lawrence and Wayne counties until 6:30 p.m. this evening. So that's about another 30 minutes. Also back to the northeast, still a tornado warning in effect for Clay and Macon counties as we're watching these storms that have produced a history of some very violent tornadoes so far across places like Clarksville and Dixon, Gallatin and Hendersonville. A look at the storm report map right now. You can see most of the confirmed tornadoes have been north of Nashville and Dixon, north of Davidson County, back to the northwest. That's where most of the instability has been this evening. Colder temperatures are on the way behind that front. Temperatures still very warm in Nashville, but we're actually going to drop into the upper 20s. You can see this frontal boundary continuing to slide east. You see the convergence of the winds here. The front is now pushing east of Nashville, and it's going to leave us with a very, very cold night. 61 degrees right now in downtown Nashville. Checking in on Clarksville. Things have quietened down there. Thankfully, Dixon 60 degrees right now where they've had a stormy evening, and it looks like our camera may be down there in Dixon. All right, so here's what we're watching tonight. Storms are going to continue clearing to the east. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, we're expecting very cold conditions. Temperatures will be in the 30s. Temperatures tonight, you can see that drop. Wow, 43 degrees at 4 a.m. and we were in the 70s earlier today in some areas. That front is going to continue sliding eastward. Thankfully, behind it, some much quieter weather. Here is exact track. Here's our focus, what we're thinking. Things are going to clear out later tonight. So once these warnings do expire, you're going to be left with the all clear. In fact, by around 7:30 tomorrow morning or so, we're going to start to see some clearing of the skies, northerly winds, and that's going to usher in some much colder air. So that is a look at exact track. That's our thinking. We're going to continue watching these storms as they're tracking through Middle Tennessee, now east of Nashville this evening. And for now, I believe we'll send it back over to Leland and Henry.
Yeah, and we want to come back just to look at this one down in Wayne County and the Waynesboro area. Henry showing up very well here with relative vorticity and the storm motion, the rotation with this, especially right to the east of Waynesboro. So those of you in Wayne County, but continuing into Lawrence County, Lawrenceburg, Ethridge, you too are under the gun with this particular situation. Yeah, some tight rotation right in there. I do want to put a quick track on it because this is that new tornado warning that came out right as we were starting News Channel 5 at 6. I believe it goes until 6:30. So I'm going to just take it out 30 minutes. I know that it's set to expire in 26 minutes, but these are some of the towns. Red Hill at 6:19, Flatwoods coming up at 6:23. Lawrenceburg, if this holds together, 6:25. Some very impressive rotation that we are monitoring with this particular storm right now. Three Oaks at 6:30 and then 6:32 around New Prospect. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that particular area as well. And that is the southern edge of the line. We still have our tornado warning. A little bit of rotation, not overly impressive, but over the Hermitage Springs area, enough to continue that. We'll see if it gets dropped shortly. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been removed for Lewis, Murray, and Williamson counties across the area as well. So lots that have been happening, but we've got places that, of course, are also, shelters tonight in Clarksville. I believe Northeast High School in Clarksville is after some of the damage going on there. And I know we have crews out and about working the very latest for that. Emily, we'll check in with you kind of on some of the information that you all have, some of the damage reports and where the crews are.
Well, that's right. You mentioned Montgomery County. That's where our crews headed first as these storms move through. And the Clarksville School of the Fine Arts and Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church were both badly damaged in the storms that moved through. Let's head out to News Channel 5's Tony Sloan. Tony, what are you seeing out there now?
Well, so in the words of some of the people that we talked to at the church and this fine arts center, they say it's just heartbreaking. The power is out in this area, and it has been since the storm rolled through. But just take a look at this damage that has ripped this school apart and flooded the Walnut Missionary Baptist Church here on Walnut Grove Road. The Clarksville School of Fine Arts took most of the damage here. And the people who work at both of these buildings, they left not long ago, but you can still see the left behind items as they try to pick up the pieces and save whatever they can. We're told this building is about 2 years old, the school, but the church has been here for over 150 years. Now, the church doesn't have a lot of outside structural damage, but they do say that most of the damage is on the inside. It's completely flooded. And they say much of what's inside is just hanging on by a small thread. We actually spoke to a deacon of the church who says that they've never seen anything like this in the area. And the arts director for the school says that they're just having to build from scratch. Both of them say there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. And the damage is not just confined here. It's also across the street at a cemetery where a lot of debris and structural damage has pretty much blew over into that cemetery from about maybe 3 miles away. We found a Zaxby's drive-through window that was actually blown into that cemetery, and we're told that that Zaxby's is far away from where this area is, over, again, 3 miles away near a Walmart. So a lot of damage, they say, needs to be cleaned up. Of course, we're going to continue to stay out here and let you know all the latest that we see out here, but most of them say they'll be back in the morning to continue to try and assess the damage. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you so much for that update. Of course, we have other crews working their way around Clarksville as well. We'll try to get you updates from them as soon as we can. But we also want to pass along that Clarksville police say a shelter has been set up for people impacted by the storms. It is located at Northeast High School on Trenton Road, as Henry mentioned just a moment ago. And the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office also says a temporary shelter has been set up at the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road. That's for any residents who were displaced in that area. Of course, lots of people are still without power tonight and will be for several hours. Clarksville's electric utility CDE Light Band says at least 17,000 people are without power in Clarksville, and Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation is reporting around 1,500 are without power in the county. So, of course, we will continue to monitor that as well. We're still waiting to get an update from our crews in Clarksville. We also have Aaron Cantrell headed out to Sumner County, as we were hearing from Bree just before this newscast started about the damage in that area. We will check in with him shortly. But first, let's circle back to Montgomery County. Again, one of the hardest hit areas. Let's head out to News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. She is out on the scene along Fort Campbell Boulevard in Clarksville, another hard hit area. Nikki, describe what you're seeing out there.
Right, Clarksville was hit pretty substantially, Emily. Just driving around this area, we saw power lines that were torn down by this tornado. They were lying in the middle of the street. We saw shopping centers, businesses, and homes just completely dilapidated, crushed, again, because of this tornado. Now, right now, we are here at a local elementary school. This is where there are several emergency vehicles here ready to help. And what you're seeing right now, this is where we just came from. It's Fort Campbell Boulevard. You can see the tornado tore through entire buildings. Debris is everywhere. We met some of you out there looking for friends or just taking this all in. I've been in contact with emergency services in Montgomery County, and they say a number of people have been injured. We don't know how many so far, and they still are out here doing rescue and search efforts. Now, in fact, Emily, out here today, we met a man who talked to me about his own story during the storm. He said that he and his family of 5 are lucky to have their lives. He described a moment to me where they were all tucked in the back bathroom of a business praying that they would be okay. Thankfully, they all got out safely. You could hear more of this story tonight at 10 p.m. Live in Clarksville, I'm Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
All right, Nikki, thank you for that update. Certainly a tough scene there for a lot of folks. Let's head back over to the Weather Center to get the latest. Again, guys, where things stand here, what we're watching at this hour.
So the line right now, Emily, is moving through the area. The key thing for us right now is that we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but there are two areas of greater concern. Wayne County and the Lawrence County, where we've got the tornado warning, and we saw very strong rotation there. But also, even before that, when we were continuing to watch the storm, right now, Clay County moving into south central Kentucky, where that's that tornado warned storm that we have been following since that one made its way through Davidson County back into the Sumner County area. And I just retweeted some video a moment ago, just a very clearly defined video of that storm making its way through the Madison area of Davidson County.
And that's, of course, where we have seen, and hopefully we'll get out shortly. I've got some TDOT video, that TDOT camera over there at 65 in Old Hickory, of course, that showed the tornado as it moved across the road. But that is still the same storm, like you said, that it goes until 6:30. We have also got the tornado warning that goes until 6:30 for Lawrence and Wayne counties. So I'm going to go back to the storm relative velocity. I want to look at the rotation in this, and then hopefully we may even be able to get a good shot, Leland, with that the Lawrenceburg Skynet site, because they are included in this. But I'll tell you, the area along Highway 64 between Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg, this is the rotation right here. So let me go on and put a track on this for you. If you're just joining us, it is now 6:11. Of course, News Channel 5 at 6. This warning goes until 6:30. So we're going to take it out just past that, about 22 minutes. And this area of rotation impacting Center at 6:17, Red Hill at 6:20, the Park Grove area at 6:23. And then we'll eventually see it in Flatwoods at 6:25 and Etheridge coming up at 6:28, followed by Three Oaks. This is our Lawrenceburg Skynet camera that we have pulled up. And folks out and about in Public Square, listen, if you can, please go back home. It looks like the camera's toggling, kind of stuck on maybe the Gallatin cameras where it was before.
Yeah, I think so.
So we'll pop this back over here for a second while we get that one to load. But yeah, taking a look at the wind speed and direction on this, certainly something very concerning out there. So let me go on and pan up and take a look at the other tornado warning we have and put a storm track on that. Rotation right around Tompkinsville doing what I would not want to see, which is kind of tightening up just a little bit. But the cities impacted with this will be the Mestic area at 6:22, Vernon at 6:24, getting towards Radar at 6:26. And if it holds together, it'll be around Bow at 6:37. Hopefully it will be allowed to expire before then. So we'll switch it back to the Power of 5 radars, and it looks like you're able to get that Lawrenceburg camera kind of panning up, so hopefully we'll be able to switch back to that in just a second. But got to tell you, this line, this is the intense part. There are more showers behind it, but not nearly anything concerning in the way of severe weather. And that'll certainly be a welcome sight as we go through the evening. The tornado warning for Clay and Macon will go until 6:15. And then we do have some decent thunderstorms moving through the heart of Davidson County, Williamson County, down around Brentwood and Franklin as well. About to move into Lebanon. These are all sub-severe. Nothing severe with these, which is certainly good news. But as far as these storms go, Leland, it's still going to be an active night, even if you don't have the warnings, the heavy rain, the windy conditions. You know, Matt, and then that story behind this becomes the cold that's going to be moving in as people are cleaning up tomorrow, and the Weather Service will be out doing some site surveys. Yeah, almost a 25-degree difference is what we're talking about. We hit probably 70 degrees for a high in downtown Nashville today. When you wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be in the lower 40s. It's going to be chilly.
And you see the lightning there right now. So we've got this camera in Lawrenceburg pointed west. So as we go back to radar here for just a second, you can see that a lot of that is just west of Lawrenceburg, but that's the front that is coming through for us at this time. The difference, Henry and Matt, with this one is this is a cold front that's moving at a greater speed than some of our other transitions from mild to cold air earlier this year. And so we didn't have the severe weather. Usually October, November, early December is a second severe weather season, but those other systems that brought us a rash of cold air were slower in movement. That's not the case with this one, so we've got the severe weather setup. Yeah, and you know, we have seen a lot in the way of damage this evening. If you weren't with us about 20 minutes ago, our own meteorologist Bree Smith, who lives in Hendersonville, thankfully her and her family are okay. Their home was not hit. They did lose power, but there are homes in the Hendersonville area that were hit. Bree, who is battling the flu but still out helping to serve the community. That's why she's not in-house with us this evening. Bree,
what's the latest with what you're seeing up in your community?
I'm keeping my germs to myself. What I've really noticed, excuse me, Henry and Leland, over the last 20 minutes or so is the volume of traffic on the roads. There is still no power, and it's still raining pretty hard, and so it's very difficult to see. And there's debris on roads, and there's standing water on some of the roadways, not all. Debris is blocking some drains, especially along Indian Lake. There are active power lines down near Main Street and where you can hop on 386 if you're headed towards Gallatin. So some businesses near here, there's a Gammons Farmers Market and the sign has been destroyed. There's a Shaw Chiropractic. There's a Walgreens on the corner here, a couple gas stations. This is a well-known artery here in Hendersonville, and there are multiple power lines draped across the road here. And I've heard from some neighbors that the majority of them that are choosing to hop on the road, it's a lot of folks just trying to help, but it's a lot of folks that are trying to get to a hotel. Because there is no power, and it's unclear at this point how quickly power might be restored, folks are just trying to get out of Hendersonville as fast as they can. And so that is causing a lot of backup on area roadways. Right now, I'm on Main Street. I'm on that stretch that has the power lines down. I'm nowhere near those power lines. That's not safe. You never know if a line is live or if it's down, so you always want to avoid those. But I can observe them about 30, 50 yards away from me. Again, this is in front of the Gammons Farmers Market. It's across from, like I said, there's a Shaw Chiropractic. There's a Walgreens right next to me. There's a gas station. I actually just stopped to try to check on a gentleman at the gas station. The back window, his back window was blown out. And I offered if I could give him a ride, and he said no, that he wanted to stay with his vehicle, that he was okay. So there are people that are sheltering in their damaged vehicles underneath gas station awnings in portions of town. Right next to the Gammons Farmers Market was a building that's been under construction for the last couple of months. I think it was going to be it's like a large garage structure, like for luxury vehicles, for people who own kind of boutique vehicles or luxury vehicles. And I can't tell if there's any damage to that building. It's a large structure built out of cinder blocks. I walked a bit to try to see if I could get a better look at it, but again, it's just too dark with the rain and the fact that there's no power in town that it's difficult to see the tops of those structures. There is still debris on roadways. One of my husband's colleagues is stuck at the office that my husband works at near the Hendersonville Public Library, and so I was going to go get her and try to get her and her daughter home safely. But I'm hearing from other residents that traffic from Hendersonville to Gallatin is impassable. So for folks that may be trying to head eastward, I'm not sure how clear those roads are. I have neighbors, again, I haven't seen it firsthand, but I have neighbors that have decided to try to go to hotels tonight or to go to friends' homes that are reporting that some arteries are just still impassable at this point. Main Street near Bluegrass Yacht Club and the YMCA, that's kind of a major point in town, remains closed in both directions. I can see it in my rearview mirror with police vehicles coming by at a pretty steady clip. I actually just saw a fire engine go by about 5 minutes ago. So you can tell that there's just a mixture in town of people that are, A, maybe they were out when these storms happened and they're just trying to figure out how to get home. Or B, they're trying to flee and get to some place that has power because they don't want to stay in Hendersonville tonight. And C, there's just a lot of folks that are stuck trying to navigate the fact that roadways are impassable. And especially when you've got a city on the lake like this, there's only so many ways around certain areas before you just kind of hit a geographical dead end. And so you can clearly see that that's kind of what's causing a lot of the congestion. Folks do appear to be a little bit frantic. I've seen a lot of honking and some tempers, and I get that. I get that after a night like tonight, the gentleman that I spoke with that wants to stay with his vehicle, I told him, I said, are you okay? Are you safe? Are you physically okay? And he said, I am. And I said, it's been a really scary night. And he said, it sure has. I said, are you sure you don't want me to give you a ride somewhere? And he said, no, I want to stay here. I said, okay. And someone that works within the gas station also came out at that point to check on him, and he's like, no, I want to stay with my vehicle. I'm like, all right, if that's what you want to do. He's not on the roadway, pulled off to the side, but you can just tell that folks are trying to make decisions in the middle of a very scary situation, and they're trying to make the best decisions with limited resources, limited pathways, limited roadways, and everyone is feeling this on a different level. I mean, it was a big storm that came through town.
Yeah, very scary stuff out there this evening, Bree. We appreciate it. Please continue to stay safe out there. Of course, Bree is a trained meteorologist. We cannot stress this enough. She knows what she is looking at. Do not just leave your house and try and go out and help neighbors. We have a team of crews all across Middle Tennessee. We're going to send it back to Emily Luxon. And Emily, you have the latest on our crew locations.
Well, that's right. And Bree mentioned all that traffic in Hendersonville. I believe that's where one of our crews is stuck right now. Aaron Cantrell trying to get out there to get us updated images of some of the damage there. We're still waiting to hear from him, and hopefully we'll check in with him shortly. But we appreciate that update for Bree. I want to head back out to Clarksville. News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser, who has been keeping us updated on what's going on there. Actually, we're going to go out to Tony Sloan. I apologize for that. Tony, what are you seeing out there now in Clarksville?
Well, one of the biggest things that we noticed was a lot of emotions as people were out here pretty much processing what took place with all of the damage that has happened here at this School of Fine Arts. I want to give you another look at the extensive damage just so you can see what those people came and saw as they arrived here earlier today. Now, a lot of them have left, so they're gone home for the day because of the darkness. It's pretty much black out here, so they're able to fully see everything that they wanted to do and save as much as they can. So they're going to out in the morning here. School of Fine Arts here completely damaged and destroyed because of that storm. And also right next to it is a church where one of the deacons of the church told us that one of the scariest parts about this is that a woman actually inside doing some when that storm rolled through the flooding. Now she was able to get out of the church safe and sound. The storm was enough to move cars in this parking lot. And he said he's never seen anything like this in his more than 150 years that this church has been here.
I feel sad. I really feel sad about coming and seeing our church in this condition.
He said he's never could imagine. A lot of them was pretty much flooded this area when they got through a storm making its way here. One woman told me that if the cars moved even a couple more inches, and even worse as far as structural damage of the church. Now, the church is pretty much fine on the outside, but they say there's a lot of heavy flooding on the side, but they're working to try to do everything they can to save all of the items that are inside there. But they say they're going to come out tomorrow. They're going to continue to assess the damage, but a scary situation altogether, since the power is out in this area right now. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you for that update. And we just received a statement in from Clarksville Mayor Joe Pitts, just reiterating that at this hour, first responders are still out assessing the damage from a tornado that struck the northern part of the city, and reiterating again, as Bree mentioned earlier, try to keep those roads clear so first responders can get out and get to those hard hit areas and help the people in need. But crews will be out there. Of course, it'll be a long night and days ahead for them as they continue to clean up. I want to head back out to News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser in another area of Clarksville just to show how widespread this damage was in that area. Nikki, again, show us what you're seeing there.
Well, Emily, we were very near to the damage. We took ourselves away a little bit just to show you these emergency vehicles behind me. There were at least 10. Now some of them have gone away, but clearly they are staged here, ready to help if and when they're needed. You heard some of those ambulance sirens earlier, so they are doing their jobs and they're hard at work here. Now, there are some ways that you can help right now. The number one thing that Montgomery County Emergency Services is telling me you can do is to stay off of the those roads to help these emergency vehicles and ambulances get to where they're going and do their job and not have any hindrances there. Now, we know that everybody here in Clarksville is out here trying to help one another. So obviously you want to be careful when you're doing that. But we did meet a man who said that he's trying to find his friend, that he hadn't heard or seen him in a couple of hours. So that was one thing he was out here doing, trying to find him and make sure that he was okay. And he and so many other people out here were saying, hey, no matter what, Clarksville is strong. Clarksville is home. We're here for one another, and we're going to get through this together. Live in Clarksville, News Channel 5.
All right, Nikki, thank you for that update. And before we wrap up here, I want to head back over to the Weather Center again to get one more update from our weather team on where things stand now, guys.
All right, so right now we are watching a tornado warning that is to the northeast, and actually still one over Lawrence County. Even though that one has weakened a little bit, it still has a punch, and right now that warning is still out until 6:30. Meanwhile, we've got one that's over Cumberland County, Kentucky, Monroe County, Kentucky. For now, it too is out for about another 4 minutes.
Yeah, and so once we get this line through, things will calm down significantly. I do think the severe threat in Nashville has come to an end now, looking at where that line is. Franklin as well, coming to an end. We just need to watch places like Shelbyville, Hillsborough, Tennessee, McMinnville, getting down towards Moore County. These are areas that we will need to definitely keep a close eye on until we get this line to push through, get the atmosphere really worked over. And one other thing, guys, there are some showers that are on the backside of this. They're not severe. People are going to be a little antsy, and very much understandable on that this evening. But these are non-severe showers, okay? The story is going to become the cold moving in tonight, and it will be cold tomorrow when we are out, unfortunately, having to do cleanup.
Definitely. So we'll note the tornado warning in Lawrence County will be allowed to expire at 6:30. Still waiting to hear what may happen with the warning over Kentucky. But again, Weather Service says they will let the warning in Lawrence County, Tennessee expire at 6:30.
All right, we're going to send it back over to you now, Emily. We'll be here, of course, monitoring it, though, for the rest of the evening.
Okay, thank you so much for all those updates and all of your work today. We will continue to monitor this, continue to get updates on damage throughout the evening. Stay tuned to News Channel 5 and newschannel5.com. We'll have the latest for you tonight at 10. Have a good night.
The black truck? Hey, Christina from accounting.
Yeah, hi.
Hey, I used to date a girl named Christina.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then she dumped me for my best friend. You want to see some photos of them that I took?
I don't.
I thought we talked about this, buddy.
Buzzed and overshared again?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna call a car.
That's a smart idea.
So yeah, I know, that's why I did it.
Hey, you're gonna get back to the top of the mountain.
Does that mean I'm gonna get back with Christina?
No.
Oh.
No.
Today, tens of millions of refugees have been forced from their homes. But you can make a difference. Act now. Even small amounts make a big difference. Visit supportcrisisrelief.org.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
Hey, Dad. Hey, Dad. Do we have a gun?
Why do you ask that, kiddo?
Every day, thousands of kids start vaping. And I can't let this happen to my kid. So if you want to talk to your kids, you have to get it trending.
No, you're doing it wrong.
Let's go.
Can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Visit talkaboutvaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
We often meet people on the worst day of their lives. Bad news doesn't always have to be the end of the story.
That breaking news, strong storms pack a punch and leave behind damage all across the mid-state. We have crews spread out across the area from Clarksville to Hendersonville. Thank you for joining us for News Channel 5 at 6. I'm Emily Luxon. Our Storm 5 alert continues. We want to begin with the latest from Henry, Leland, and Matt in the Weather Center. Thank you all for your hard work today and keeping us updated. Where do things stand now?
Well, I'll tell you, Emily, we've got a few counties that the tornado watch has been removed from. That is great news. But we have also still got a tornado warning. And Matt, you've got the watch up that's set to go for another hour. I do think some of those eastern counties may be extended, though.
That's right. So this system continues to contain or hang on to the energy that it's maintained most of the afternoon over the last 4 or 5 hours or so. Tornado watch still in effect until 7 p.m. We have tornado warnings in effect for Macon County right now, Clay County as well as Wayne and Lawrence counties. Another look at that radar or imagery as it continues to move eastward at about 45, 50 miles per hour now in the I-65 corridor, now cleared Nashville. But you can see this is a very long lasting and it's been a very powerful system as it stretches all the way from Louisville, Kentucky down into southern Tennessee and northern Mississippi and Alabama. Here's what we're watching: severe thunderstorm warnings north of Nashville as well as over Murray County, Waynesboro. Also have the tornado warnings as well. Power of 5 radars, a closer look at that right now. So tornado warnings still in effect for Lawrence and Wayne counties until 6:30 p.m. this evening. So that's about another 30 minutes. Also back to the northeast, still a tornado warning in effect for Clay and Macon counties as we're watching these storms that have produced a history of some very violent tornadoes so far across places like Clarksville and Dixon, Gallatin and Hendersonville. A look at the storm report map right now. You can see most of the confirmed tornadoes have been north of Nashville and Dixon, north of Davidson County, back to the northwest. That's where most of the instability has been this evening. Colder temperatures are on the way behind that front. Temperatures still very warm in Nashville, but we're actually going to drop into the upper 20s. You can see this frontal boundary continuing to slide east. You see the convergence of the winds here. The front is now pushing east of Nashville, and it's going to leave us with a very, very cold night. 61 degrees right now in downtown Nashville. Checking in on Clarksville. Things have quietened down there. Thankfully, Dixon 60 degrees right now where they've had a stormy evening, and it looks like our camera may be down there in Dixon. All right, so here's what we're watching tonight. Storms are going to continue clearing to the east. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, we're expecting very cold conditions. Temperatures will be in the 30s. Temperatures tonight, you can see that drop. Wow, 43 degrees at 4 a.m. and we were in the 70s earlier today in some areas. That front is going to continue sliding eastward. Thankfully, behind it, some much quieter weather. Here is exact track. Here's our focus, what we're thinking. Things are going to clear out later tonight, so once these warnings do expire, you're going to be left with the all clear. In fact, by around 7:30 tomorrow morning or so, we're going to start to see some clearing of the skies, northerly winds, and that's going to usher in some much colder air. So that is a look at exact track. That's our thinking. We're going to continue watching these storms as they're tracking through Middle Tennessee, now east of Nashville this evening. And for now, I believe we'll send it back over to Leland and Henry.
Yeah, and we want to come back just to look at this one down in Wayne County and the Waynesboro area. Henry showing up very well here with relative vorticity and the storm motion, the rotation with this, especially right to the east of Waynesboro. So those of you in Wayne County, but continuing into Lawrence County, Lawrenceburg, Ethridge, you too are under the gun with this particular situation.
Yeah, some tight rotation right in there. I do want to put a quick track on it because this is that new tornado warning that came out right as we were starting News Channel 5 at 6. I believe it goes until 6:30. So I'm going to just take it out 30 minutes. I know that it's set to expire in 26 minutes, but these are some of the towns. Red Hill at 6:19, Flatwoods coming up at 6:23. Lawrenceburg, if this holds together, 6:25. Some very impressive rotation that we are monitoring with this particular storm right now. Three Oaks at 6:30 and then 6:32 around New Prospect. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that particular area as well. And that is the southern edge of the line. We still have our tornado warning. A little bit of rotation, not overly impressive, but over the Hermitage Springs area, enough to continue that. We'll see if it gets dropped shortly. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that have been removed for Lewis, Murray, and Williamson counties across the area as well. So lots that have been happening, but we've got places that, of course, are also, shelters tonight in Clarksville. I believe Northeast High School in Clarksville is after some of the damage going on there. And I know we have crews out and about working the very latest for that. Emily, we'll check in with you kind of on some of the information that you all have, some of the damage reports, and where the crews are.
Well, that's right. You mentioned Montgomery County. That's where our crews headed first as these storms move through. In the Clarksville School of the Fine Arts and Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church were both badly damaged in the storms that moved through. Let's head out to News Channel 5's Tony Sloan. Tony, what are you seeing out there now?
Well, so in the words of some of the people that we talked to at the church and this fine arts center, they say it's just heartbreaking. The power is out in this area, and it has been since the storm rode through. But just take a look at this damage that has ripped this school apart and flooded the Walnut Missionary Baptist Church here on Walnut Grove Road. The Clarksville School of Fine Arts took most of the damage here. And the people who work at both of these buildings, they left not long ago, but you could still see the left behind items as they tried to pick up the pieces and save whatever they can. We're told this building is about 2 years old, the school, but the church has been here for over 150 years. Now, the church doesn't have a lot of outside structural damage, but they do say that most of the damage is on the inside. It's completely flooded. And they say much of what's inside is just hanging on by a small thread. We actually spoke to a deacon of the church who says that they've never seen anything like this in the area. And the arts director for the school says that they're just having to build from scratch. Both of them say there's a lot of work that needs to be done in this area. And the damage is not just confined here. It's also across the street at a cemetery where a lot of debris and structural damage has pretty much blew over into that cemetery from about maybe 3 miles away. We found a Zaxby's drive-through window that was actually blown into that cemetery, and we're told that Zaxby's is far away from where this area is, over, again, 3 miles away near a Walmart. So a lot of damage, they say, needs to be cleaned up. Of course, we're going to continue to stay out here and let you know all the latest that we see out here, but most of them say they'll be back in the morning to continue to try and assess the damage. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you so much for that update. Of course, we have other crews working their way around Clarksville as well. We'll try to get you updates from them as soon as we can. But we also want to pass along that Clarksville police say a shelter has been set up for people impacted by the storms. It is located at Northeast High School on Trenton Road, as Henry mentioned just a moment ago. And the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office also says a temporary shelter has been set up at the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road. That's for any residents who were displaced in that area. Of course, lots of people are still without power tonight and will be for several hours. Clarksville's electric utility CDE Light Band says at least 17,000 people are without power in Clarksville, and Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation is reporting around 1,500 are without power in the county. So, of course, we will continue to monitor that as well. We're still waiting to get an update from our crews in Clarksville. We also have Aaron Cantrell headed out to Sumner County, as we were hearing from Bree just before this newscast started about the damage in that area. We will check in with him shortly. But first, let's circle back to Montgomery County. Again, one of the hardest hit areas. Let's head out to News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. She is out on the scene along Fort Campbell Boulevard in Clarksville, another hard hit area. Nikki, describe what you're seeing out there.
Right, Clarksville was hit pretty substantially, Emily. Just driving around this area, we saw power lines that were torn down by this tornado. They were lying in the middle of the street. We saw shopping centers, businesses, and homes just completely dilapidated, crushed, again, because of this tornado. Now, right now, we are here at a local elementary school. This is where there are several emergency vehicles here ready to help. And what you're seeing right now, this is where we just came from. It's Fort Campbell Boulevard. You can see the tornado tore through entire buildings. Debris is everywhere. We met some of you out there looking for friends or just taking this all in. I've been in contact with emergency services in Montgomery County, and they say a number of people have been injured. We don't know how many so far, and they still are out here doing rescue and search efforts. Now, in fact, Emily, out here today, we met a man who talked to me about his own story during the storm. He said that he and his family of 5 are lucky to have their lives. He described a moment to me where they were all tucked in the back bathroom of a business praying that they would be okay. Thankfully, they all got out safely. You could hear more of this story tonight at 10 p.m. Live in Clarksville, I'm Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
All right, Nikki, thank you for that update. Certainly a tough scene there for a lot of folks. Let's head back over to the Weather Center to get the latest. Again, guys, where things stand here, what we're watching at this hour.
So the line right now, Emily, is moving through the area. The key thing for us right now is that we have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, but there are 2 areas of greater concern, Wayne County and the Lawrence County, where we've got the tornado warning, and we saw very strong rotation there. But also, even before that, when we were continuing to watch the storm, right now, Clay County moving into south central Kentucky, where that's that tornado warned storm that we have been following since that one made its way through Davidson County back into the Sumner County area. And I just retweeted some video a moment ago, just a very clearly defined video of that storm making its way through the Madison area of Davidson County.
And that's, of course, where we have seen, and hopefully we'll get out shortly. I've got some TDOT video, that TDOT camera over there at 65 in Old Hickory, of course, that showed the tornado as it moved across the road. But that is still the same storm, like you said, that it goes until 6:30. We have also got the tornado warning that goes until 6:30 for Lawrence and Wayne counties. So I'm going to go back to the storm relative velocity. I want to look at the rotation in this, and then hopefully we may even be able to get a good shot, Leland, with that the Lawrenceburg Skynet site, because they are included in this. But I'll tell you, the area along Highway 64 between Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg, this is the rotation right here. So let me go on and put a track on this for you. If you're just joining us, it is now 6:11. Of course, News Channel 5 at 6. This warning goes until 6:30. So we're going to take it out just past that, about 22 minutes. In this area of rotation, impacting Center at 6:17, Red Hill at 6:20, the Park Grove area at 6:23. And then we'll eventually see it in Flatwoods at 6:25 and Etheridge coming up at 6:28, followed by 3 Oaks. This is our Lawrenceburg Skynet camera that we have pulled up. And folks out and about in Public Square, listen, if you can, please go back home. It looks like the camera's toggling, kind of stuck on maybe the Gallatin camera is where it was before.
Yeah, I think so.
So we'll pop this back over here for a second while we get that one to load. But yeah, taking a look at the wind speed and direction on this, certainly something very concerning out there. So let me go on and pan up and take a look at the other tornado warning we have and put a storm track on that. Rotation right around Tompkinsville, doing what I would not want to see, which is kind of tightening up just a little bit. But the city is impacted with this. Will be the Messick area at 6:22, Vernon at 6:24. Getting towards Radar at 6:26, and if it holds together, it'll be around Bow at 6:37. Hopefully, it will be allowed to expire before then. So we'll switch it back to the Power of 5 radars, and it looks like you're able to get that Lawrenceburg camera kind of panning up. So hopefully, we'll be able to switch back to that in just a second. But got to tell you, this line, this is the intense part. There are more showers behind it, but not nearly anything concerning in the way of severe weather. And that'll certainly be a welcome sight as we go through the evening. The tornado warning for Clay and Macon will go until 6:15. And then we do have some decent thunderstorms moving through the heart of Davidson County, Williamson County, down around Brentwood and Franklin as well. About to move into Lebanon. These are all sub-severe. Nothing severe with these, which is certainly good news. But as far as these storms go, Leland, it's still going to be an active night, even if you don't have the warnings, the heavy rain, the windy conditions. You know, Matt, and then that story behind this becomes the cold that's going to be moving in as people are cleaning up tomorrow, and the Weather Service will be out doing some site surveys.
Yeah, almost a 25-degree difference is what we're talking about. We hit probably 70 degrees for a high in downtown Nashville today. When you wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be in the lower 40s. It's going to be chilly.
And you see the lightning there right now. So we've got this camera in Lawrenceburg pointed west. So as we go back to radar here for just a second, you can see that a lot of that is just west of Lawrenceburg, but that's the front that is coming through for us at this time. The difference, Henry and Matt, with this one is this is a cold front that's moving at a greater speed than some of our other.
It's really becoming a tornado outbreak. We'll know tomorrow when our friends at the Weather Service get out there and survey, both from the Nashville office, the Paducah office, and the Louisville office for all the areas that we've seen warnings in.
Yeah, and video to back some of that up. So as you look at the map right now, we've got a tornado watch right now for the eastern half of our area. Davidson has been pulled out of this, but we're keeping an eye too on this area in northern Alabama. It does look like maybe the southern part of Lawrence County now being impacted with a brand new tornado warning, but that's the only tornado warning. A small sliver there of southern Lawrence County. Most of that, though, is back over the northern part of Alabama, Lauderdale County, until 7 o'clock.
Yeah, and so unfortunately, these storms have already done their damage across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky. We have been tracking this closely, utilizing resources and contacts. Matt's been talking to folks up in Kentucky, Leland, throughout the Hendersonville area. And while she's not here because she actually has the flu, but she is still out hard at work in the community right now. Meteorologist Bree Smith joining us by phone. Bree, first thing I want to stress, you as a trained meteorologist, you know what you're looking at right now. We are encouraging people obviously to stay in, but for you to be out there, you understand what you're looking at and what is happening. What is the latest since we last spoke? What are you seeing, and just really what's the latest up in Hendersonville?
When I was with you last time, Henry, I mentioned how much congestion there was in town. I mean, with some roadways closed, it's just forcing other arteries to become a standstill. And with no electricity, the power lights aren't working, and emergency crews are so hard at work trying to direct vehicles into detours. You know, and it goes without saying, if you don't have to be on the road, please don't. I am avoiding all first responders and staying away from them. I know how to keep a healthy distance. I just want to make sure that folks know what's happening here in Hendersonville. I was able to travel down a good portion of Main Street east of Indian Lake. I did not travel down Main Street west of Indian Lake, but I know someone in town who is a small business owner who did, because he wanted to check on his business. And he was able to report to me that most of the damage on the west side of Indian Lake, so this is as you would cross the lake, there's quite a few businesses along that stretch, but the majority of the damage appears to have been confined to the north side of Main Street. So for some examples there's a Party Superstore. There's an acai addiction store. It's a small business where you can purchase acai bowls. Same side of the street is where there's a big Place Fun store. There's Ace Hardware in Hendersonville. These are all on the north side of the street. The south side has a community church, as well as some other businesses. There's an Arby's there, there's a McDonald's there. And from his report, those businesses do not appear to have been damaged. But there is significant damage along the north side of Main Street. We were able to see near Indian Lake and Maine, there's an auto business, an auto repair business just behind the Walgreens, and it sustained significant damage. The Walgreens in and of itself did not appear to be damaged. So you can see that some buildings were hit much harder than other buildings in the area. We were able to kind of rescue one of my husband's colleagues, and I am about to deposit her into a safe location. So for the moment, Henry and Leland and Matt, I'm going to toss it back to you, and then I will check back in just a little bit when I get my own cargo secured here.
All right. We appreciate that, Bree. Continue to stay safe out there. Appreciate your work tonight out in the field. We do have, I believe, up in Clarksville, our Tony Sloan right now. And Tony, what is the latest with what you are seeing?
Well, Henry, actually, a lot is at a standstill right now in Clarksville. There's still a lot of damage that has taken place, but of course, emergency crews are out just trying to assess the damage and figure out exactly next steps, and also trying to make sure there were no injuries or any fatalities. That's something we're continuously reaching out to contacts for to try and get information on. So, of course, we'll keep you updated on if we learn anything about any fatalities or anything. But one of the things that we have learned here is that on Walnut Grove Road, right across from the Sabre Army Base, we actually found this fine arts center that was completely destroyed by that tornado that went through the area, and also Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church, a church that's been here for over 150 years. Both of them have significant damage due to that storm that went through here. Now, earlier today, there were crowds of people here just hugging, emotional, crying, wanting to find out exactly what took place here and how much they can save, due to all of the damage that's here. So they left not long ago, but they did say they'll be back early in the morning when they get some daylight to be able to fully assess all of the damage that took place here and to be able to save whatever they can. Now, the damage is not only here, it's also right across the street at a cemetery where we actually saw a drive-through window in the middle of the cemetery, along with many other debris from other structures and buildings not even close to this area. One person that we talked to told us that that Zaxby's, where that drive-through window came from, is 3 miles away near a Walmart. So you can only imagine just how strong the winds were during that storm to make something like that take place. Now we're starting to get more of this rain, which is actually a little more of a cause for concern because power is out in this area, and those who live here are just trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do tonight and also in the morning here. But we're going to continue to stay on top of this, reach out to contacts with officials and let you know if we learn anything when it comes down to any injuries or possible fatalities. But as of right now, that's not something that we have gotten any information about. Of course, we're going to stay out here and let you know all the latest that we learn. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thanks so much for that. Continue to keep us informed. Matt, it's been a very active day. We've pretty much been nonstop since about 12:30 this afternoon. Leland also here, you can see working on a few things behind us. But we still have a number of severe thunderstorm warnings that you've been monitoring across the area as well for us that will continue for a few more hours. And one tornado warning that's just outside of the viewing area. Yeah,
Lauderdale County in northern Alabama. We're going to watch that very closely because it continues to slide northeastward. That would then affect locations in Giles County. So that is definitely something we're going to keep an eye on. Still numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of the instability now well to our south as we're looking at Power of 5 radars. And if you live in places like Marshall County, still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for your area for the next 20-30 minutes or so. But the good news is back behind this front, back behind this system, we do have some clearing and some quieter weather to come as this system continues to move off to the east. And now we're going to be monitoring our counties on the plateau over the next hour or so, hopefully hoping that this system continues to weaken. It does show that it is showing some signs of weakening, but we still have just a few more warnings to our south, and then also the tornado watch in effect. Have they extended that past 7 p.m.?
Yeah, the watch is going to go, I think, for some of the counties until about 11 o'clock tonight. Fentress County, Franklin, many of our Cumberland Plateau counties. That watch will go now until 11 o'clock tonight. One of the things I do want to look at real quick, I'm going to switch it over to my radar. I've got it zoomed in on Rutherford County. Smyrna seeing some good rainfall right now. Murfreesboro, some thunderstorms pushing in. Now, take a look at our Skynet site in Murfreesboro. And I've panned this to the west. The sky lighting up. You're probably hearing those loud claps of thunder. The wind is probably whipping around a bit. But as of this moment, this is not a severe thunderstorm. There are no warnings with that storm. It is a certainly very scary looking storm that we do have out there. Want to show you some of the images, and this is one that we got when we were on a little bit earlier from Max Remy out of Clarksville. Was texted down to me, and that is from the Clarksville airport. And Matt, you and I were on the air with our Clarksville camera showing at the time what we knew was at least a funnel.
We watched that funnel come basically originating and fall from the cloud.
And unfortunately, we are seeing confirmation now of that as a tornado. This is also Kizzy Ray and Kayla nitrous, I believe, on
Eva Drive, and where is that? Clarksville area as well?
That's Clarksville, yeah.
Okay.
And so, a very clear sign, having had the opportunity to go out and cover many tornadoes, many storms, one of the things that I'm seeing on this damage here, and this is Tiny Town Road, is the way that the trees are snapped and they're crossing each other. Usually if everything's pushed in one direction, that indicates straight line winds, but the way that we're seeing things overlapping, that is tornadic activity. This is a area in Clarksville. Don't know the boutique that was there, but clearly the windows damaged and the Bojangles up there too.
Yeah, that way. And I think all of this is still Tiny Town Road area. So when you think of Outlaw Field, Clarksville, so you've got Clarksville downtown. On the northern edge of that, almost as if you're on the county state line with Montgomery County and the southern part of Clarksville, southern part of Kentucky, not too far from Fort Campbell. So if you were actually going to Fort Campbell, you would get off the interstate at exit 1, Tiny Town Road, go down to the airport. So that's where we've seen a lot of this damage, near the airport, Outlaw Field, but along Tiny Town Road and back over to near Fort Campbell.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was also a, I think Luigi's Pizza right around Fort Campbell that had reports of damage and debris in there. And then where was this one from? Kestrel Drive. So you're looking at a stop sign. Obviously, the sidewalk there has debris on it, and you can see debris along the roadways as well. It's really just kind of gut-wrenching to see some of these images because, again, Matt, this is what you and I were looking at this afternoon live in coverage. We could not see the base of the tornado. You could see siding from a house right here that's been taken off. Because we couldn't see the base with the foreground with the trees, we couldn't indeed confirm this is circulation on the ground. This is Luigi's Pizza, and really just heartbreaking to see these images here, which was really hit hard. This is around the Fort Campbell area, and this is one of the reports we got of the debris around Fort Campbell. But, Matt, again, we were watching this live.
We did.
We watched this live. We tracked it live, and the tornado was in a fairly rural location, but it just didn't let up as it ended up moving in. This is where I believe Tony is, the Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church right now, too. So really very just heartbreaking sights to see. I hate seeing this happen, guys, but I'm very happy that this outbreak was today and not tomorrow when people could have been in church.
And during some daylight hour as well,
Yes.
because at least you had an idea of what was up, and when you combine that with the live coverage at that time as well. But, it's bad anytime, but during the daylight it's a little bit better because you can at least see part of it pushing in.
Yeah, and so this video was shot by our own Heather Mathis. Again, Heather, a trained meteorologist. She knows where to position herself, where to be to safely get video. This is likely a tornado. We saw some power flashes with it. She shot this around Old Hickory Lake. And if you look at that leading edge right there over the boat dock, that would be the tornado on the ground. And where there's a little bit of a brighter white that kind of circulates around, that to me would indicate that you have got a debris cloud circulating with this. But Heather shot this a little earlier. Impressive lightning with this, the power flashes we were seeing with this, and you were getting reports from some friends, Matt, in those areas and up towards Kentucky that were getting power outages and reporting a number of just kind of high winds and things up there.
Yeah, things were pretty sporadic up in Warren County, Kentucky, and then also reports from some friends and neighbors. Obviously, Bree had Hendersonville covered, but lots of damage, I'm sure, will surface tomorrow morning when the sun comes up there in Hendersonville, as well as Gallatin. Of course, they're dealing with power outages now. Many folks, I couldn't get over how Bree continued to emphasize how much traffic was on the roads of people just trying to leave the city because there's no power. Maybe maybe refuge to some family or neighbors' homes that did have power. We were originally worried this might be some type of flash flooding event. Very, very heavy rains were expected, but this system moved, I think, more rapidly than we anticipated, which helped it helped in the way of not as much flash flooding.
Yeah.
We needed the rain. We didn't receive as much rain as we thought we would. It's like Leland talked about, though, because of the temperature spread and how fast it was moving. This became quickly more of a wind event than a rainfall event. And with the spin in the atmosphere, 3 or 4 tornadoes are likely going to be confirmed tomorrow. And, you know, I don't want to speculate on what they're going to find tomorrow when they survey, but these will not be your garden variety tornadoes. I would have to guess these are going to be maybe some EF2.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe climbing into the EF3 range.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things on that, we saw the risk outlook from the Storm Prediction Center really increase across the area. And, you know, as we continue to monitor some of this activity right now, Giles and Lawrence County, you know, is still a severe thunderstorm warning. But I can tell you that Nashville and really Sumner County almost fully in the clear. I understand we actually are live in Hendersonville. I'm going to send it back to our Emily Luxon real quick, because Emily, it sounds like we've got some crews on location again.
Henry, thank you. And of course, we did hear from Bree a short time ago. She's been also monitoring the latest situation in Hendersonville, but we do have another crew out on the ground. Let's go out to News Channel 5's Aaron Cantrell in Hendersonville. He just arrived out there. Aaron, just describe for me what you're seeing there.
Yeah, Emily, so it took us a very long time to just get over here to the Indian Lake area near Main Street. This is kind of where all the damage is kind of centered around here in Hendersonville. We're actually here at the Bridgestone Firestone facility here on Indian Lake, and you can just see the damage here. They tell me that they did close around 4 o'clock this evening, and thankfully no one was inside. But if you take a closer look, you can just see there's a hole through the glass here, and you can just see some of the roofing came off of this building here. And if we just kind of walk around this way, you can kind of see even more of the damage here. You actually have some of the employees here just checking out everything. They told me the police were here earlier. They came in just to make sure everyone was safe and out of the building, but looks like they kind of have placed maybe some tarps in some areas as well. But this is just some of the damage. So we're not too far from Main Street. Just up the street here is Main Street. The police have that whole area blocked. We're told there are several structural damage in that area to a lot of buildings in that area. We spoke with everyone here. We're told here at this place, here at the Firestone Bridgestone building, that everyone made it out safely here. But traffic is very intense. It's hard to get in and out of this area right now. You can see cars lined up right here. Also, the power is out, so police are directing traffic. They're trying to keep everyone safe. They're encouraging folks to stay home if at all possible while they still try to figure out the situation. Now, we do know that our Bree Smith had mentioned that there is damage along Main Street again in Indian Lake, Maine, to the east from Indian Lake. We're told there are Raising Cane's with roof damage, and the further you travel, just more police all over. But we're still seeing all this damage here. Now, if you walk over just a little bit more too, you can just see just how strong that storm was. That tornado came through and ripped off this roof. And again, we've been told that there are some buildings that are completely leveled over on Main Street. I've been trying to get in contact with emergency management to find out exactly just how much they're dealing with right now. But as you can imagine, they are super busy right now trying to assess all the damage, because this is still all very, very new, and they're still just trying to assess everything. But again, this community was hit very hard, power outages. And again, if you are watching this, just stay home. Don't get out right now here in the Hendersonville area. Power's out, traffic is backed up, and they're just trying to keep everyone safe. But we're going to continue to stay out here and find out more information and bring you more stories just like this. I'll send it back to you, Emily.
Okay, Aaron, thank you. And just to reiterate what he said, Hendersonville police just posting on social media. They're reminding people to stay off the roads. Multiple power lines are down across the city. Damage is widespread, as you just saw from Aaron there. So again, please be careful and stay off the road so emergency crews can get to where they need to go. I want to go back out to Clarksville. Our Nikki Hauser has been out there most of the afternoon. Nikki, what's the latest out there?
Well, Emily, we've moved to a different neighborhood here in Clarksville. Again, we can see some major damage. Here you can see some of the debris that we're looking at. You can see almost where the tornado came through, coming from this area, from this home to the right, and then down here, leaving some damage. You can see that roof completely torn off by this tornado. Some things that are hanging in the tree, and then of course right down here, debris that was left because of this tornado. You can see over this way a police car from the city of Clarksville. Of course, an emergency that's going on. We are still working to learn about that, but as we do, this has been the reality for tonight for families living in Clarksville. We've seen, as we're driving around here, power lines torn down, lying in the middle of the street. We've seen businesses, homes completely crushed. So we are working to bring some of those stories to you. We do know that there have been some people injured. Emergency services in Montgomery has confirmed that. So we'll be following up as we learn more throughout tonight. But like I said, as much as people are absolutely hurting right now, the message that I'm also hearing from people is the coming together of the community, the Clarksville strength that's coming out through tonight, and I'm sure the next couple of days. Live in Clarksville, Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And of course, multiple shelters have been set up across the Clarksville area to help people who may have been displaced after the storms. Want to mention a few of those. Clarksville police letting us know Northeast High School on Trenton Road is open as a shelter. Also, the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road for any area residents there. And Manna Cafe Ministries also just posting on social media a shelter will be open there. They're located at 503 D Street in Clarksville. We're also continuing to keep an eye on power outages. We know many people are in the dark tonight and will continue to be for several hours. The latest from Clarksville's electric utility, CDE Lightbrand, they are at about 15,000 customers without power. Cumberland Electric Membership Corporation reporting about 1,500 without power. And then here in the Nashville area, NES, just looking at the map there, they've got about 45,000 customers without power. So just in those three areas, a lot of people impacted. And guys, of course, many more across the mid-state as well with these storms that came through.
Yeah. And let me say this, just a message, Metro Nashville Police Chief John Drake can't confirm anything, but he says that he's hearing from the Nashville Fire Department that there are possible fatalities in the Madison area. So again, just had a chance to message the Metro Police Chief John Drake. He says unconfirmed right now, but Nashville Fire Department is searching in the Madison area where there may be the possibility of a couple fatalities in that region. So we will continue to stay on that. And once we hear more from Nashville Fire Department, we'll report that. Also reports coming out of the possibility of some fatalities in the Clarksville area as well.
Yeah, 3 people is what we're hearing out of the Clarksville, 2 adults, 1 child, what we're hearing out of the Montgomery County area, and then 23 people being treated at the hospital in Montgomery County. You know, that was really where things got going today when we saw that one confirmed large tornado. It had that tornado debris signature, Matt, that you and I were tracking for hours that just continued to move through the air. Clarksville, you're getting some showers right now. That is all this is. It is just showers. There is nothing severe with any of this. As we look at the active warnings, not in the News Channel 5 viewing area, McCreary and Wayne County up in Kentucky, the only warning we have in the News Channel 5 viewing area until 7:30 is a severe thunderstorm warning for Giles and Lawrence counties. However, I want you to take a look at this. It's very easy to pick out where the line is right now. Everybody that is out of the shading here in the clear now. The severe threat is done for the night. Everyone in this lighter red shading, Williamson, Rutherford, DeKalb County, Wilson, going down towards Franklin, Grundy, Van Buren, Cumberland counties, Pickett, still under the tornado watch. It was extended until 11 o'clock tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if counties were pulled out individually as that line continues to push through. While Williamson County is still included in this, Davidson County is not included in that particular watch right now. We still have some rainfall out there. Matt, you're looking at that larger line of storms as well right now. But once we get this through, our story shifts to the cold that moves in.
That's right. So if you live in places like downtown Nashville, Dixons, Parsons, Tennessee, west of, say, Murray County and Columbia, the threat for your severe weather is now over. You have the all clear. We may deal with a few light rain showers behind this front as it clears to the east, but it does look like the intensity of this line of storms is continuing to weaken as it continues to advance further towards the plateau. Here is a power of 5 radars right now. Still a lot of lightning out there. So let's talk about places like Murfreesboro, east of, say, Gallatin, moving north or eastward towards the plateau. Heavy rain still likely out of this. We can't rule out that some of these storms will reach severe criteria, but right now that's not looking likely. Henry, not noticing as much curvature in the line for a large segment of these storms, so that would indicate that they're losing a little bit of forward marching strength. The bigger story now will be the intense lightning, some very heavy rain out of this system as well. And then when you wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to notice temperatures are going to start dropping rapidly. We'll wake up to temps in the lower 40s. And can you believe we'll go from 70 degrees today to starting out Tuesday morning? I believe we're forecasting around 28 degrees on Tuesday morning. I think you're pulling up a regional temperature map just to show that large pocket of cold air that is advancing towards Middle Tennessee. And there's your culprit, folks. When you have this mixture of very, very cold air invading very, very warm, humid air, you get an outbreak like we saw today.
And unfortunately, that outbreak we do know now has led to 3 confirmed fatalities. Coming out of the Clarksville area, 2 adults and 1 child are confirmed as killed, and 23 people are being treated at area hospitals up there. So this really was the definition of an outbreak with the number of tornadoes we had. Also, again, it wasn't just the Clarksville tornado. That tornado tracked for miles on the ground.
All the way to Bowling Green.
Yeah, to Bowling Green. And then we had countless other tornadoes. We know over in Weakley County, Tennessee, just outside of our viewing area, that the National Guard Armory was damaged. We know places in Gallatin and Hendersonville this evening damaged by tornadoes that tracked on the ground for quite some time. So everything that was setting up yesterday morning, last night, this morning, we basically mid-morning started to see a very abrupt shift in that energy rising to the north, and unfortunately this is what we got out of it.
Yeah, and so as we mentioned earlier, this front was a faster moving front, so it gave us more energy for the severe weather that we've seen today, unlike some of the other times this season where we've had a transition from mild air to cold air, but those systems were much slower. The energy, the dynamics weren't there, so we didn't have a severe weather setup. I think this may have been our first severe weather event in the News Channel 5 area since August, over 4 months. But the danger has calmed down a bit. It's still not completely over yet, just because of the fact that we're still watching this front over the eastern counties. So there you see those counties listed in red that still have a tornado watch right now for the next couple of hours. For the moment, though, Davidson County has been pulled out, but still remaining out of Williamson, Murray, and the counties just south of there.
Yeah, and the larger picture on this showing you it's like a seatbelt now, just draping across the country. It's got this what we call positive tilt to it as it continues to slide out of the area. But you know, things really getting pretty active today. I want to take a look at our Clarksville Skynet camera, see if this will still come up. And I'm going to switch this over to that camera. So this is in Clarksville right now, and we're looking throughout downtown. And you know, it's so peaceful right now compared to what we were seeing just several hours ago, that tragically have led, as you see there on your screen, to 3 confirmed fatalities from this tornado up in Montgomery County. 2 adults, 1 child, and we have 3 new confirmed. Is this in Nashville? On Nesbitt Lane in Nashville, we have 3 new confirmed fatalities in Nashville on Nesbitt Lane. So we are at 6 confirmed fatalities now, 3 in Montgomery County, 3 of them in Nashville and Davidson County. And it's just, it's kind of hard to look at this image and think about the terror that was on screen several hours ago when you and I were watching this tornado, Matt, that was moving through the Montgomery County area. And now things are relatively calm up towards Clarksville.
Yeah, thankful they have power.
Yeah.
At least in the downtown area.
Yeah, which is certainly a good thing. I want to switch it over to your Power of 5 radars because you've got kind of the zoom in on that line. So we're seeing a little bit of an uptick in temperatures, but as far as, or in lightning, but as far as that lightning goes, we don't expect, now that the sun is down, to see rapid intensification like what we were experiencing earlier. Widening this view out, again, this is the basically boundary that we are watching, and we're watching closely. The winds behind this, well, unfortunately, they're going to continue to whip around for a while. Let me show you the current wind gust from across the region that we have got. It's very easy to pick out the front, but you still have some 20-mile-per-hour and greater wind gust in some areas. And as we just take a look at some of the wind fields with this, decent winds, easy to pick out the front. There's a lot happening on this, but you can see how you've got, in some cases, that northerly wind flow right in here, and then this southerly wind flow, frontal boundary is right here, and it's sliding through. And once we get this through, things are going to be significantly calmer and colder across Middle Tennessee and southern Kentucky, Matt.
Yeah, already 48 degrees right now in Murray, Kentucky, so about a 11-degree spread. We'll check in on a live look, our sky cam in downtown Nashville tonight, and you see the rain droplets still falling on our sky camera. Temperatures right now in downtown Nashville about 59 degrees with mostly cloudy conditions. So all clear here in Davidson County, and most likely Williamson and Murray counties. They're going to go ahead and eliminate you from the tornado watch as it extends east until about 11 o'clock later this evening. Henry was showing the wind fields. We can see the cold front is now east of the Interstate 65 corridor. A wider shot now of satellite and radar. It's like you said, it's almost a seat belt of a long line of storms moving across the country that's actually going to provide some pretty intense snow for the Northeast, I believe, early tomorrow morning. So this was a very impactful weather system, and we just happened to be almost right in the center of it.
Yeah, it's, one of the things I want to look at too real quick. A couple hours ago, we saw the energy level as it was increasing. The Storm Prediction Center upped our risk to a 3 out of 5 for areas west of 65. Remember, we've been telling you as counties have come out, that line's moved through, that the severe energy is now done in Dixon County, in Nashville, up towards Clarksville as well. But we still have that slight risk here in yellow, that 2 out of 5 threat, as we continue to track that frontal boundary that's moving through the area. Warnings are dying down. That is certainly good news. However, we still have to get through, of course, the rest of this storm system and then the cold air that's going to punch in behind it heading into tomorrow. So as we look at the power of 5 and really just kind of track what's happening, the only active warnings in the News Channel 5 viewing area, it's in effect for another 14 minutes. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for Giles and Lawrence counties. And we'll take a look. It's probably got a little bit of hail with it. We've had some wind gust over 60 miles per hour. But one of the things that we are likely seeing with this is certainly some hail. Also, a little bit of area that I'm a little curious about. We've got that hail just south of Pulaski right now. I do want to switch this to the storm relative velocity because there's a little part right there along Highway 31. I think we need to watch this kind of close. Just crossed over 65, moving towards the Boonshill area along Highway 64, and then just north of Elkton, another little slither there that we need to kind of keep an eye on with a little bit of rotation. But that is the only active warning that we have at this time, which is certainly some good news. And as far as the power outages go, we know that there have been numerous power outages. We know there have been a number of fatalities. Leland, I know you've been monitoring some of the stuff back there as well.
Yeah, so I will update you. Unfortunately, it looks like now there are probably 6 fatalities if you include 3 in Montgomery County, 3 in Davidson County. And I think in both cases, they're reporting that 2 adults and a child in Montgomery County, 2 adults and a child in Davidson County off of Nesbitt Lane. Let's hope that number does not go higher, but our friends with Nashville Fire Department, friends with medical services all across the area are still continuing to survey the situation. In addition to that, they have reported at least 23 sent to the hospital in the Montgomery County area. But as I do just a quick update here as far as power outages are concerned right now, from Cumberland Electric, they're reporting 15,000 customers. At one point, they were nearly 30,000, so about 15,000 members impacted by Cumberland Electric. Of that, 13,000, nearly 14,000 Sumner County. There are some reports from Stewart, Robertson, Montgomery, and Cheatham, but not as high as they were earlier. The Davidson County number has skyrocketed. At one point, we were talking about 21,000. The latest update from them now is just under 44,000 customers are without electricity. Also did one earlier with Penny Rao Electric, and they serve the Oak Grove area. They don't have a number tally here that I see, but I do see that they're probably maybe just over 1,500 or so customers without electricity in the Penny Rao area. A lot of those are near Oak Grove or just to the east of Oak Grove. And as we speak, unfortunately, we've got a new warning right now. So there's a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued. It is now out for about another 20 minutes until 7:45, but down in Murfreesboro, down in Christiana, but you can see the very good rotation there. Again, the green, the red indicating the winds in different direction right next to each other. So right now that storm warning is out for until 7:45.
Yeah, so taking a look at that rotation right now, and going to look at the latest track on this, and then we'll put a storm track on it as well. Again, that tornado warning that goes until 7:45. Looking at the Power of 5 radars, this is along the leading edge of that front. You know, there's another area I was just talking about too that I'm keeping my eye on around Giles and Lawrence County. But here's that tornado warning we have. So just kind of gathering the latest information. It's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. And again, the warning goes until 7:45. So we're going to put a track on this for you from where the tornado warning is. And again, movement is northeast at 45 miles per hour. So just kind of drawing right along the edge of this. And let me get the cue correctly, and then we'll take this out 45 miles per hour. It goes for 25 minutes, so we'll take it out 25 minutes. And with that movement, it takes it 19 miles to the northeast. So the area of rotation that we're watching, it's right there on the edge of that blue crescent at 723. This is the area that we have been monitoring that now has enough rotation to warrant the tornado warning. It'll move to Crescent, like I said, 723, Barfield at 726, Gum at 731, Dilton at 733, the Florenton area at 737, Kittrell at 739, and Halls Hill coming at 742, Curley at 744. Again, the tornado warning on this. So I'm going to actually, it includes Bedford County too. It looks like they've pushed it out to where it does clip Bedford County. But I want to take a look at some of the rotation. Then we can take a look at a few of the things on radar that you have got as well over there, Matt. But let me look at that rotation one more time. And it is not quite as tight as it was when that warning was issued, but it still was enough to warrant the tornado warning. So we'll have to see if they allow this to continue all the way till 7:45 for the Bedford and Rutherford County areas, or if it will be expiring any early. But still a new tornado warning, plus that severe thunderstorm warning that we've been watching down in Lawrence and Giles County. But Matt, I know you've got some of the radar stuff up there. You've also got our Skynet site down in Murfreesboro pulled up.
Yeah, let's head over to Murfreesboro this evening. You can see that conditions there are deteriorating pretty quickly there in Rutherford County. The courthouse there, just before we switched over to the camera, the lightning was very intense. If we stay on here long enough, you'll see the lightning now pushing into Murfreesboro. And that's one thing that we're still watching in addition to the tornado warnings is just the intense lightning that is continuing to move with these storms as they march eastward overnight. So still kind of early in the evening on a Saturday, folks probably maybe had some outdoor plans. If you live in places like Smithville, McMinnville, Shelbyville, Manchester, this has not even reached your area yet. And you may think, well, hey, it's gonna weaken by the time it makes it to our area. That's what we've been hoping for, and this has been a very stubborn storm, and it continues to hold its intensity. And Henry, I think if we would go back to Max 2, it looks like a small echo or a hook echo is trying to form right there northwest of Christiana. So northwest of Christiana, that would be the area of rotation that we're really worried about, especially with this section right here that's just to the south of Murfreesboro, sliding eastward at about, say, 40 miles per hour, northeastward at about 40 miles per hour or so. So if you're driving up or know anyone driving up I-24 into Murfreesboro, you're going to be crossing right into the most dangerous part of this storm here in the next 5-10 minutes or so as it's about to cross over Interstate 24. So if you live between Highway 221 of Murfreesboro and Christiana, it's this section right here that we're worried about. We see a little bit of a curvature in the radar signature, not as defined as what we saw move through Hendersonville and Gallatin earlier, but nevertheless enough that the National Weather Service has issued this warning, and it's going to extend for about another 20 minutes or so until 7:45 p.m. So if you are in the Rutherford County area, especially south of Murfreesboro and north of Christiana along Highway 221, you need to go ahead and find your safe space immediately, because this warning is now effective, and we're seeing basically the checklist, all the marks checked off for what is likely some rotation up in the clouds. Henry, Leland?
Here's that rotation that Matt was talking about. Leland, I know you've been analyzing a couple things back there, and we'll punch up your radar system and kind of show those lightning strikes.
Yeah, so we've got the entire line right now, and so this is the area here that remains under the tornado warning. So at the moment, that's the only warning that we've got across this entire line. Now, there's still some strong storms in northern Alabama that have severe storm warnings with them, so we'll keep an eye on them. Right now they're moving almost east, but we'll see if they may move northward a bit to move into Lincoln County, back into the Franklin County area. But that's the entire line showing up here with about 300 or so lightning strikes here for us at the moment. Right now you can see that while there's still rain in parts of Nashville, Davidson County, most of this is now to the east and southeast of Nashville. So it's Rutherford County here, back over into Christiana. That's the area that has the most danger here at this particular time. And so you can see it north of Shelbyville. Again, there's actually, we now have a brand new warning where we're talking about the warning in southern Middle Tennessee. So there is now a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for those folks down in the Giles County area, Pulaski, that would push over into Lincoln County and Fayetteville if it happens to hold together. But we go back in here, and this is what Henry and Matt were talking about. It's the area where you see this green and red. While it's loosened up, it's not as tight as it was a moment ago. We still have this area here that may have a little bit of a danger to it. So if you're down around Rutherford County back into Christiana, this is where we're seeing this rotation right now. It is continuing to move on off here to the northeast. These storms have been moving at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. As we come in a little closer, you can see the Versailles community. But as it continues to make its way to the northeast, you've got Barfield, and actually the brand new update coming in. So the rotation right now would be back over around Barfield, back into the Crescent area. There we are a little closer to Christiana, and you can see moving here northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So those of you in the Rucker community, be on guard. If you are in this area, get to your safe place now. Grab the iPad, grab the phone, take it with you. We are streaming live there, and until we give you the clearance to come back out, get into your safe place, whether it's the basement. Some of you may be fortunate enough to have a tornado safe room since the Barfield tornado years ago, and others down in Rutherford County. Many of you in this community have put in tornado shelters down here, so get into it right now. If you don't have one, lowest floor possible in your home. If you're a one-level home, then go into the interior room, a room preferably without any windows, bathroom. Get in the bathtub, grab the pillow, get the kids in a bicycle helmet to put over their head in the event that stuff starts to fall. So again, from Barfield to Crescent, down to near Christiana, and then those of you in the Rucker community, this storm cell is moving your way. So if you are in Rucker right now, go ahead, get in your safe place until this storm is through here. But guys, it continues to have quite a bit of a punch as we look at the rotation with this storm cell.
And we're sitting over here, we're looking at the Skynet site right now down in Murfreesboro. And quite the light show, some blinding sheet rain, very, very intense rain that's falling at this time, and just kind of scanning across the Rutherford County sky in Murfreesboro. The problem, as we've discussed, Leland and Matt, is that it is well after sunset. So anything detected is going to be radar detected, or you will see through lightning flashes or even power flashes, things that we do not want to see, especially after the day we've had. But again, right now, folks, we are looking at our SkyNet camera down in Murfreesboro, really just looking across the town square right now and not seeing anything in the form of rotation. Now, that's certainly good news, but we still need to continue to watch that closely. Matt, I know you've even got kind of the radar indications pulled up right now with some very intense rain that's going on.
Yeah, so it seems like the rain is packing even more of a punch now as this system continues to continue east. We have the tornado warning now in effect for Bedford and Rutherford County until 7:45. It's currently 7:30 here on this Saturday evening, so another 15 minutes this tornado warning is going to remain in effect. We'll put this on a 1-hour loop just to kind of give you an idea of the direction these storms are moving. So if you live in the community of, say, Woodbury, Smithville, Watertown, this storm's going to miss, this particular warning cell is going to miss you in Watertown, but Woodbury, Smithville, you need to go ahead and be prepared now as this system is heading in your direction. We'll do a quick track on this where we see the area of rotation right now. So another 15 minutes, we'll take it out, about 20-25 minutes just to kind of give you an idea of what we're expecting over the next 20-30 minutes or so. So if you live in places like Plainview, Dilton, or Floriton, the system's going to be in your area come 7:45, and then the town of Kittrell by around 7:48. So you need to take cover as this warning remains on the map for another 15 minutes or so and continues to march eastward.
So as we continue to track this, looking again live outside from our cameras there, quite the light show that's been going on down in Murfreesboro as we are tracking this storm right now that continues to move through the Murfreesboro area as a tornado warned storm. You know, it's been rare today, but enjoying every chance we can to give good news. The thunderstorm warning for Giles and Lawrence counties has expired, so that is certainly good news. Still keeping a close eye on it. The only active warning is Bedford and Rutherford County, the tornado warning until 7:45 this evening. So looking at the rotation, switching it back over on storm relative velocity, and that rotation, it's right over Christiana. It's going right over Highway 231, and just putting a track on this for cities that will be impacted, as well as kind of really looking at the latest with this. And again, the warning set to go for just a little bit more time down there. Let me show you what we're kind of watching right now. You've got where that rotation is, again, right around the Christiana area, and then again, going right over parts of I-24 eventually. But here's where the rotation is. Not as tightly wound as what we saw earlier, but still enough to prompt that tornado warning. So this will be moving through Rucker right about now, Gum at 7:35, Floriton at 7:41. Of course, Murfreesboro, nighttime, we really want people to make sure that they are in their tornado safe spaces. This is one of those situations, of course, with it being after dark that you can't actually see anything with the naked eye. And we have to rely on radar. We have to rely on Mother Nature in the form of power flashes and lightning. But this warning continuing until 7:45 now. If you are just joining us this evening, it has been a very active day, and we have, I believe, a total of 6 confirmed fatalities in Davidson County. We also have, 6 confirmed fatalities total, 3 in Davidson County, 3 in Montgomery County. Sadly, one of those in Montgomery County, a child. We know there's about 23 people that are being treated in the hospital. Emily, I believe, as far as some of those numbers go, you have some of the latest on the storms as they've been packing a punch in the area.
Yeah, Henry, we continue to get updates into our newsroom from officials all across the mid-state. Again, as this developing situation continues, just to update what you were saying, what we're hearing from Montgomery County officials, unfortunately, 3 people died due to these storms, 2 adults and 1 child, and a total of 23 people were injured. They say they're very much still in search and rescue mode across the county and specifically in Clarksville, and that will continue for hours to come. Hearing from Nashville officials as well, 3 people died due to the storms on Nesbitt Lane. Teams there also continuing to assess the damage, searching for anyone else who may have been impacted by these storms, and that will continue. In Springfield, A little bit of good news there. Hearing from officials, no one was killed in Springfield, only minor injuries reported as they continue to assess the storm damage there. And in Dixon County, a similar situation, only a few minor injuries reported there across the county, but still seeing widespread damage in all of these areas. We have not heard any official reports from officials in Sumner County, so we're still waiting to hear from them. Again, we had crews out in Hendersonville. Bree Smith also gave us an update from Hendersonville. Have not got an update on any possible fatalities or injuries. This is a photo of Nesbitt Lane you're looking at here. Again, just one of the many photos we've been getting into our newsroom throughout the afternoon and evening, just showing the extent of these storms. And again, the damage so widespread all across the mid-state. We're listing multiple cities, multiple counties here impacted. And as you know, cleanup will be continuing for some time there. And we are continuing to get updates from our crews as well. They are out all across the area. I've got a couple out in Clarksville, also in Hendersonville, continuing to monitor. Again, now that it's dark, people starting to do some cleanup. It may be challenging as they've lost daylight, and this will, pick up again in the morning. And as you guys mentioned, the cold weather moving in will be kind of the next challenge that we'll be facing as we move into cleanup mode tomorrow and in the days ahead.
And Emily, as you see that area right there, we'll note that Nesbitt Lane is where we believe the 3 fatalities are from Metro Nashville. And I do think they're saying here as well, 2 adults and a child. So right now it looks like 4 adults, 2 children when you combine the storms in Nashville and in Clarksville. Nesbitt Lane, if you were driving I-65 and you get to Old Hickory Boulevard and you get off at OHB, you would go maybe a block or 2 north of OHB, and it would be between I-65 and Gallatin Pike. So it would be a little bit north of the OHB area. If you think of getting off at OHB and you head back to Gallatin Pike and you think of where the Cornerstone Church is at, this would be a couple of blocks in behind Cornerstone Church. So our prayers are definitely with those folks there and in Montgomery County and everywhere. Even if you just have damage right now, that's something that folks are going to have to go through with the recovery process.
Andrew and Lucas, do we have the video, the TDOT video of the tornado as it was crossing right there loaded? I know we had, okay, we had some sent of a TDOT camera that showed that tornado as it was moving across, which would have been the tornado that hit Nesbitt Lane. But again, we'll get that to you when we can. Emily, we do have crews all around the area, so we'll send it back over to you to send it out to our crews in the field.
That's right. We are continuing to monitor the conditions. Let's head out to News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser, who is in Clarksville. She has been monitoring the situation out there for the last several hours. Nikki, what's the latest there?
Yeah, hey Emily, we are in a neighborhood right now along Henry Place Boulevard in Clarksville, and these are some tough images to take in. This is a neighborhood where people live, and this is really what took me aback right when we came in here. What you're seeing is some sort of truck just absolutely plunged into the side of a home here. You can see that truck flipped over on its side, wheels up there. And then when you keep looking, you just see more damage as we go around this neighborhood. Look up, you can see those windows broken out. And each time you look at a different house to your left here, you can see even more damage. A lot to the roofs of these homes. Look down and you can see damage to these cars. Debris absolutely everywhere. We're standing on it. You can imagine some of this wood and some of this debris just flying in the air. Well, what we're learning tonight is that 3 people have died so far in Montgomery County. We've also learned 3 people have died in Davidson County. A lot of heartbroken families tonight. We're also learning at least 23 people are recovering in the hospital. So this is hitting home for a lot of people, quite literally, in Clarksville. The note is very somber. We've seen neighbors walking around just taking all of this in. We've seen cars going back and forth very slowly. We've seen people with flashlights looking for whatever they're looking for tonight. So of course, this is something we're going to be following up on as we continue to survey the damage in people's homes tonight. Live in Clarksville, Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And of course, we have mentioned before, but we want to bring this up again, multiple shelters opening up in the Clarksville area. Nikki mentioned all the people who have been impacted by the storms. This is important information to pass along. Clarksville police telling us there is a shelter at Northeast High School on Trenton Road, also in Montgomery County, the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road for any people in that area, and Manna Cafe Ministries has opened up. They are located on D Street. So people are gathering to try to help folks in Clarksville who have been impacted by these storms. Guys, I'll send it back over to you as we continue to track a little bit more that's moving through the area here. This just doesn't seem to stop.
Yeah, the key thing right now is the tornado warning that's over Rutherford County. That's the one. I think we probably can clear Bedford County from this, even though it does show maybe a small part of it. The core of the storm right now is between Christiana and Murfreesboro.
Yeah, and so looking at some of that rotation, here's a good sign. That rotation has certainly let up a good bit across the area. It would be right over 24 and Highway 41. But as that rotation continues to let up, hopefully that means the warning will be allowed to expire coming up in 6 minutes. Even seeing from the Weather Service, they are talking about that the rotation is weakening. They are going to keep the warning, though, until its expiration time, just in case it tries to tighten back up again. And as far as the line of storms itself, as we widen the view, the story will become in the next couple of hours, the cold air moving in as the warm air will gradually be pushed out from this front and from this severe weather, what has now become a severe weather outbreak with numerous tornadoes that will be confirmed by the folks over at the National Weather Service. So taking a look at things here when it comes to the temperature difference, you can see where that colder air is back towards St. Louis, Indianapolis. We're going to see that pushing in as we roll through the overnight hours. And unfortunately, that colder air is going to stick around for a couple of days for folks that are not fans of the cooler air. So looking at, again, the warnings that we've got, one tornado warning. I want to go down to Lincoln County because remember that was a severe thunderstorm warning just a little bit ago. I want to take a look at some of the velocity in this little bit of rotation that we need to keep an eye on in northern parts of Lincoln County, Matt. But those are the two areas of concern, at least at this time. Also, real quick, before we take a look at yours, Matt, we've been reporting all evening that sadly the Davidson County fatalities came from the Nesbitt Lane area. That's right there at 65 near Old Hickory. This is video from one of the TDOT SmartWay cameras as what is likely now a tornado began to develop and then cross over the area. You can see the folks from the TDOT site moving the camera around. I think the video itself may be about a minute 13. I can't remember exactly where it was in the time that you started to see that actual funnel extending and touching down. I think this may be it coming up right here, but this would be video. That was a power flash right there, so it would be somewhat rain wrap. This would be the video of the tornado that sadly has left. That's a power flash too. Notice the sparks coming up from the ground in this video. So that's actually the tornado. This is from earlier. This is not now. This is earlier this evening. The tornado, that's another power flash right there. So that's indicating that is a tornado that was on the ground. And sadly now we know that it has led to several fatalities. Look at that right there.
Wow.
That is very well defined. And those power flashes are generators, they are power lines, they are structures. And sadly, guys, we know that they are homes as well in that area with those power flashes. Goodness, that one looks like it led to an explosion. I didn't see that far into the video with the explosion and likely some smoke coming into it along with the debris that's coming up on that. But this is what we now know has led to 3 fatalities in Davidson County. This is the tornado that moved through.
And again, we hope that that's the extent of it on the fatalities, but Metro Fire is still out there, and so they're investigating that damage. And we saw the picture a moment ago that from Emily on just how severe some of the damage is on Nesbitt Lane.
Yeah, and that's just unfortunately consistent with what we've seen all day from multiple different cells in this line of storms that did produce tornadoes. They were not your garden variety type of storms. These were strong tornadoes that caused structural damage, not only dropped power lines, but caused unrepairable damage to homes, mobile homes, and businesses. The photos continue to flood in tonight, especially from Clarksville and north of Clarksville there in Montgomery County, just of unfortunately all of the damage to homes. Several reports of people that have suffered total catastrophic losses to their homes tonight. And unfortunately, we've confirmed the loss of life as well. Now, we're still watching one tornado warning on the map tonight, and that is for Rutherford County. Looks like it's about to expire.
So they've actually
They
gone
just
on
expired
and
it.
expired it
Okay.
a few minutes early.
That is
So
some
that's
good news.
If I'm not mistaken, it should drop off the map in just a moment, but if I'm not mistaken, we are finally warning free for the first time in about 8 hours.
Yeah.
And the watch itself still in effect for some of our counties. We'll see more counties pulled from that, but this is a good sign that energy is really being depleted from the atmosphere, guys, and it'll
Yes.
calm down.
Yeah, definitely a good sign, but until you are pulled from the tornado watch, don't let your guard down,
Yes.
especially those of you from Cannon County, DeKalb County, and back over toward the Cumberland Plateau. Yes, it's weakening, and that's good. We hope it will continue to do that, but don't let your guard down until this storm system is east of you and you have been pulled from the tornado watch.
So as far as the big concerns now, it's all the damage that we have seen. It's some of the destruction we have seen. We've got crews that are out there covering everything as well. You can see that tornado watch that continues. But a day where we saw live on Skynet cameras, actual tornadoes, what will be confirmed tornadoes moving through the area. And lots of devastation. Of course, you were driving in just as things got pretty active this afternoon and got here just in time before it really moved across 65.
Yeah, I was driving in just as the tornado warning was being issued for Davidson County. So I got into the station before it started to hit, but I would have driven right through that area near Nesbitt Lane where we saw, and there's several videos that we're trying to get approval to use them for from the people who shot them. But there's one that I retweeted a moment ago, and you can see a clear, defined explosion happen in that video along Nesbitt Lane.
That's some of the most shocking video I've seen in some time. So our thoughts and prayers, that's what I'm going to be left with tonight, is just thoughts and prayers for everyone who suffered damage, a loss of life. This will be a memorable system. We'll remember this for a long time, of course, leading up to the holidays.
Absolutely, and sadly coming up on the 2-year anniversary, of course, of the Kentucky tornadoes. But Emily, I believe you've got some new information over there to share with us.
Yeah, guys, I'm continuing to monitor our power outages. Of course, so many people across the area are still without power and will be for many hours. We're just getting some updates into the newsroom. About 43,000 people without power, according to NES, so that's in the Nashville area. In Montgomery County, we've got about 19,000. Cheatham County, 15,000. Robertson County, 25,000. Stewart County, 7,800. And Sumner County, 3,600. So again, just shows how widespread these storms were and just how many people were impacted by them. When we've got all these power lines down all across the area, that continues to be a concern. And officials, emergency crews continue to reiterate, they want to keep people off the streets if possible. If you're able to stay home, keep those roads clear. That's critical at this time, as many of these counties are still in search and recovery mode. They're still assessing this damage. They still have crews out and about. They want to be able to have a clear path to be able to get where they're going. And we've heard all night about the traffic concerns in Hendersonville, how so many roads have been blocked. So we want to keep those as clear as possible for people who need to get out and do their job. But again, we've got crews out across the area. We're going to be continuing to check in with them throughout the evening as we monitor the latest, as many people are just beginning to assess the damage that they're seeing in these areas. We have another photo just coming into the newsroom. This is some of the damage that we saw near Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Again, one of the hardest hit areas that we've been following throughout the night. Fort Campbell Boulevard was a road that we've had a crew out on earlier this evening, monitoring the conditions out there. And as you can see, just not much left there. That's what we've seen across that entire area, with some strip malls, some homes just wiped out in that area, as well as throughout Clarksville. Just a really heartbreaking scene to see there. And of course, we did confirm, Montgomery County officials telling us 3 people died because of these storms, 2 adults and 1 child in Montgomery County, as well as 23 people injured. So just a heartbreaking scene there. This is video we are just getting in of an explosion in Madison. This is new to the newsroom. Again, one of the hardest hit areas in Davidson County would have been in the Madison area, as we've continued to monitor this area of Nesbitt Lane, where we were getting reports of 3 fatalities there, but just a scary sight there. Can you imagine? I mean, that just Look at the flames. Look at the smoke coming
I think
from
that's
that.
when the tornado, Emily, was crossing over, and we saw that big
saw in the
smoke
video.
plume that came through. That I'm betting that's from the same thing, the size of that explosion right there.
And we also have that TDOT video we were showing you earlier, Henry, you were referencing. This is again the Nesbitt Lane area where we believe the fatalities were. And this shows a really scary situation. I mean, you can really see that tornado forming and touching the ground, as you were telling us earlier, Henry.
Yeah, and so as it's moving across, of course, that video that you just showed that just came in the newsroom, as we kind of get further into this, we were all just watching this. You can see a lot of power flashes on the ground there, indicating that tornado is on the ground. You can actually see somewhat of a debris cloud circulating around it, but there's a power flash, there's a power flash. Just towards the end of this, that you saw that very orange coloring with that explosion and that huge smoke plume that started to come in. And I mean, there are tons of power flashes with this, sadly, as that tornado was moving through. But the video that you just referenced, Emily, I'm betting that is from this right here, that explosion. Because the bright orange that you saw on your video, right there, and look at the smoke plume that comes up behind it. So I'm wondering what that is. I mean, clearly you can kind of see in the distance the tornado behind those apartments. But and here's the video of the apartments again. So there's that explosion, that fireball. I'm curious.
That's the fourth video I've seen of that. So there are 4 different videos, four of many. But again, you're right. As the tornado's coming through, bam, it hits something. I don't know if it's just a gas explosion there or a gas line, but several people reported that even before we had the video coming in. Right. But here's another look at that tornado moving through.
Yeah, and so this is everything you're seeing, those are not lightning strikes, those are power flashes. This is the power lines being hit, this could be the transformer stations being hit. But this is really impressive stuff there, right there. That's did that hit maybe one of those
if there's anybody in that area who knows what's up, hit us up with an email. Don't leave. If you know what it is from your home, hit us up with an email if you happen to live nearby. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's a power station or some gas line or something, but you clearly see an explosion.
And you know, normally when you get power flashes, it's the wires being pulled out of the generators on power poles. But an explosion that large, something clearly was hit.
Especially when you think about the smoke that happened right after it.
And just the kind of fireball that came up with that. And again, this right there, there it is. And there's that fireball that shoots up. You know, I don't want to speculate on what that may be. Multiple angles right there. Sadly, we do know that's near the Nesbitt area that you were talking about, though, Emily, where we have the fatalities as well and numerous power outages. But really just some very shocking video to see this evening of that just fireball.
Guys, we have seen a tornado warning just issued for Bedford and Coffee County, so we should probably go back to radar. Just some shocking video, powerful video of that tornado that moved through the Nesbitt Lane area. And once again, this storm just continues to carry on with the instability and the capabilities of producing rotation in the atmosphere. So the National Weather Service has now issued a tornado warning for Bedford and Coffee counties. I'm not seeing much of any type of hook echo signature on this particular scan, but the National Weather Service does see enough evidence on radar right now to warrant that tornado warning until for about the next 20 minutes or so. We'll move over to velocity mode. So this is now east of Murfreesboro. We're looking now at the areas between Kittrell and Woodbury. So you need to take cover immediately if you're in these areas, as we do have confirmed rotation on radar this evening for places like Tullahoma, Manchester. If you're in those communities, you want to go ahead and take cover immediately. Just east, I believe this is Lake Normandy you see here. If you live near the lake, this storm is heading in your direction in the Flat Creek area, right overhead immediately right now. So let's do a quick track of the future movement of this storm. We'll go out about 35 minutes or so, and that puts it in Bottle Hollow at 8 o'clock, so 8 minutes from now. The community of Willow Grove at 8:07. The town of Tullahoma, which is a very populated community, 8:15. This storm will make it into your area, so it'll be interesting to see if the warning holds all the way past 8:15 or if it expires. But we are seeing some signs of some rotation in Bedford and Coffee counties this evening. So unfortunately, gentlemen, this storm just refuses to completely weaken for the evening as we watch it now head towards our plateau counties.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch that excuse me, tornado warning moving over the Tullahoma area right now, the only active warning we have, Bedford, Coffee counties till 8:15. So let me go on and put stop this looping here, and I'm going to put a storm track on this. We'll give you some of the towns, some of the cities, and the name of this as this storm continues with that easterly movement right now. Again, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So as we take a look at things and put a storm track on this, we're going to give you some of the cities right there along that leading edge. It goes until 8:15, so that's about 20 minutes from now. We'll take it out 25 minutes in this case on tracking. And it puts it right around county line here in 4 minutes. It'll move it into Raysville around 8:01. Ledford's Mill at 8:05. 8:07 in the Westwood area. 8:09 in Tullahoma. Anderson at 8:12. And 8:17 the Rutledge Falls area. So really certainly another area of concern. The rotation that is associated with this right now that has prompted this warning, it's somewhat well defined, but not as impressive as some of the other rotation we've seen. It does not mean to let your guard down, but that's the area that we're watching. It's right there, that leading edge of the storm. And then that's it for the warnings. In fact, Matt, you've got pulled up as counties will slowly be taken out of the watch area as we continue through the evening. And I know you've been watching some of that as well, Leland, with some of those. In fact, we'll punch up your system right now on some of the things that you were tracking there.
Yeah, and just kind of keeping an eye on this area here because it's the one with the tornado warning right now. So it's Bedford County, it's Coffee County right now. It's out for about another 20 minutes until 8:15. So those of you here in the Coffee County area, the storm is moving your way. So right now it's just to the west-southwest of you. But if you are in this southern part of Coffee County, back over near Manchester, and just a little sliver here of the Bedford County area, it's kind of a unique outline as far as this warning polygon is concerned. But right now you see the Flat Creek community back around 8:15 is when the warning will expire, but continuing now to move racing on off toward the northeast. So those of you around Normandy, and again, if you're in Tullahoma, the southeastern part here of Coffee County, watch out because the storm cell is pushing your way. So here's a little closer view. We'll identify a few streets through here. Lake Elaine, Hilltop Road, back into the Bottle Hollow community, back over around Smith Chapel Road. And then if you're at John Brinkley Road, Powell Hollow Road, back over near Willow Grove, back around Sherman's Creek Road, this is moving your way. So if you're in these communities, even though it's not raining your way, you are under a warning. Go ahead and get into your safe place. Pull this back out. That's it when you look at the warnings right now. This area here, Bedford County, Coffee County, we'll continue to keep an eye on northern Alabama for a few of the storm warnings down there. But right now, just a little bit of rotation that still continues to show up with this as it moves on off toward the northeast. And Matt and Henry right now, this is it. They continue to trim a few counties off of the tornado watch. But as we noted earlier, until they remove you from the tornado watch, you need to stay weather aware.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it's going to be a few more hours before all the counties are removed. But Matt, you've actually got the tornado watch up right now in the counties that have been removed.
Yeah, that's right. So that includes Davidson, Sumner, Allen and Barron County, Monroe County, Kentucky. Williamson and Murray, you're pretty much all but clear this evening. You should be safe in those areas. We're still watching the tornado warnings in southeastern Bedford County, as well as Coffee County, the community of Normandy, and there near the lake. And this watch is going to go in, is going to remain in effect until around 11 o'clock tonight as this line of showers and storms continue to push eastward over the next couple of hours. We've just really genuinely been hoping that the storms would lose intensity, and many areas of this line of storms has weakened, although lots of intense lightning still to the north of Carthage and the community of Rickman. Need to watch out for some straight line winds and maybe some lightning there. But now the only warning on the map, just east of Shelbyville, we're watching now the community of Tullahoma, Manchester, as this system continues to race towards the east at about 40 miles per hour or so. I'll throw a loop on the imagery. And Henry, now I think I'm seeing a little bit of rotation out of this signature. Just to the west of Tullahoma, we see a little bit of rotation trying to form there. So I think that's what the National Weather Service is seeing, and why they have went ahead and issued the warning for that community. We'll take it over to velocity scan, and you can see what we're looking at on velocity, areas of green and red, winds moving to and from the radar. So when we see those that convergence of the green and red, that's when we know we have some rotation in the clouds. That line stretches all the way from Albany, Kentucky, down through Cookeville, through Murfreesboro, into Shelbyville, Fayetteville. Still some very intense rain and lightning. We still have the tornado warning in effect for Bedford and Coffee counties until about 8:15. So another 15 minutes or so. Going to pull up another product we have. We're going to see what we're looking like in the way of potentially some hail. Not so much producing a lot of hail, so that's a little bit of good news. But we do see the shear product confirming right there just south of Shelbyville, picking up on some shear. And what that means is winds moving in different directions as they climb throughout the atmosphere from the surface, and that's the type of environment that is promotive of tornadoes. So we do have the warnings still in effect right now for Bedford and Coffee counties here at about 8 o'clock, about another 15 minutes or so as this system continues to slide through Middle Tennessee on what's been a very active evening on this Saturday. Here's a wider scan. We'll throw the loop back on as these storms continue to slide to the east. And I also see a gust front, a line of storms getting going out ahead of this system in northern Alabama that's slowly sliding into southern Tennessee east of Fayetteville. And in my experience, when you see this line out here get going and converge with the main line, and I don't want to speculate this is what's going to happen, but in my experience, I've noticed when this happens, when these lines converge, when you have storms get going out ahead of the main line, what you'll see happen is that leading line of storms will actually rob some energy from the main line. So that's something that I'm hoping may occur here in the next 15, 20 minutes or so on that leading edge, or that outflow boundary that's setting up east of Fayetteville this evening. I'll do a quick, I'll zoom in here really quick and do another track. As if you live in the community of Hillsboro, you need to go ahead and take shelter immediately, as this is proving to be a very violent section of the storm. The Flat Creek community receiving some hail, very intense lightning right now. We're seeing a little bit of low rotation in the radar signature. Just checking the chat rooms with the National Weather Service. Not noticing too much in the way of hail. This is strictly more of a wind type of concern here as this line, leading edge of storms, continues to march forward through Tullahoma. Let's do a quick track. About 30 minutes eastward, it would put it in the Tullahoma area now around 8:10 p.m. If you live in the community of Rutledge Falls, 8:21, Blackjack, 8:25, and 8:30 in the city of Manchester this evening. That's the anticipated arrival of this particular area of the storms that could be possibly producing a tornado. No confirmations just yet, or I can't even say it. It's been a long day. I think we've been on air for 7 hours now, but no visuals right now out of this particular segment of the storm.
And so there you see what's happening right now. Do want to go to our other computer here, and again we'll kind of lay the lay of the land. And it's the southern counties and the eastern counties right now that have the higher risk of severe weather. Where you see, let's say, from Nashville back to Dixon County, areas west and northwest of Nashville have been cleared from the tornado watch, and you are now in the clear as far as severe weather is concerned. As Matt was talking about, we continue to keep an eye on those storms back over to the northeast. And so until you are cleared from this tornado watch, stay weather aware, because like the one we saw earlier down around Murfreesboro, and now this one here in Coffee County, until the line is through here, there is still the possibility that more severe storms or even another tornado warning or two could pop until this storm is completely across the area. But as you look at the map right now, from south central Kentucky into Smithville, down to Shelbyville, into southern Alabama, we still have the line of showers and storms. I will say the amount of lightning has decreased. So this is the lightning counter, the lightning track, and it shows you the lightning count for what's on screen at the moment. So in the last 15 minutes here, we have had just about 190 lightning strikes here across the area. Again, that number continues to decrease, but it is counting the number of lightnings in the view that you see on your television set at the moment. Right now, we go down to our south. This is the tornado warning that continues now for about another 10 minutes for Bedford County and Coffee County as the storm continues to move on off toward the northeast. Now, those of you in Lincoln County, Fayetteville, back into parts of Moore County, you still have strong rain, strong lightning that is moving your way. Then on the backside of that, we continue to see rain around the Pulaski area, Giles County, and back around the Lawrence County area. But this is the storm right now that's the biggest, and it looks like, Matt, they've just expanded that tornado warning to include more of Coffee County right now. We'll see if they've cleared. So at the moment, it still looks like a little part of Bedford County is here in this tornado warning, but there is now a brand new warning to include more of Coffee County and Tullahoma and now the Manchester area. But here are some of the storms right now, and the streets, so Carr Creek Road, those of you around Montlow, Community College Road, Bedford Mill Road, the Flowertown community, the storm is either right on top of you right now, or in the case of Flowertown, Riley Creek Road, getting ready to move your way as those storms continue to move east-northeast. So those of you in the Terra Estates area, Tullahoma, East Lincoln, Rutledge Falls Road, Rutledge Community, Mount View Road, be ready. This storm cell is moving your way. You are under a tornado warning right now, so go ahead, get to your safe place. There's a wider view, and we were talking a moment ago, Matt, this is the warning we have been tracking, but here now the new larger warning that includes more of the Coffee County area and now including Manchester.
Yeah, that's right, Leland. So your velocity scan there confirming what the National Weather Service is seeing, and they felt the need to expand that polygon to include a larger or wider area of Bedford and Coffee County. So it'll be interesting to see if this warning continues to extend past the 8:15 hour. Here we are on the Saturday evening, about 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. I'm meteorologist Matt Stevens here with Leland Statham and Henry Rothenberg, all here in the Storm 5 Weather Center. We've been tracking this system for the last several hours, and it has produced numerous tornadoes, straight line winds, lightning has been an issue as well. And these tornadoes have caused considerable damage to much of Middle Tennessee, spanning from Clarksville all the way into Bowling Green, Kentucky, Hendersonville, and Gallatin. Right now, we continue to focus on the tornado warning in Bedford County and Coffee County. right now, as this particular section of the storm seems to be intensifying and producing signs of some rotation. Just got word from our director, Lucas, that Bree is back on the line this evening with a live report. Bree, how are you doing up there in Hendersonville?
We are safe, and we're so grateful for that. And Matt, Henry, Leland, you guys are doing an incredible job tonight. Thank you so much. This has been a really scary day and a difficult day for folks across Middle Tennessee. I'll tell you, in Hendersonville, which is where I am, it appears from the people that I've spoken to and from what I've observed that most of the damage is concentrated on the north side of Main Street through Hendersonville. The south side, while there is debris, does not have nearly the damage that the businesses on the north side of the street were. And it starts, or at least I have good friends in town that are small business owners, and they went and surveyed their own business and gave these reports to me. That near Old Shackle and Main Street, there's a home there of a woman who runs a medical office here in town, and there is a hole in the center of her home. And if you track on the north side of Main Street from that point, from Old Shackle and Main, and you move eastward, on the north side of the street, there is a very large kind of fun attraction business. It's called Big Play. They've got bowling alleys, they've got arcade games, they've got a bunch of fun things that kids can do, restaurant, and that was severely damaged. Beyond that point, the tornado apparently moved across a small business called Acai Addiction. It's where they make acai bowls. Damaged that. It went behind it where there's a train track here in town, and then moved further along the northern portion of Main Street. There is a Halloween store. It's often like a party goods store during Halloween. They have costumes, of course, but all throughout the year, it is a party supply store. They're right next to a business called Miscellaneous, next to a popular deli in town called Saks Deli. Well, that party supply store, the roof is completely caved in. And as you continue further along Main Street, just maybe 50 yards down the road, is what used to be a Kroger. It's now an All Air Extreme and a Walgreens. And behind that Walgreens is an automotive business where, again, the roof almost looks like it was kind of lifted off and wrapped around the side. You know, what really struck me when I observed it was there were 5 people just standing in the parking lot looking at the business. And you can tell that there are small business owners in this town that are just observing with just shock and, dismay at what's left of their structures. Just across the street, this is now Main Street, Indian Lake. Just across the street from that is a building that has been rapidly under construction in the Publix parking lot on Indian Lake in Maine. There's a Publix there. There's a Slim Chickens, and they've recently been building a Raising Cane's. And the top brick portion of that Raising Cane's was entirely removed from that structure and left in the nearby roadways. There's quite a bit of debris that still litters Main Street. The police have darn near shut down Main Street in all directions, in all arteries, which has made traffic along Indian Lake, which is a main way to get to 386. And same thing on the eastern portion of town as you approach the edge of Hendersonville and Gallatin. There's large traffic jams there because of the fact that folks can't move on Main Street. Main Street is such a central artery that parallels 386. The sounds of ambulance and fire trucks and emergency crews are really the only thing that permeates the air at this point. The entire city is dark. There's no power. I know some people were trying to leave and head to downtown Nashville. They had found hotels that were open because with this many without power and this kind of destruction, it's difficult to know how long this is going to take for cleanup across the area. I even spoke with my son's 4th grade teacher, and the tornado passed right over her house. And she specifically said, and I quote, "We have a good bit of work to do here at our house, and we will begin cleanup tomorrow. We could feel the suction over us as we were getting in the basement. It even sucked out the interior scuttle hole closure in the attic. Please check in when you have a moment." She was asking all the students' parents if they were okay because even though she experienced a tornado, she was trying to check on her kiddos and their families. I will also say that northern portion of Main Street that I was talking about that has experienced significant damage, it continues, towards the Bluegrass Yacht Club golf course is right on the north side there, and there's a neighborhood there. It's across the street from the YMCA. Damage continues all across that point towards the Gammons Farmers Market, and that's right where 386 intersects with Main Street as you begin to sort of make the transition from Hendersonville into Gallatin. And the traffic is just as crazy as you try to get there from folks that are either fleeing or just trying to check on their businesses or their neighbors. Again, with there being no power, it's difficult to even see side streets. You know, we've been saying it all night. We don't want you folks out and about. I went out as a trained meteorologist. I offered help and assistance to 3 people that I discovered, and I made sure to keep a safe distance from power lines and from first responders. At this point, we need to let those folks do their job, and we want everyone that is at least in a safe place, whether or not it has power, to just hunker down and be as safe as possible. I haven't heard any other reports of damage from the Hendersonville area, but it does look like that northern portion of Main Street was really significantly damaged, which is a central artery. And just on the south side of that, at that Indian Lake and Main intersection, that's where 3 significant schools are. That's Ellis Middle School, Hendersonville High School, and Nanny Berry Elementary. There are 3 schools right there that just butt up right up against each other. I did not observe damage to either one of those schools. But again, with it being so dark, it was very difficult it was quite literally just the illumination of lightning strikes periodically that allowed me to see how sound the roofs looked on some of these structures. So clearly that will come with daybreak, that will come with fresh light, that will come with inspections. And there's going to be a lot of work and a lot of cleanup. Like I said, even my son's 4th grade teacher said that cleanup begins tomorrow. I already sent her a message saying, we'll come, we'll help. We want to do anything we can because this is just a community that has been so hard hit tonight.
Bree, we've received multiple reports that Bluegrass Country Club took a direct hit. Are you near that? It sounds like you're near that area currently.
We are. So it's about a quarter to a half mile from here, and that would align with what I saw with police activity and from the trajectory of the damage that was moving. When you're traveling down Main Street, if you're moving in an eastward direction, the YMCA eventually is on your right-hand side, and Bluegrass Country Club is on your left, and it's got a beautiful golf course that surrounds it. But that country club is kind of up on, I wouldn't call it a hill, but the golf course has some nice sort of just up and down kind of undulations to it, and they perched that country club right on the top. So it clearly has a beautiful view of the golf course, and I would say it's probably 100, maybe 150 yards off of the main road. But that would align with the trajectory, and the immediate neighborhood around that is also a pretty significant neighborhood, and it aligns with a train track that runs through Hendersonville and the Greenway. On the other side, and police weren't letting folks drive. They had shut down the intersection on both sides of that, and you have to, the only time I've ever been to Bluegrass Country Club was for a Christmas party for my husband's company a year ago, and with a Saturday night, I'm not sure what they might have had going on there, but they've hosted significant fundraisers, they've hosted significant balls there, they've hosted significant holiday parties, with it being a Saturday in December. My hope is that they didn't have a significant amount of people inside, but I have not heard direct reports.
All right, thank you, Bree. And as we get back to Matt here in a second, I do want to say this. We have a joint statement from the mayor of Hendersonville, Jamie Clary, and the mayor of Gallatin, Paige Brown. And they have both said that the cities of Hendersonville and Gallatin have experienced significant damage due to tornadoes earlier this evening. At this time, they're working, so they're asking people to stay off the roadways up there. But they're also saying that they are working to establish Red Cross shelters in Gallatin and in Hendersonville. So Bree said some folks were trying to find a hotel room. Stay on the city pages, social media pages for the city of Gallatin and the city of Hendersonville, And as soon as I'm sure they have updates on shelters that may be open for Red Cross, that information will be updated. But right now, Matt, our key concern is this tornado warning that is over Coffee County. Bedford County just cleared from that warning.
Yeah, so in effect now that is extended until 8:30 tonight. So another 13 minutes or so for Coffee County. It's really the leading edge of this storm right here that is producing the concern. So if there indeed is not an actual tornado, I can definitely tell you there are some very intense straight line winds, because you see the bowing segment, the curvature in the leading edge of the line right here. You see that little bit of curvature there, and that is inflow, or excuse me, those are winds basically so intense feeding into the thunderstorm and pushing the rain signature out in advance of the main line. When you see that curvature there, you have very intense straight line winds that can produce damage, sometimes just as great as a tornado. But still, we do have certain ingredients in place right now that has prompted the tornado warning in Coffee County that is in effect for about another 15 minutes or so there in Coffee County as this system continues to move east. We've got very intense lightning as well. Looks like a little bit of a hail signature there also. And then also somewhat of an outflow boundary trying to get going out ahead of the main line. I talked about this a little bit earlier, and guys, feel free to chime in if you want to on this, but in my experience, when you see this line get going, an outflow boundary out ahead of the main line, that is trying to steal some of the available energy from the main segment of the storm. I am hoping that's what's happening right now. This is not any severe weather right now, a little bit of lightning and some heavy rain, but my hope is that this will steal some of the energy from this main line, and the National Weather Service will be allowed or able to expire this warning in Coffee County here in about 15 minutes or so.
All right, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Also, too, we'll widen this view just a bit. That's the warning that's out now for the Coffee County area. Again, as Matt pointed out, that storm cell weakening. So the warning, though, will continue for another 20 minutes or so. But until you get this storm line past McMinnville, past Cookville, past Crossville, you remain under a tornado watch. Let's check to see. I do think some other counties have now been cleared from this. So there you see the counties that remain under the tornado watch. So from Marshall County, Rutherford County, Murfreesboro, Wilson County, Lebanon, Trousdale County, Hartsville, Macon County, Lafayette. Those of you from those counties back to the west have now been cleared from the tornado watch. But those of you along the upper Cumberland, Fentress County, Putnam County, Cumberland County, stay weather aware until this line is through here. But right now, just the one warning down around Coffee County for us here at the current time.
Leland, pulled up a live camera from Cookville this evening. Just wanted to see what the lightning situation, wind situation is there. Things still look pretty calm right now on the campus of Tennessee Tech University, but that line of storms, although not at severe criteria, is about to move through Cookville here at the moment as we're looking at a live feed right now from the campus of Tennessee Tech University this evening. And going back to the line of storms, still just the one warning right now for Coffee County that's in effect until 8:30. So about another 15 minutes or so with this particular warning. And we will put a track on this leading edge of the storms. We'll take it out about 30 minutes or so, and that would put it in White Oaks at 8:21 this evening. So almost right now, Westwood Homes, the Westwood Homes area, 8:25, Forest Mill, 8:29, the community of Hillsboro at 8:33, and Hickson in about another 30 minutes. This storm is going to be moving into your area. Hopefully by that time the warning will have expired.
And I'll tell you something else, Matt. It looks like as the rotation continues to fizzle out some now on the latest scans with this, and we're going to go back to storm relative velocity, that this will be replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. So the Coffee County warning, want to see another scan or two is what the Weather Service is saying, but they'll likely replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, provided that things stay like this. And I would say that the likelihood of that is pretty high, as the rotation's not quite as tight as it was a little bit earlier, but things will, tornado warning has been canceled for Coffee County. It is now just a severe thunderstorm warning. I know it still says tornado warning right there on the screen. It takes it a moment to refresh on that, but guys, we just only have that severe thunderstorm warning now for Coffee County. The tornado warning has actually been replaced with that severe thunderstorm warning.
All right, so super. All right, so if we can pull video, we're going to go through video here, and hopefully one of the videos is from the Madison area. I think Henry and I have an explanation on what's going on with that. Yeah. But Clarksville, right now, we'll check out that video. And this is just now after the storms, and these were earlier, but look at the power there of some of these storms that have moved through that region.
And, you know, looking at some of those cars where you see all the dents on the side, that is debris, that is things that are hitting, causing all these dents. You know, it's not, as cliche as this is, it's not that the wind is blowing, it's what the wind is blowing that is the concern. Houses, the sidings of homes there, windows blown out, garage doors pushed in.
That particular home looked like it was removed from the foundation. A
little structural damage there. Clearly this, not sure what this was, but completely destroyed off of its foundation as well. And if we happen to have, guys, any of the video from the Nesbitt Lane tornado, whether it be the TDOT or any of the viewer footage, like Leland mentioned, I think we may finally have an answer from a couple folks that have messaged us that right near, is it Gallatin Pike right there where that Lowe's is?
Yes.
There's a huge substation there. And obviously a lot of fuel in those substations and those energy stations. Mm-hmm. So that may potentially be what we were looking at in the video. This is an image of the Nesbitt Lane area, though, and very heartbreaking to see.
And so we believe that a home may be there collapsed. I'm not sure if all 3 fatalities are in the same home, but a home collapsed on Nesbitt Lane, and that's just one of the homes that have been damaged in that area. But that's where 3 of the storm fatalities in Middle Tennessee have originated from. Here is the beginning of that video that you're talking about that will become a tornado, but then you'll see the explosion.
Yeah, and you're seeing a number of power flashes. Matt and I were looking at this even earlier. Right there, the power flash.
If you watch here shortly, the tornado is going to fall from the cloud and extend to the ground.
Yeah.
Touchdown. Watch. It's happening right now.
When you get the whole funnel there. So that, when you get these flashes, we know that the rotation, the circulation has reached the surface, but then, we start to watch where the actual funnel itself extends all the way down. It should be coming up here in just a second.
There it is.
Right here. So that big orange fireball, it is sounding like, from multiple people that we know that are very familiar with that area, credible people, it potentially was the substation. It makes sense the way all the lights flickered in some of those videos too, and lights went out. So that is likely what the explosion was. Not that I want to see anything explode, but I'd rather it be that than say, a gas
somebody's
station
home or something like that.
Home. Yes. But that makes a lot of sense. And look at all the lights flickering in there too. You can see on kind of the horizon where some of them are going in and out as they get sent to other transformers to stay on the air. So,
and one of the things that we're learning about here as part of this process is as the storm hit the transformers, here's another angle of it happening, and wow, look at the explosion there.
And look at the lights. You see the lights flickering right there too?
But as the storm hit the transformer, those transformers, they say, are filled with oil. That helps to kind of insulate, and it's part of the cooling process for those transformers. But once there is a puncture in a hole from that, and some of that oil hits the oxygen in the outside air, then that can cause that explosion that we have seen. So we're kind of learning on the job with this as we put on our electrician hat, but a couple of people have told us it's the transformers and the oil used to keep those things fuel and insulated.
And the pressure in it. So it's simple layman's term on that, shaking a Coke bottle up and then opening the top when all the pressure is released.
Yes.
So when that transformer site is punctured, the pressure being released, causing all of that oil to basically rapidly expand out, creating that explosion that we see right there. A very, very scary. Look at the fireball with that. You know, I really can't remember a time seeing anything like that.
Not here locally.
We didn't see video of it. We saw the aftermath, but the only time was March of 2020 at John C. Toon when the tanker trucks
Yeah, March of 2020, but if you go back before that, there have been a couple of other tornadoes where maybe not necessarily a transformer, but where a tornado hit something and caused a fire. I think one was maybe Trousdale County years ago, over a decade ago, but more recently, this is the first time that we've seen something like that in quite a while, and there's another angle of that happening.
I mean, just the fire in the sky with that is unreal.
Yeah. But as you said
Power of
earlier,
Mother Nature.
it's glad to know that explosion came from a transformer exploding versus it being a home or a business that went up like that.
Absolutely.
Even though we're dealing with a lot of homes and businesses that have been damaged by the windstorm itself, you know, that's a whole different beast there.
Yeah, so just looking at that, it is shocking. Sadly, we do know that over around Nesbitt Lane, the Madison area, that we have got 3 fatalities in Davidson County, 3 fatalities in Montgomery County, for a total of 6 people that tragically lost their lives tonight in this tornado outbreak. And the last number I heard, I believe, were 23 in Montgomery County being treated in area hospitals. Not sure of the numbers for Davidson County. We've got some more video to share with you. This is from Davidson County and Smoky Barn News. Yeah, this doesn't surprise me either. You know, Matt, we had that debris signature showing up it was the same one that we were tracking for quite some time, the tornado debris signature that we were tracking, and this is indicating, you know, cars flipped over, siding of buildings taken off. These are the solid objects that we were detecting with radar aloft in the sky.
It was a very long-lasting debris signature as well.
Yeah.
I mean, it was very defined and remained on the radar product for several minutes as this storm moved through.
And we saw video earlier, though don't know if this is nearby. It probably is, but this looks like a gas station here. But I know we've all seen the video from a Kroger up in the Springfield area that was heavily damaged, and also in the parking lot had a car on its side as well.
Yeah, and so just an indication of the power of these storms. That looks like a Kroger right there. Yeah, is that the Kroger right here?
It looks like that
we're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah. So there's the car on its side. This is up in Robertson County. And, you know, one of the things I'm noticing, the buildings, the roofs, things like that, that were all damaged from this, all of those solid objects were lofted into the air. All of those solid objects were what we were seeing about 10,000 feet up on the radar beam, giving us these debris signatures. So, you know, guys, I hate to say it this way, but I'm happy if this had to happen, it was during the day.
That's right.
Not at night. When we were able to see this coming, the loss of life at any time is tragic, but with Tennessee leading the nation in nocturnal tornadoes, an event during the day, I think it hopefully helped to save some lives too, where we were able to visibly see this with our Skynet cameras and show people where these tornadoes were.
And maybe we want to prepare folks for kind of what type of environment to expect tomorrow morning. A lot of folks are going to go to bed. And this is just my reflection. I was in Bowling Green 2 years ago when the tornadoes moved through Warren County, Kentucky. The EF3s, very tragic loss of life there. Strong tornado. You're going to wake up to probably chainsaws, lots of emergency management in the area. Probably will still be some power lines down even tomorrow morning as crews are going to work all night to restore power, but you need to watch out for power lines in the morning. Probably a good idea, if you can, to stay at home, especially if you do have power. Fortunately, it's not going to be very, very cold tomorrow. Temperatures in the mid-40s. After that tornado in December in Bowling Green, we were in the 20s with no power for 3 weeks and no heat. It was kind of a very, just a memorable event. And this video here just still very powerful to watch.
Yeah, and one thing I want to stress real quick to people too, that if you are in an area, if you've been able to get a hold of a loved one to go stay with them if your home is damaged, if you're not able to get in your home, if for some reason you don't have shoes, ask them to bring you some closed-toed shoes. I know that sounds silly, but all the debris on the ground, you don't need to step on it. There's glass, there's nails. That's why we always tell you in the event of a tornado warning, you want to make sure you've got shoes on as well for the safety as you're moving around. We want to send it back over to Emily Luxon with some new information now.
That's right, Henry. We're just getting a statement into our newsroom from Governor Bill Lee. He says Maria and I are praying for all Tennesseans who have been impacted by the tornadoes that swept through the state this evening. We mourn the lives lost and ask that everyone continue to follow guidance from local and state officials. Of course, one of many heartbroken people across the state as they've continued to watch this coverage unfold throughout the evening, and an important message there as well about continuing to follow the guidance of local and state officials, as we've heard from others across the county and multiple counties, to remind people to stay off the roads and stay safe. Here's another statement we're just getting in from Montgomery County. The Montgomery County Mayor, Wes Golden, he says this is a sad day for our community. We are praying for those who are injured, lost loved ones, and lost their homes. This community pulls together like no other, and we will be here until the end. Very true, and we've seen that time and time again when we've covered these storm events in the past. Also in Montgomery County, we want to keep you updated. Lots of road closures continuing in that area. Britton Springs Road due to the debris in that area. Garrettsburg Road, trees down reported in that area. Lafayette and Purple Heart, also power lines down there. Mile marker 1 at I-24 is shut down due to an overturned semi-truck, and 41A northbound at 101st Parkway is shut down as well. So again, as we've heard time and time again throughout the evening, so many roads closed due to the debris, due to power lines down. Really advising people to stay off the roads if possible so those first responders can get through and have a clear path to get to where they need to get as they continue search and recovery and just all of the work that they're doing throughout the evening. We've also been keeping an eye on power outages throughout the evening. It looks like some of these numbers have started to go down a little bit, but obviously still thousands and thousands of people impacted in the dark due to these storms. In Clarksville, just a little under 15,000 people without power. NES reporting more than 43,000 people in the Nashville area without power. Across Cheatham County, about 15,000. Robertson County, 25,000. And Sumner County, 36,000. So just shows how many people were impacted as these strong storms moved in. We also want to show you some new video we are just getting into the newsroom from Madison. This is an explosion captured there on camera. This comes from one of our News Channel 5 viewers named Isaiah. We thank him for sharing that with us. But wow, what a scary sight. This is what we've kind of seen multiple angles on throughout the evening. We were looking at kind of some other angles of this earlier in the night, guys, when we were looking at this potential explosion, but just a really scary sight. And when you see how large that is, had to be very startling for people in that area.
I mean, I'm sure that shook the ground a good deal too, with an explosion that large. So between the tornado threat and the ground shaking up there.
I remember watching radar. This particular section of the storm passed just probably maybe 10 miles or so north of downtown.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we just barely missed it here in downtown as it continued to move east, missed downtown Nashville to the north, but then progressed into Madison.
And I think for me, I was coming in from that area. So I think I probably was maybe 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes before that made it into that part of Davidson County. I was on the road when the tornado warning for Metro Nashville was issued, got to the station as this cell was making its way into that part of the Madison area. But again, it's a devastating situation up that way, but that would be the same storm that did the damage along Nesbitt Lane. And that's where we know we have at least 3 fatalities from Nashville and then 3 more out of the Clarksville area. Clarksville is saying that they've got about 23 people who are hospitalized. In Nashville, no additional notes just right now, but I will say Office of Emergency Management, Nashville Fire continue to investigate, and they continue to be in a rescue situation right now.
Still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect tonight for Coffee, Grundy, and Warren counties. That's going to go for about another 25 minutes until 9 o'clock. But fortunately, no tornado warnings active at the moment. And Henry, Leland, I believe Bree is back on the line.
Yeah, so we'll go to Bree, but Bree, I will say this. I know you've been looking at things, especially on the northern and northeastern side of the area, but from pictures that I've seen right now, damage all the way from Pizza Ranch, which would be just almost as you're coming in to Hendersonville, all the way up to TBN, which where the Mike Huckabee show is done. Old timers will know that area as Twitty City, so that wouldn't be too far away from Bluegrass Yacht Club that you mentioned
I'm an
earlier.
old timer. I remember Twitty City.
You remember
Yes,
Twitty
yes.
City? Uh-huh.
Yeah. No, Leland, you're exactly right, and that's exactly what I'm hearing. So if you are, like, if we're going to take a journey through Hendersonville from west to east, you know, I mentioned earlier, you just mentioned Pizza Ranch. Well, Pizza Ranch is in the same shopping center as Big Play, as that kind of large sort of amusement center that has bowling alleys, that has arcades, and that is adjacent to another shopping center that has the Ace Hardware here in Hendersonville. And I just got a message from the owner of that Ace Hardware. His name is Greg. And unfortunately, he said, quote, the Ace was hit by the tornado. The lawn and garden center was damaged. The roof to the store has major structural damage. There are concrete chunks on the floor within the store. He said he's already coordinating, you know, and I want to talk more about the damage reports, especially the updated ones, but I think this is such an important thing to bring up. We're 2 weeks before Christmas. You know, Hanukkah started just a couple days ago. This is such an important time of year for our small business owners, and to have this kind of damage and destruction during the time of year, which can really make or break their pocketbooks. The owner of Ace said that they're gonna try to do their best to set up maybe like a pop-up shop in the parking lot to try to keep the business going, to try to keep their employees, to try to keep the payroll met. And so, you know, as we continue to come into what is going to be a lot of work in the next days and weeks of cleanup and helping our neighbors and meeting those needs, please also consider how you can financially support those small businesses, because losing business this time of year can be really catastrophic for them. You know, it's not just about coming and helping sweeping up the mess and picking up the pieces and boarding up the windows, but it is about showing up for them in the weeks to come. As you continue down Main Street, just like you said, Leland, so you start at kind of that Ace Hardware. The next adjacent parking lot has Big Play. It has Pizza Ranch, and I've seen pictures of the sign down, of significant damage on vehicles there. You continue further down, that's where SIE Addiction is. Further down is where there's a very large shopping center that has Saks Deli. There's the Hendersonville Performing Arts Center. There's Miscellaneous. There's the Party Supply Store, the Halloween store, which the roof has caved in. Significant damage to the Automobile Center behind Walgreens on Main and Indian Lake. The Raising Cane's that was under construction, the top of it is darn near gone, and in streets, the bricks are literally in the streets on Main Street. Further down the road on the left is Bluegrass Country Club, hard hit, and I'm hearing some early reports, and I want to be very clear on this. I have not had this verified by emergency personnel, but by residents, by friends, by people that I know here in Hendersonville, because this is my home, that the roof has been damaged at the YMCA. And the YMCA is really a heartbeat of this community here. It's a very large center. And we are hearing some reports that roof may have been damaged. And that's right where, Leland, you were talking about the music venue. And that's across the street from Gammon Farmers Market. And that's right where you intersect 386 as you're beginning that transition into the Hendersonville area. So unfortunately, this tornado appears to have traveled along really one of the biggest arteries in the downtown Hendersonville area, targeting mainly the north side of the street, but damage has been reported on the south side of the street as it continued towards Gallatin. I have not been able to confirm damage reports in the Gallatin area, but based on the trajectory of it as it moved towards Castilian Springs, I would not be surprised to see additional reports there. And like I said, the overall sound of the night continues to be emergency vehicles. It continues to be ambulance, fire trucks. You just hear sirens in the distance as emergency personnel are rushing to and fro. And I will say, as someone who went out to try to help my own neighbors and to tell the story of what was happening in this community, again, in a safe way, I know how to keep a safe distance. This was not my first rodeo with severe weather. Just a proper shout out to the emergency crews and the emergency officials, not just in Hendersonville, but Clarksville, in Davidson County, in every single county that was hit today, because they came out in the worst of the weather. You know, we had another round of very heavy rain, very heavy downpours, and we had officers standing in the middle of the street trying to direct traffic, trying to do everything they could to shut roads down, to help people, to get help where it was needed. I mean, just showing up in really, really tough, unpleasant, cold, wet, dark, unsafe conditions, trying to keep this community safe and trying to get the power back on, trying to help people be safer as we head into the evening hours. It has been a difficult, difficult day for so many communities in our area.
Bree, are you noticing still a lot of traffic on the roads? Earlier you said folks were maybe trying to leave Hendersonville, maybe go find a hotel a little bit outside of town, or spend the night with family. You said earlier our roadways were pretty clogged up. Is that flowing a little bit better now? Is traffic moving along freely?
No, it's still pretty heavy, Matt, and that's mainly because there are only a few ways to get to 386. Again, from the Hendersonville area, you know, I mentioned earlier, if you kind of divide Sumner County by 386, the south side of it is mostly lake touching at different points. But it means that there are not a lot of alternate routes to get to the highway. The highway is moving at a pretty good clip, but it's the roads that you would try to take to get to it, right? Like Indian Lake Peninsula or Old Shackle Island. There are only a few roads that really kind of dump you into 386 so that you can get downtown, or you can try to head towards Gallatin or portions of northeastern Sumner County, and those are so congested right now. And that's why, because they can't go on Main Street and they can't go on any of the side roads. So, and because the traffic lights are out, you know, the police are doing everything they can to let a handful of vehicles go, and then they have to stop traffic, and then they let a handful of vehicles go and stop traffic. So I would say for folks that, you know, need to be out or have secured a hotel, because I fully recognize everyone has different circumstances. You know, if you've got special medical needs in your family, or if you've got special circumstances with a family member and you cannot endure a night without power, then you have a special need. It is going to take you a little bit of time to get to 386. It is going to take you a little bit of time to get to the highway. And, you know, one of the other things I observed tonight is folks were, because the streets aren't lit and because there was so much water ponding, it was difficult to see the lanes. And so there were some folks that were kind of accidentally driving into oncoming lanes, or maybe kind of swerving a little bit farther than they meant to be, and everyone's in a panicked place. So there were some short tempers, there was some honking, you know, go slow. Let's give each other a little bit of grace. Everybody's dealing with difficult stuff tonight, and it's going to take you longer to get to where you need to be. And if you could hunker down where you are and let the first responders do their job, that's the best thing. If you have a personal circumstance where you simply need to get to a different facility, a facility that has electricity, a facility that has medical care, it's going to take you a little bit longer to get there, just based on what roads are doing in Sumner County.
All right, thank you, Brian. I know in a moment we're about to toss to Emily, but let me mention what I said earlier. The mayors of Gallatin and the mayor of Hendersonville have both acknowledged and put out a statement concerning damage. They are also asking people to stay off the roadway, but the other thing too, for people who need shelter, they are working to open Red Cross shelters in those communities. So if you will follow the Facebook pages for the city of Hendersonville, the city of Gallatin, to stay updated on where those shelters may be placed.
Yeah, so right now we want to get the latest with our crews that are out in the fields. Emily, you've got some updates from them as well.
Well, that's right. I want to touch base with News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. She's been out in Clarksville all throughout the evening. And Nikki, I understand you have some new information you just received from officials there.
Right, and first, Emily, I do want to show you exactly what we're seeing in this neighborhood. Hands down, from what we've seen in Clarksville so far, the worst of the damage from this tornado. What you're seeing right now, what looks like a pile of wood, insulation, the skeleton of what used to be a home. And as you look slowly to your right, you can see what's just space. At the bottom, it's just a mess. It's debris, but at the top, it's just shocking, this image of what used to be 2, 3, or 4 homes standing tall here. This tornado came through with such strength to wipe these homes completely out. All tonight we've seen homes that are damaged on their roofs, the windows, in the yard, their cars, but nothing quite like this scene, just homes completely gone. Earlier tonight, we saw more of a police presence out in this area. I saw them with flashlights looking through the debris, looking through this area. Now, another thing I do want to mention is that Clarksville, if you live in Clarksville, this very much applies to you. The mayor, Joe Pitts, has declared a state of emergency. Now, what this means is that there's also a curfew in place that is starts at 9 p.m. and that is for tonight and tomorrow. So keep that in mind. At 9 p.m. that curfew goes into effect, and you should stay safe at home at that point in time. I'll send it back to you, Emily.
Okay, Nikki, thank you. And also want to update you on some of the shelters that are open in Clarksville. We've been monitoring this throughout the evening as well. Clarksville police telling us if you're needing a place to go, you can go to Northeast High School on Trenton Road. Also, the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road is open for any residents in that area. And Manna Cafe Ministries, which is located on D Street in Clarksville, is open as well. So 3 options in that community have already opened up, and opened up very quickly to help people in need. We're still waiting for updates in some of the other hard-hit communities on shelters that we believe are in the works, but we haven't gotten official word yet on when those may be opening. But of course, we will keep you posted on that as soon as we learn more. We're also continuing to monitor power outages, still seeing thousands of people throughout the area without power. Those numbers are starting to go down a little bit throughout the evening, but again, thousands still impacted, around 45,000 in the Nashville area alone, 43,000 rather in the Nashville area alone, about 15,000 in Clarksville, 15,000 Cheatham County, 25,000 Robertson County, and 36,000 in Sumner County. So again, just so many people impacted by this, and with the number of power lines that are down, trees that are knocked down, what we've seen throughout the evening, it may be some time until those numbers start to go down, but we will continue to monitor that. I want to show you some more pictures we're getting in of Nesbitt Lane. Again, this is the area in Madison, here in the Nashville area, where we believe the 3 fatalities happened, the 3 that were reported here in Davidson County. You can see in this picture just the amount of destruction in that area. Really scary sight. Teams are still out assessing damage in that area. They're still searching for others who may have been injured, may have been trapped due to what's going on in that area. But again, just shows you the extent of it. That is really the hardest hit spot that we've seen so far in the Davidson County area. We're seeing similar scenes all across the mid-state as we continue to monitor more pictures that are coming in. We want to thank all of our viewers who have shared photos and videos with us throughout the night. This is a look at Robertson County from our partners at Smoky Bar News. We haven't talked a lot about Robertson County tonight. Springfield, we do know that no one was killed, thank goodness, in that area, but there were some minor injuries reported, and there was some storm damage throughout that city. So they were certainly impacted as well, but we work with Smoky Bar News on a lot of news stories. They're great partners of ours, and they're always willing to share video of what's going on in their community, and we thank them for keeping us updated again tonight on what they're seeing there. This is video out of Clarksville from another one of our partners, Dash 10 Media. They work with us on a lot of stories that we cover in Clarksville, showing just all the damage there. You can see homes impacted, debris all across the roads closed even due to that widespread debris, trees knocked down. I mean, you can see just wide open spaces. You can just tell that that didn't look like that just a few hours ago. And the damage with roofs ripped off and all that debris just strewn about in the streets, just really tough to see. There's going to be a lot of cleanup in that community in the days to come. But again, we thank them for sharing that video with us. It's so hard for our crews to get everywhere, and especially as we've seen these roads that have been closed, it's been difficult for some of our crews to get where they need to be while still staying safe and still being mindful of the first responders and the other crews that are out needing to do their job. So we want to thank everyone who shared video and images with us throughout the evening. A lot of roads are still closed. Here's what we know in Montgomery County right now. Britton Springs Road, due to a lot of debris in that area. Garrettsburg Road, trees down in that area. Lafayette and Purple Heart, due to power lines down. And mile marker 1 off of I-24 was shut down due to an overturned semi-truck there. 41A northbound at 101st also impacted. So that's a lot of roads just in the Clarksville and Montgomery County area. We know there are many more throughout these other communities that we've been watching throughout the night. But again, these are roads we specifically want you to keep an eye out for. Try to avoid these areas if possible. These are areas that first responders are needing to access due to the amount of debris, due to the amount of trees down, power lines down. They need to be able to have a clear path to get to those roads. So they are asking that people please stay home. If possible, stay off of those roads if they can. We also want to take another look. This is again the Nesbitt Lane area of Madison where this explosion occurred. Again, where these 3 people unfortunately died in this area earlier tonight in Davidson County. We have a crew on the road to get to this spot. Tony Sloan has been covering Clarksville throughout most of the evening, and he's en route there to try to give us a perspective from the ground on what he's seen in the Madison community. But again, as I mentioned, it's not easy to get to some of these spots just due to the number of roads that are closed, and it's just tough to access some of these areas. But just really scary video that we've been showing you throughout the evening of not only that explosion, but that funnel cloud, as you can see forming there. Really scary, and the lightning and the rain and everything else that folks in that community experienced tonight, just a really scary ordeal. Obviously power is out in that area, and people, it's going to be hard for them to even begin some of the cleanup due to everything being in the dark. Similar to what Bree was telling us in Hendersonville, it's just going to take some time before people are able to even really come out and assess and see everything that's left behind. But that video really startling when you see the amount of smoke and fire there, and we're still working to learn a little bit more about where exactly that happened and how that happened. We're hoping that once Tony gets out there on the ground, he can be able to provide some updates for us. But we will have updates from that area as well. And again, our crews continue to hang out in Clarksville as they continue to learn more there. We also have Aaron Cantrell up in Hendersonville. He's been monitoring what's been going on up there, as well as Bree Smith, who has helped us out throughout the evening as we continue to try to keep an eye on all these areas. It's so hard because this was such a widespread storm system that just impacted so many different areas. It's been hard to get to all these places, but we're doing our best, and we appreciate the photos and videos and everything that you've sent us that has helped us kind of give a little more perspective on who has been impacted and how and what that looks like. Again, in Springfield too, just looking at some updates here on my phone, that was another area that we've not able to get a crew on the ground to, but we know that there were some businesses in homes impacted in that area as well. So we will continue to keep an eye on that. I want to bring our weather team back in for a quick moment here, guys. We're hoping, as you've been telling us throughout the evening, the worst of this is behind us, but we're not maybe completely in the clear yet. Where do things stand now?
Still watching the eastern counties. At the moment, I'm not sure that there are any warnings right now, but our eastern counties do remain under a tornado watch. And so until the storm is past them, even though it's weakening, they still need to stay weather aware.
Yeah, officially that goes in effect for about another 2 hours until 11 o'clock tonight. But what we can see tonight on radar is that the storms are weakening as they move along the plateau, and we continue to move further along into the evening here on this Saturday night. A final look now at radar is that long line of storms that stretches pretty much from north to south throughout the entire mid-state. If you live in Shelbyville, McMinnville, still no rain yet in Crossville. You've fortunately been spared if you live there in Crossville from the majority of the severe weather from this event, but you're still going to pick up on some intense lightning and very heavy rain, and it's still very windy. We still see some curvature on the leading edge of these storms, so that would indicate winds probably maybe 40, 50 miles per hour gusting out ahead of the storms, but thankfully just below Leland severe criteria.
And let's check out the map. So this is the map right now of the watches. So right now we only see watches. We don't see any other darker reds for tornado warnings. We don't see any yellows for severe thunderstorm warnings, but we still have these counties, as Matt said, till 11 o'clock for now. Could be ended before that, but right now, if you are DeKalb County, Warren County, Tennessee, back over to Fentress County along the Upper Cumberland, until you are pulled from this tornado watch, please stay weather aware, because right now these are the areas that remain under the tornado watch for a few more hours. It looks like they may have even cleared just a couple more from that, but you can see along the Upper Cumberland right now, it looks like, yeah, they cleared DeKalb County, Coffee, and a few more, and then we will for now keep Moore County, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in this. But It's those areas that need to stay under the gun, stay under a watchful eye for a few more hours here. But hopefully, Matt, even this watch area will be lifted prior to the 11 o'clock exploration time.
That's right. It does seem that they will be able to lift that tornado watch probably a little early, maybe about an hour early or so, as that system continues to slide off the east. But just want to take extra precaution tonight with what we've seen. So cleanup is going to begin early tomorrow morning, and want to give you a little bit of a snapshot. We've begun working on the forecast for tomorrow, but it's going to be very chilly as you head out the door about 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Temperatures, they're going to be in the upper 30s in some areas with cloudy conditions. Highs tomorrow, they're only going to top out in the lower to mid 40s. So fortunately, it's going to be clear. We're going to start to pick up on some sunshine. Very calm weather expected tomorrow, just a little chilly as folks begin the cleanup process. And Leland, the extended forecast also shows quiet and calm weather all the way into the start of next weekend. So that is a blessing in itself. We'll be back in the 50s by Wednesday.
Which will be good because tomorrow, as you said earlier, chainsaws are going to be going, and so people will need the calmer weather for the cleanup process. Here's another view of what Matt was talking about, and as you look at this, you're looking at the dew points. How moist is that air? So when you look at Chattanooga, you see a 60-degree dew point. For this time of the year, that's a warm, moist air mass, and that continues, and then you start to see it drop for Nashville, Dixon, especially Hopkinsville, and back over into Murray. You start to see the darker colors there indicating some drier air that is in the process of moving in for us right now. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. Drier air continues to move in. We'll give you another view here of radar and temperatures right now. It too continues to put the rain, the lightning in our eastern areas, but also bringing in a difference in the cold air. So you look at Crossville, they're 59. Cookeville 61, McMinnville 60, 62 out of the Fayetteville area, but these are now air temps, Matt, and that's that cold air that you're talking about there moving in. So we're watching that, but also keeping an eye on storm reports, and unfortunately there have been several touchdowns across the region.
Yeah, and probably more that will surface later tonight and early tomorrow morning. And what we know is probably at least 4, maybe even 5 confirmed reports of different tornadoes. You saw the one that started many hours ago west of Clarksville and worked its way through Montgomery County into Todd County, Kentucky, through Logan County and up even into Bowling Green. These were very long-lasting storms, long-lasting funnel clouds, and even no confirmation yet whether we had touchdowns. It's likely that we did. But these were definitely verified through all of the videos and pictures that you, the viewers, have sent in. Thank you for that. Just the footage has been astonishing tonight from these tornadoes that moved through. You also had the particular storm cell that produced the tornado that moved through northern Davidson County, the Nesbitt Lane area, moving into Hendersonville, Madison, and then on into Gallatin. Talked to a friend earlier tonight who was actually attending a church service. They had just started the church service, and we issued the tornado warning. They paused the service, turned the TV on, and began watching our coverage. And everyone just kind of gathered and remained in the congregation there in the event center and began to pray. I believe that was in Hendersonville when that particular storm was moving through. There's a look now at the storm reports, though, so we expect this will likely show even some new reports as daylight comes early tomorrow morning and crews begin to get out and do their cleanup. And of course, the National Weather Service, they will begin the survey process tomorrow as well to begin basically identifying just how strong these storms were. And it's not my job to call out what type of the strength of the tornadoes that moved through tonight, but pretty confident these are going to be some pretty large tornadoes that moved through Middle Tennessee here on this Saturday evening.
All right, thank you, Matt. Right now, we'll show you what is happening Right now, just another look at this drier air that is in the process here of moving into the Mid-South. So things are definitely calming down for us, but here's the problem. We still have an area of concern for at least another hour or so along the upper Cumberland. As the drier air pulls in, then that will lessen the storm impact for everybody. But Cookeville, Crossville, as you look at radar here, stay weather aware. Continue to watch us, follow us online, follow us Facebook. Stay weather aware until we get all of this to the other side of the Cumberland Plateau, and then things are easier, better for us. But there's a look at the radar in motion here over the past couple of hours. Pull this out, look at the entire line. So this is with a cold front. Earlier in the day, a warm front moved through, and with that warm front, there were a couple of thunderstorms out there, some showers, but what that warm front did more than anything is it kind of primed the atmosphere ahead of the cold front. So when the cold front came in, it had a very unfortunately juicy air mass to deal with and for those storms to thrive off of. And so that led to the situation that we've dealt with across the area. Here is Exact Track, and Exact Track will show the storms continuing to pull on out. And this version of Exact Track showing that we'll keep an eye on what may happen into part of the weekend with there may be some showers moving back in. But for us right now, that's going actually into next weekend, Matt. But for us right now, we'll watch this area here as it will continue to take this line and moving on out. So it will get better, but much colder for us, and we're already seeing that cold air move into our western counties.
That's right. By the time you wake up Tuesday morning, we're looking at low temperatures in the the upper 20s, probably around 28, 29 degrees. So that just speaks volumes about the massive differences between the air masses that were in place. 70 degrees in December is usually never a good recipe, and this was the atmosphere kind of balancing out temperatures, getting things back to where they should be for this time of year. And unfortunately, a line of strong storms is usually a result of that balancing out act.
Yeah, for us, severe weather season, March, April, May. There's a secondary season that we get in October, November, early December. But we always tell people that in the state of Tennessee, a tornado has touched down in every month of the year. So always just be on guard for when these storms may pop up.
Yeah, Leland, thank you so much for coming in this evening. It's going to be a memorable night for sure. We're going to send it back over to Emily now. She has a little bit more to follow up with.
Yeah, we just got an update from officials in Montgomery County. I want to share this video of a press conference that happened just a few moments ago.
I'm sure all of y'all have heard we've been hit very hard by a tornado here in Clarksville, Montgomery County. Right now we have all of our first responder agencies out there doing searches, clearing the areas and making sure that everything is safe. I know a lot of people are reaching out right now asking how they can help. One of the best ways they can help right now is to really stay off the roads and let the emergency responders do what they need to do. We still have a lot of power lines down. There are a lot of areas that are unsafe right now. Anything you want to say right now, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. This is a day that nobody wanted or expected, but this is a day where our community shines. So please, if you need help, call 911 and help will be on the way immediately. But if you can, please stay home. Do not get out on the roads. Our first responders need time and space. There are down power lines. We know there's extensive damage throughout the community, so we need to be able to take care of those families so desperately in need of help. So please do that for us and for yourself and for your neighbors. We will have an opportunity for you to help and mobilize volunteers, neighbor helping neighbor, which is what Clarksville, Montgomery County does so well. And you'll hear more about that in the days to come. But please know that we've got our best and brightest in this room and throughout the city working to protect everyone.
Right now we have an emergency shelter set up at Northeast High School. Tanoba Hospital has called in personnel. We have EMS units coming from multiple counties around us. We are so grateful for them sending help as well. We have ambulances coming from Davidson, Cheatham, and Stewart County. Vanderbilt First Call and Amerimed are also on site helping out. We've called in personnel from Montgomery County as well. There are volunteers that are staging up at Mosaic Church. So if somebody is looking for somewhere to go and stage up, they can go there. And we'll try to get more information out as we know things. So please watch us on our Facebook pages, both the City of Clarksville and Montgomery County.
Yes, please do not pay attention to any other places except official government channels. There's going to be a lot of information floating around out there, but you can tune in to this Facebook page, social media channels for this county and for the city, and we will give you updates as we have them. But please know that we are assessing, we're searching, we're rescuing, and we're going to take care of everybody until the last day. Thank you. God bless you. And let's pray for our city and our county.
That's right. Please pray for everyone involved.
And again, that is the mayor of Clarksville and the mayor of Montgomery County giving us an update on this current situation there. Again, another important safety message from them, just reminding people to stay off the roads so first responders can get where they need to be, and also thanking all of the agencies from all across the area who are currently assisting with these search and recovery efforts that are ongoing throughout the county. And we want to remind people a curfew is in effect in Clarksville. That started beginning at 9 o'clock tonight and then again tomorrow night. Again, that's just a safety concern. We see that after we have these big storm events, it's just a way to keep people safe and keep them off the streets. Just another reminder that the best thing you can do at this point, if you're in one of those hard-hit communities, is to stay home. Also want to go back to what we're seeing in Davidson County, this explosion that we've been kind of keeping an eye on in the Madison area. Again, this is near Nesbitt Lane, where 3 people were killed earlier this evening. We've been getting a series of videos on this throughout the night. We've kind of compiled them here for you to show you all the different angles of what's a very scary and strange sight there when you see this massive explosion in the middle of Madison. We have a crew working to get there now. Tony Sloan, we're hoping to have an update from him around 10 o'clock tonight, but he will be able to hopefully tell us more about exactly what happened, what caused this, and what it looked like there on the ground. So we appreciate him getting there. We know it's not easy to get there because some of these roads are closed, but just to give you kind of some different perspectives when you see all these different videos put together of the fire and the smoke and the explosion that occurred there, and also the funnel cloud, as you saw in one of those, kind of leading up to it. Definitely the hardest hit part of Davidson County that we've been watching throughout the evening. Again, 3 people died. Teams are still out there assessing the damage, searching for anyone else who may have been impacted by these storms. And of course, we will continue to monitor that area as well. But it's a similar situation. We've just seen it all across the mid-state as we've seen these images come in of the widespread damage. We've seen the trees down. We've seen the power lines down, the destruction to homes and businesses. A church in Clarksville we were seeing earlier this evening. This is video from Robertson County, another hard-hit area, Springfield specifically. We've seen some reports coming in. Luckily, no deaths there, but there were some injuries due to the storms. Just a similar story there with the high winds, the lightning, and this comes from our partners at Smoky Bar News, showing us the scene there in Springfield. But yeah, it kind of echoes just what we've seen throughout the evening with all of these cities and just how widespread this event was. Let's take another look at Clarksville. This is Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Our Tony Sloan was out at this scene earlier this evening getting this video for us, and this just heartbreaking when you see the damage to this church. And he was able to talk to the pastor about just how shocking this scene was with the trees and the debris, and it's always so startling when you see what Mother Nature is capable of doing in some of these areas and just how quickly this happens and what's left behind. We know roads in that area are also impacted. That was one of the areas that Montgomery County officials were encouraging people to stay away from just because of the amount of debris that is in the roads there. You can see people already out. This was earlier in the day, obviously, getting a first look at some of that damage, trying to get some tarps up, trying to get some of it covered as they, again, begin a long cleanup process that will likely start tomorrow once daybreak starts. We also have some video we want to show you from Old Hickory. This, I believe, came from our Heather Mathis. She shot this earlier in the evening. This was just as the storms were moving into the area. You can see the lightning, the rain, and I believe what is a funnel cloud there in the background. She was able to capture this safely from where she lives. She's familiar with that area, knows how to safely get this video, and was able to share it with us. So again, just showing how that area was impacted, and just how quickly these storms move through. I mean, that was just like she's watching this, and as it moves through, you know, knocking down trees and all the lightning, and certainly a very startling sight for people as these storms move through the area due to those warm temperatures that we saw this afternoon. But as our weather team is telling us, that is changing as the temperatures drop. It's going to be a very different story tomorrow as we begin kind of the next phase of this as we do our cleanup. Let's see if we have any other videos we're able to share here. Let's go back to Clarksville. Sorry, give us a moment here. We're working to get one more video put up for you. Again, this was one area of Clarksville. This, I believe our Nikki Hauser was out at this scene earlier. This is just a Clarksville neighborhood. I'm sure, sadly, this is a scene that people are seeing all across that city. You can see just the amount of destruction with the homes, roofs impacted. I mean, cars overturned. Just shows how strong that wind is. And I mean, overturned, pushed up against buildings. Just really incredible to see the amount of destruction there. Windows broken out. Just heartbreaking for people who live in that community, and she will continue to be in that area throughout the evening to keep us updated as from what we're hearing from officials in that area as well. But again, a curfew is in effect as of 9 o'clock. And we're also getting a statement into the newsroom from Governor Bill Lee. He says, Maria and I are praying for all Tennesseans who have been impacted by the tornadoes that swept through the state this evening. We mourn the lives lost and ask that everyone continue to follow guidance from local and state officials. And that was kind of the message that also came from the officials in Montgomery County that we just showed you a few moments ago, just reiterating that people need to keep a close watch on social media. They will be updating their pages as soon as they know more about shelters, about assistance, about cleanup, volunteer efforts. All of that will be updated, and to make sure that you're looking at those official channels to get that information. And of course, we will keep you updated on that as well. One more look here at the damage on Nesbitt Lane in the Madison area of Davidson County. Again, 3 people killed in Davidson County due to these storms, just showing the amount of destruction there. Just heartbreaking. I mean, it's hard to even decipher what you're looking at there when you see all the damage. Really tough to look at, and we are working to get a crew out there so we can get kind of some more information and more perspective from the ground on what it looks like out there, but we know that's certainly a hard hit area in Davidson County. Let's take a look at some video from Walnut Grove. Again, this is in Clarksville. This is video, I believe, of a fast food restaurant, or what's left of it. Zaxby's. That was actually the drive-through window that you saw at the beginning of that video that had blown off of the building and ended up there. And as far as we know, it traveled a few miles because it took a little ways to get to where it ended up. Again, just reiterating the strength of the wind and how strong these storms were when they moved through Montgomery County and Clarksville. Just bizarre to see that, and that's how it always is after these storms, when you find just odd pieces, whether it's personal memories or items from homes that get just strewn all about and sometimes travel miles down the road. It's just remarkable when we see, as people start to clean up, how far things travel and where they end up finding missing possessions. It's always so bizarre to see how far that it can go, and that's obviously a pretty heavy piece of a wall and glass, and it still traveled. Let's go back out to News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser, who has been in Clarksville throughout the evening, keeping us updated on the conditions there. Nikki, what's the latest? What are you seeing there?
Right, like you mentioned earlier, Emily, it's good to know that if you live in Clarksville, there is a state of emergency. The mayor put that in just recently, and also there will be a curfew that already started tonight and will be going into effect also at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Just something to keep in mind. They're trying to keep everybody safe, especially when it gets dark and with the amount of damage that we've received tonight and the unknowns. Now, I want to show you what we're seeing right now in a neighborhood that we've been in Clarksville for a while. It's really just shocking to take in these images. You can see a skeleton of what used to be a home. You could see some of that debris, some of the insulation. This used to be a home. We're right next to what might have been the area where their cars were just sitting, and now you can see the car to the left there, the windows completely blown out. You can see some of the damage to the cars from when the strength of these winds threw wood, debris, and whatever else towards that car, and obviously took down this home and some of the homes to the right of your screens here, it's completely dark. The space here, it used to be 2 or 3 homes, again, here in Clarksville. So it's definitely some of the worst of the damage that we've seen in these neighborhoods so far. We've been talking to a couple neighbors who, you know, they didn't know these guys here, but their hearts go out to them. They live not too far away. We did also just hear recently from the Clarksville mayor who said, you know, they are going to be putting in efforts to make sure that everybody is safe, that everybody is okay tonight and in the days moving forward. I'll send it back to you, Emily.
Okay, Nikki, thank you for that update. And I also just got one more piece of new information coming out of Montgomery County I want to share with you. There will be a press conference set for tomorrow morning at 10:30 at Northeast High School on Trenton Road. Of course, we will have a crew there tomorrow morning, expecting to get another update from officials in Clarksville and Montgomery County. They've been great sharing updates with us on social media throughout the evening. I'm guessing they will probably try to take a small break, catch their breath tonight as they gear up for a very long cleanup process starting tomorrow when the sun comes up. But hopefully we'll be able to get some new information starting tomorrow morning, and we will be sharing that with you throughout the day tomorrow here on News Channel 5 as well as online. So we will continue to keep an eye on Clarksville as this continues to develop. Let's go back out to Tony Sloan. He has actually just arrived. He was in Clarksville earlier today. He's actually changed. He's just arrived at Nesbitt Lane in Madison. Tony, I know you just got there. What are you able to see? Can you provide us with any updates on what's going on there now?
Yeah, I can actually provide you a few updates. Now, the hardest thing about this is it's very tough to see just because of the power being out and obviously no lights or anything like that. But we're actually here, and I'm joined by a couple of people who were just walking through the area wanting to, you know, see what was going on because they live nearby. But they told us that they're very emotional, heartbroken to hear that people did die on this roadway. We got to confirm that 3 people did pass away due to the damage in this storm here. I'm actually joined by one of them. She tells me there's a lot of emotion right now. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm heartbroken for the families who are going through tragic loss. And then knowing that we were so close by and it could have been us and it wasn't. It's really hard to process right now, honestly, because we live so close by, and I never thought it would hit Madison, and it hit East Nashville in 2020, and we happened to be out of town when it happened, and our security camera caught the footage of it while we were away, and it hurt me then, and I cried then, and this is just like really intense, like on a different level.
Yeah, you said you had to pretty much walk over here to see what was going on. You see the destruction, you see the trees down, and you hear about the baby that was, you know, passed away in this. Tell us about what's going through your head as a mother yourself.
Well, like I told you earlier, I have a 2-year-old, and I heard it was a 2-year-old that passed, and mine's at home sleeping peacefully in his bed. And it's really, I don't like bad things to happen. Who does? And this is just awful. And we honestly, when we drove down Ronnie Road, which is normal route for me and my family, that's whenever I saw everything, and that's when I started like losing my breath and like crying, because it's a normal route for our family, and then we see this, and I was not expecting this at all. We experienced the tornado tonight, and the wind and the rain and the lightning and the, you know, everything that came with it. But that was it. It didn't kill anyone in my family. And knowing that it took people's lives and a young child is just, I can't stomach it.
I know you guys are processing your emotions. We're going to definitely, we'll be with you. You have my number. I'll reach out to you as far as anything like that is concerned. But one thing we did want to let you guys know, it's very tough for you to be able to see all of the damage that's taking place on this roadway. But these houses here, completely damaged. Trees have fallen onto those homes. Crews have been going in and out of these houses, just assessing the damage to try and see if anyone is okay, to see if there are any more injuries or any other possible loss of life. But right here behind me, I don't know if you guys can see just because of how dark it is, but you can see this roadway. It's taped on off, and there is extensive damage on this roadway. Power lines are down. It looks like there is debris from the houses inside of some of the trees here, as you can see. And as we go further down there, crews are just down there assessing the situation as well. A very scary situation. The signs to a lot of these roadways are down. It's just a scary moment, not only for those who live in this area, but also for those who are in the surrounding areas. As you just heard one of them speak to that there. We saw our fire crews here earlier. They have left, but it's left this entire roadway here pretty much completely in the dark. Power is out, so that's a big concern for a lot of the people in this area. And we actually spoke to one guy who lives next to one of the houses that had a tree falling onto it, and he tells us that he's just amazed at the fact that, you know, it could have been his home instead of theirs. And they're really all just trying to process everything that has taken place tonight here. Like we said before, there has been loss of life confirmed on this roadway. Crews are still here. Again, they're still assessing the damage, working to try to figure out what they can do to make this area as safe as possible. Like I said before, power lines are down and traffic is pretty much at a standstill on this roadway. It's hard to see because of the fact that it is dark, and it's also hard because a lot of people have to turn around on this roadway because they can't go all the way through, considering the fact that it is blocked here. But we're continuing to work to get more details and information from crews on whether or not there are more injuries that may have taken place in this. And of course, we'll keep you updated on that. But we counted at least 8 or 9 different homes on this roadway that has extensive damage to it. The hard part is you can't really see it right now just because of how dark it is, no street lights or anything like that. So we're working to try to get as much video and visual as possible to show you what this looks like here. But being here on the ground, seeing it firsthand, it's one of the most scary and dangerous situations I've ever seen. But this roadway here completely blocked off by trees, and there are emergency crews a little further down. You can possibly see the lights in the distance there, but they're all working. This is a very busy area where they're just trying to figure everything out that took place in this storm, guys. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Newsroom of an explosion that happened on Nesbitt Lane. Just wondering if you were able to find out any information yet. It may be hard because I know it's hard to get to crews. If you're hearing anything about what may have caused that or what exactly happened there.
I haven't heard anything about an explosion. It's actually possibly further down part of the roadway where we're not able to get to because of the trees that are actually in the middle of the roadway there. But what we did see is a lot of crews making their way down to that area. So I can assure you that that's probably where that explosion took place, if it is something that they're investigating right now. But all that we've seen for the most part are trees into homes, a whole lot of damage when it comes down to that. And I actually can show you now because it looks like there's some light there. If we can possibly turn and we can see this home, just the extensive damage to this home here. It looks like the top left of that home is completely open. It's open and ripped out because of the damage from that tornado there. And that's just one small example of all of the damage that has taken place on this roadway. These power lines are pretty much on the ground, so you can't even walk to this home without hitting some of these power lines here. But you can see for yourself just the extensive damage that we've seen on the road from the area that we're able to get access to. But the possibility is that what you were just speaking to is a little further down the road where we're unable to get to just because of all of the trees, the debris. And of course, there's a police tape here as well, just kind of blocking off the area so that everyone can stay safe in these conditions, guys.
Well, Tony, we appreciate your update. Thank you so much. Please stay safe out there. And I also want to show you that video that we were talking about. As I mentioned to Tony, that explosion that happened. Again, we believe this is the Nesbitt Lane area. As the storms move through, working to learn more exactly about what this is, how this happened. But wow, what a scary sight there as you see that fireball and just explosion there in the distance. As Tony sees kind of the aftermath of how the storms impacted that area. We also had a photojournalist out in that area earlier this evening. She reports that Dickerson Pike was also impacted and looked like there was a lot of damage in that area as well. So continuing to keep an eye on that. She was talking to some neighbors out there and just kind of, reiterating what Tony just told us about how scary it was for people who happened to be in that area, caught in the middle as the storms moved through that area. Very scary. Well, Tony will stay out there throughout the night to keep us updated on what's going on there. We'll have another update from him coming up tonight on News Channel 5 at 10. And again, we still have our crews throughout the area, continue to monitor what's going on in Clarksville, Montgomery County, as well as Hendersonville. Let's bring our weather team back in as they continue to track the latest and keep an eye on radar for us as these storms move out of the area and kind of what's in store for the rest of the evening, guys.
All right, thank you much. I will say that on the Nesbitt Lane area, if the thinking is right that that was a transformer near Lowe's, you're probably maybe as the crow flies, maybe 3 or 4 miles from that location where it would have hit Nesbitt Lane and then track northeast of there to make its way over to that transformer just around Lowe's. I sometimes use this as a cut through if traffic on I-65 is backed up, so I will make my way past Nesbitt Lane over to East Campbell Road, and from East Campbell Road that will take me right around the Lowe's area there. You've got Lowe's. Right next to Lowe's there's actually a new apartment complex that is going up there, so there is a train track nearby, so we'll see if there were anything on the track. But most people are thinking right now that maybe it was the oil from the transformer that blew. That would be the transform and that train station that is right across from the Lowe's area, right before you kind of make your way in front of Lowe's and back over to 1 Mile Parkway.
Yeah, and Leland, hopefully Lowe's did not sustain too much damage. Hoping it's going to be able to be open tomorrow, because obviously folks will need to be there in Home Depot for some materials and cleanup.
Yeah, definitely. So I will say this. I saw some video a moment ago. It does look like there are power lines down right in front of that Lowe's store there, whether it's on East Campbell at 1 Mile Parkway or actually going over to Gallatin Pike. So there is damage in that area, and that would be the reason why Tony would have a hard time getting, again, just a couple of miles from his location on Nesbitt Lane in Madison over to that Lowe's store right off of Gallatin Pike. So we'll wait for first daylight to see more damage reports from that area. Our crews will continue to do what they can to provide you information, but it's been repeated several times by emergency management agencies all across the area. Stay home. For those who are trained to go out with rescue responders, recovery crews, give them the opportunity to do that. You saw Tony's live shot. With Tony's live shot, there was no electricity. Metro Nashville NES still reporting about 40,000 people without electricity right now, at least 40,000 customers without electricity. And so it's going to take them a while to do that, especially what I saw in front of Lowe's, where you had the power poles laying on the roadway.
So our director and producer has asked us to speak a little bit about what's going to take place tomorrow with the National Weather Service and how they will go out and survey and report back to us not only the damage but the strength of the tornado, the enhanced Fujita scale. So obviously with stronger building materials these days, they had to enhance what calibrates or what is considered an EF2 and an EF3, a stronger tornado, is needed to cause more damage these days with the stronger building materials. So tomorrow morning, the National Weather Service crews, they'll go out and they will survey and try to identify areas where the tornado may have touched down. They'll look for, I believe they'll have a helicopter out, most likely looking from aerial views down for paths of the tornado. They'll look at how the trees were bent over, the damage to the structures, damage to the actual lumber and wood, and they kind of take all of that data and pictures, and they put all that information together and calibrate it, and that's how they determine what the strength, the official strength or classification of the tornado will be. And Leland, I know you have experience with this as well, so I'll let you.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Now, in some cases, they need to go out and say, okay, was this straight line wind damage or was this a tornado? But from everything that we have seen this evening, from just the damage, from the videos that have been sent in, the funnel clouds, the tornado videos, we can tell you that there have been a host of tornadoes across the area. Our friends from the Weather Service office in Nashville, out of the Jackson office, out of Kentucky, out of Paducah, out of Louisville, areas that are all part of the News Channel 5 area, they will go out and then survey the damage to say, okay, were the winds strong enough for this to be an EF0? The scale is EF0 to EF5. from an insurance standpoint, you had wind damage, and the recovery process, no matter if it's straight line wind damage or a tornado, it's just as traumatic either way. But more than anything, this is to give us a better clarity for the history book, so that as we go back in the future and we look back on this event in 2023, then we can say, yeah, that was a line of strong tornadoes that may have been EF1. Some of those, as we look at, maybe a strong EF2, EF3, but that's what the Weather Service will determine from, again, the insurance standpoint, just from your own personal standpoint. It's traumatic no matter what the situation is, but the Weather Service will do this to then have a better history record for us when we go in the future. Like for today, we can go back and say March 2020, what the rating of those storms were as they made their way through Nashville, and what one was on the ground for nearly 60 miles. So they'll look to see.
You know, this, what happened today will be used for climate research. It'll be used for research as our climate continues to warm and cool and adjust and change. One other note that I will strongly remember about tonight's event, you know, a lot of times the tornadoes will touch down, go back up into the cloud, lose strength, and go away. But these storms tonight, once they evolved, they stayed on the ground and they stayed active for long periods of mileage. You know, we saw these tornadoes, the same tornado affect several of our cities and counties with very long paths, very long linear lines of coverage.
Yeah, and with climate change and a changing climate that's out there, they'll look. It's hard to say tonight if this was due to that, but then when they go back and look at history and they look at the climatology, they can say, you know, we've had storms in December before, but this situation was unique because of a changing climate maybe that added more fuel to the fire for these storms to work with.
And I think it's even more and more clear. December, like you said, is kind of a mini severe weather season for Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, so again, they'll go out tomorrow, and with the number of storms that were out there, the damage as it is, it may take them several days to be able to get all of these reports together. But when it gets to daylight, they'll assess their teams from the Weather Service office in Nashville. And again, we had storms in West Tennessee, so that would be the Memphis office. Out of Kentucky, that could be Paducah or Louisville.
Yeah, we'll have three or four different
all
offices coordinating just because the coverage. This line of storms affected essentially the entire state.
Yes.
6 hours long if you drive it. It affected everyone in the state of Tennessee, and it will continue to affect parts of eastern Tennessee later on this evening.
So right now, Matt, what we're watching is storms that are happening over in our eastern counties, but for the most part, we've not seen a storm warning for the last few minutes.
That's right. No warnings in effect right now on the map. It looks like the intensity of these storms is slowly starting to weaken, so that's a good sign, as still just a few of our counties under that tornado watch for about another hour and a half. Okay, we're going to send it back over to Emily right now.
Some of those storm crews will be out in Hendersonville tomorrow as they continue to assess the damage out there. That's an area we've been keeping an eye on throughout the evening. We've had Arbery Smith out there giving us updates. Also, Aaron Cantrell has been out there throughout the evening, just keeping an eye on really Main Street being the hardest hit area in Hendersonville, an area that we've been watching as people continue to go out and try to get at least a first look at some of the damage out there. So we want to bring in Aaron Cantrell. We know he's had some struggles getting out to this location just due to the number of roads that have been closed down, but we do believe he has finally gotten out there. We want to get an update from him. Aaron, tell us what you're seeing out in Hendersonville now.
Yeah, Emily, we've had a lot of struggles because of the service here in the area, because it's just so hard right now because there's so many power lines down. There's people trying to connect with loved ones as well. So if you are trying to get a hold of someone here in the Hendersonville, Gallatin, Sumner County area, you may be having a little bit of difficulty because of the service. We're actually about 10 minutes away from all that damage there on Main Street. We're near the hospital here at TriStar, Hendersonville. well. But you can see there are still some people out here on the roads, not as many as earlier because, you know, officials, they have asked people to stay home. But just to kind of give you a little rundown of what we've seen thus far. So Bree has been talking a lot about what has happened here in Sumner County, and they have been hit hard, especially along that main street there. Several businesses are leveled out there. People are just distraught as well because a lot of them, they were at home. One woman I spoke with, she was at home watching a Christmas movie when all of this happened. And again, it was just surprising. So it just took her for a loop when she got a call from her daughter that she said she was gonna come over and shelter with her because she was afraid of the storms. In fact, she also owns a business there on Main Street, and she tells me that 3 of her staff members were working during that time. And you have to remember, this tornado, it came through during the day, people out and about. There were customers shopping as well. And as soon as they got that alert, they went down to the basement to shelter in place. And when they came out, they saw the entire place leveled. I've posted several videos and photos of the damage over on my Twitter account at Aaron the News Guy, or now it's referred to as X. But again, people are just very taken back. This is the Christmas season. People weren't expecting this. We got a report of a nonprofit who had gifts for children for Christmas that was damaged as well. So this is things that they weren't prepared for, especially this time of year. And we did get some information from the city right now. We got an update from them saying that they're trying to work with the Red Cross now to set up shelter. They say that this will be a long night for them. There are power outages across Sumner County. They are still assessing the damage. Now, they don't have the daylight anymore, so they're going to get back out here bright and early tomorrow too, just to look at the damage. Now, a city spokesperson did say that they have reports of minor injuries, but again, this is very fluid. We've been out here since about 5:30, 6 o'clock this evening, and this whole time, this is probably the quietest it's been because the entire time we've heard nothing but sirens and police officers and ambulances just going up and down the road. But if you get closer over to Main Street, all you hear are those fire alarms going off and people just kind of walking around in the dark, just assessing the damage. But again, it is just pure devastation out here, and a lot of people are just trying to pick up the pieces. But one woman did tell me that she's experienced something like this before, and you know, the best advice she can give people is to just be positive. She said that God always makes a way. She said her faith was very strong for her, and she's leaning on a lot of people right now for support, and she's encouraging everyone to lean on their neighbors during this time. But Emily, lots of devastation here in the Hendersonville, Gallatin area. Still lots that we have not been able to see because police still have it blocked off because it's just too dangerous, because you have those power lines down and you don't know if those are still active. So that's why they ask people to avoid walking over those power lines. But again, just pure devastation here, and lots of cleanup efforts that will be working. But again, this is still very fluid. There are still first responders out and about having road blog, also checking in buildings, making sure everyone stays safe and made it out safely as well. But again, we'll continue to stay out here and just keep you updated on what's happening here in Sumner County. I'll send it back to you all.
Aaron, thank you so much. And as he mentioned, it is dark out there. So many people still in the dark throughout the mid-state. We're just getting an update from NES on the current outages in the Nashville area. Just tweeting out a statement saying we're saddened by the loss and devastation caused by today's deadly storms and are committed to help the Nashville region recover. Current numbers, they're sharing 39,000 people without power right now. The statement says crews will be working around the clock until all the power is restored. Additional crews have been called in to help assist with that. Obviously a massive project they will be taking on there. Also a safety reminder, they want to remind people not to go near fallen power lines. Please be careful. If you see one, call 911. Always better to keep your distance, not get too close. So again, they will continue to keep us updated on social media as they work to reduce those numbers. But yeah, 39,000 without power in the Nashville area currently as after the storms move through. Let's head back out to News Channel 5's Tony Sloan, who has been in Madison throughout the evening, giving us an update on some of the damage there. And Tony, just describe for us what you're seeing.
Yeah, we actually just got to Madison not too long ago, coming from Clarksville, seeing the destruction that happened at the church and also that fine art school that was there. But getting here, the destruction is just as prevalent. We actually just saw one woman who came out and spoke with us and told us it's even hard for her to get out of her house and out of her driveway because the power lines are completely on the ground, and it's hard for her to be able to drive through all of that destruction and damage because of that storm that came through the area here. We actually moved a little closer here for you to be able to see some of the destruction that's taken place. This area is taped off here. There's crime scene police tape here by emergency crews who are here working the investigation, but you can see some of the debris in the middle of this tree here. That's from some of the houses here where all of the winds and things like that have blown all of the parts of these homes all across this street. It's on this side of the road and also on the right side of the road as well. So this entire roadway blocked off, and that's causing a lot of traffic issues in this area because people are trying to make their way through, possibly get back home to try and assess any damage that they can themselves, just to try to make sure that their loved ones or even their friends are okay. I actually just spoke with someone a moment ago who said she is walking through this area just to try to make sure people that she know is okay. She frequents this area. She has a daughter who goes to school in this area, and she said it's one that she just wanted to come over and check on here. But I'm going to step out and let you see a little bit of the extent of the damage. You can see power lines on the ground, more police tape, signage on these streets as far as street signs and speed limit signs are on the ground. And it's a very scary situation for all of those who lived in this area here. Most of these people, they're still in their homes right now. No power, complete pitch black on this roadway here, but they're still in their homes trying to figure out what their next steps are going to be. I talked to one man who told me that he's still in the house with his daughters. They're trying to figure out where they're going to live throughout the course of the night and wait until the morning to try and assess to see what the damage is till its fullest extent. So right now, there's just a whole lot of questions as to what's next for people who live on this roadway, especially considering the fact that we did get confirmation that 3 people did die on this roadway. So emergency crews, they're still out here right now. Fire crews, they left just a moment ago here, but there are still others out here checking these houses, going in and out, assessing all of the damage and trying to see what they can do to help in any way that they can. Now, we're going to continue to stay out here and let you know anything that we learned, but we did get word about one man who pretty much rode through this storm. He said that he stayed in his car. He saw all of the damage happening live and in action, and he is okay, which is a good thing. We actually spoke with him, and hopefully at 10 o'clock or around that time, you'll be able to hear from him, his live reaction on what took place during the moments of that storm. But he's just one of many who says they're just left with questions and hope of things being built back up on this roadway. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much for that update. Obviously, so many heartbroken people there as they continue to try to come to terms with what they're seeing out there in the Madison area. Now, just in from the Cumberland Baptist Association in Montgomery County, this is what remains of the old sanctuary of the Little West Fork Baptist Church. The current sanctuary has roof damage, among other things. It's known as being one of the oldest buildings in Tennessee. Wow, just a shocking photo there when you see the amount of damage and what's left of that building. One of many that we've seen throughout the evening of just the widespread damage that we've seen. How many buildings, homes, churches impacted by these storms. Just heartbreaking. Another church that we were taking a look at earlier in the evening, the Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church. This is in Clarksville, also impacted when the storms came through, ripping the roof off, causing extensive damage to their building there off of Walnut Grove Road. That's another road that was hard hit in the Clarksville area. You can see some of the destruction there our photographer captured earlier in the evening, with trees uprooted and just debris strewn all over in the Clarksville area. So sad to see that as we continue to get more damage updates from Clarksville, just still continuing to come into the newsroom. That area was hit so hard earlier today, and many of those areas won't be seen until really tomorrow when people are able to get out. As you see people there starting to look at things, they'll be able to get a better look at it in the morning. Also in Springfield, in Robertson County, this is video of the Kroger there that was damaged, as you can tell. Still raining there when that video is happening, so that must have been immediately right after the storms were coming through. We hear multiple reports of that Kroger store being impacted. Also, some other damage reports throughout Springfield. We've been getting some other videos and pictures coming in. Minor injuries reported throughout that area, no deaths reported. But as you can see, obviously, some widespread damage and really throughout Robertson County. Let's take a look at some other video we have there from our partners at Smoky Barn News. This is more video of Robertson County. As you can see, the storm's kind of moving through with the dark clouds and the lightning and the wind picking up as those strong clouds and wind formed. Really a scary sight when you look up at the sky and you see that. We've got some other video as well from Robertson County coming into our newsroom. Yeah, this is also from Smoky Barn News, showing some of the destruction there. Looks like, yeah, it's still raining at that point, but you can see even in the dark just the amount of debris, power lines down, a car, look at that, completely turned on its side, roofs ripped off of homes, damage to all the buildings in that area. Wow, just really, really startling when you see all of that in that area, that it was hit hard as well. We've not been able to get a crew on the ground out in Springfield quite yet, so we appreciate Smoky Barn News and our other partners sharing this video with us so we're able to give you a look at what's going on in Springfield. Obviously, we will continue to follow up on that area as the days come. That looks like a gas station. Wow, the roof was ripped off. This is Old Hickory. This is a video that our Heather Mathis shot earlier today as the storm was moving in. You can see the lightning in the clouds and the funnel cloud kind of forming there. She was able to capture this safely. She lives in that area and was able to take a safe distance and also keep an eye on what was going on just to keep us updated on that area. So we appreciate her sharing that with us. But yeah, just another scary, we've seen so many of these cloud videos that are just really frightening to look at, very unnerving when you think about what's about to come when you see that. So we appreciate Heather grabbing that for us and sending it to us, and all the lightning too. Gosh, so much lightning that we saw throughout the day when these storms moved through. Let's head back out to Clarksville, an area that we've been monitoring throughout the night. Our Nikki Hauser has been there keeping an eye on things for us. Let's check in with her one more time. Nikki, we know a curfew is in effect in Clarksville tonight as well as tomorrow night. Just a lot of work is going to be done in that community in the coming days as cleanup really gets underway.
Absolutely. That's the understatement, Emily. I mean, there's been a serious impact tonight, so several families are going through it. It's been a heartbreaking time out here. All throughout the night, we have been to several places here in Clarksville. We've showed you several images of the hurtful aftermath that we're seeing, some of which is right here behind me. You can see a roof just on the ground, dilapidated, right next to an upright home. So these homes are not the homes that people recognize anymore. It's reduced to virtually nothing. I also want to show you video that we shot from earlier. Take a look at these were some of the rows of businesses that were crushed that you can see here. Several of them had family or employees that were inside. We in fact talked to family members that were hurried inside of a back bathroom and said that everything was crushed outside of the bathroom, but they were able to make it out. They were very grateful for, you know, this father was talking to me about his daughter and his granddaughters being able to make it out safely and alive. We've talked to mothers whose daughters were had rooms that they loved that were destroyed. We've talked to people searching desperately for their friends over in that Fort Campbell Boulevard area. So you can imagine some of the fear and uncertainty that came out of tonight. So again, we did get that update from the mayor here in Clarksville, who says, yes, this is a state of emergency right now in this city, and there will be a curfew like you mentioned, Emily. So that's definitely something to keep in mind for tonight and for tomorrow at 9 p.m. as well. And we will, of course, be out here monitoring the situation and hoping everybody stays safe. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Nikki, thank you so much for that update. This is a Facebook post from Murfreesboro that we have just seen posted where they are sending crews to help in Gallatin. That's something we've really seen as we've heard from officials throughout these counties, how surrounding counties and surrounding agencies have really stepped up to help in some of these hardest hit areas. We heard that from the officials in Clarksville as well, that they were appreciative of multiple agencies coming in from across the area to help them out. And that's really not surprising when we see large storm events like this across the mid-state. We know these communities rally. They rally around each other. They rally around their neighbors just to make sure that everyone has the help that they need. And we know that it will be a long recovery process in the coming days, but there will be plenty of people out helping. We also have some video coming in from Hendersonville. This was the tornado in that area. I believe this was captured by a viewer that shared this with us. You can see, again, just a really scary sight with that sky when you see the lightning and the clouds and just all the lightning. Wow. And the wind, as the storm picked up and it moved through that area, Hendersonville getting hit hard, especially along Main Street. That seems to be the area that we've heard is still closed. It was one of the hardest hit areas in Hendersonville. Bree Smith has been out there. Our Aaron Cantrell has been out there keeping us updated on the scene there. We know they're very much in the dark. Not a lot of power outages, or not a lot of power in that area. A lot of outages, so it will be tough for them to start their cleanup, but they will start that in the coming days. I want to check in one more time with Tony Sloan, who's out in Madison for us, has been covering that area over the last couple of hours. Tony, tell us, I believe you have some new information to share with us from there.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to give you a new visual of what we're seeing as far as the extent of the damage is concerned. I talked to you a little bit earlier about those power lines being down and making it difficult for people to be able to leave their driveways. Take a look at it. You can actually see these power lines completely on the ground and causing a tough situation for people to be able to drive out here. These driveways are completely blocked off by these power lines. Now, the good news is they're not live, so, there's no issue with that there. But there is a woman who lives here who we just spoke to just a moment ago who says she's pretty much just trapped in that area, trapped in her home altogether. And you can actually see the full extent of the damage here at her home. You can see their window is pretty much caved in, and there's damage, significant damage actually to the roof and also to some of the other vehicles on this roadway as well. All of these homes here pretty much on this Nesbitt Road are significantly damaged by trees that have fallen, strong winds, and also, of course, these down power lines that are causing a big issue for many of these people who live here. So a lot of them say they're pretty much just going to ride out the night in their home. And we've actually seen a lot of crews going in and out of these homes, continuing to try to assess the damage. A lot of those crews talking to us, telling us that they don't know exactly what all of this is going to look like until the morning, because they need a lot of that daylight to fully assess and make sure everything is what they think it is now, because it's pitch black here, no power. It's a very dark roadway, which is actually causing a lot of issues for the drivers as well. Interestingly enough, I actually just passed by one of the stop signs on this street, and it's on the ground. So what would normally be a stop sign is on the ground. So that's causing issues for traffic as well. People just having to try and figure out what the situation is, considering the dark roads, those signs being down, trees down, power lines, and also emergency crews working to just try to make sure everybody is okay in the midst of all of this chaos here. But you can see for yourself just the extent of this damage. All of these homes are pretty much occupied right now by people without power, just trying to ride the wave until the next morning, waiting to try to figure out what their living conditions are going to be and how they're going to pretty much move forward after all of this has taken place. A lot of those crews are still inside these homes right now. I'm actually looking at a couple of them who have flashlights. They have lights on some of their helmets, just trying to look at everything that has taken place throughout the course of this storm here. One woman that I spoke to, she said that with all of this that has taken place, her phone has pretty much just been blowing up. Everybody's calling, asking questions on whether or not she is safe, and just to make sure she's still alive, because it is unfortunate, but there was loss of life on this roadway. We got word that 3 people did pass away here, and another woman that we spoke to walked the street. She doesn't live on this roadway, but she lives nearby, and her child goes to the nearby school. And she said she just wanted to walk by here because she frequents this area and she heard about the loss of life, and she has children of her own. So she can only imagine some of the heartbreak that many of the people are going through, not only just in this neighborhood on this street here, but also through all of the areas that were impacted. We were in Clarksville a little bit earlier, and there was a loss of life there as well. So we're pretty much staying on top of this, giving you all the latest updates, all the latest visuals, so that you can see the full extent of all the damage that has taken place because of this storm. And as we see much more, we'll be sure to show you and keep you updated throughout tonight and also throughout the course of the morning. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much for that update. And we do see that time and time again, you know, neighbors rallying around neighbors when we have these difficult times. And that statement was really echoed by Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell, tweeting out earlier tonight, just thanking the first responders, the elected leaders, the team in the mayor's office, so many people who have jumped in to respond to no matter the time of day or weather outside. He says he's incredibly grateful for all of their assistance. Again, as power lines continue to be down across the metro area, and 3 people were killed in the Madison area. So just a heartbreaking night in Nashville as well. But the crews are ready, they are poised, they're ready to jump in and help where they are needed, and that will certainly be the case in the coming days. Let's take a look at that video again of the explosion that we've seen in the Madison area. This was we have several angles of this, as you can see, the fireball kind of shooting up there, which we are still waiting to confirm, but we do believe this came from a transformer in the Nesbitt Lane area where those 3 people were killed in Davidson County. A very scary sight for people in that area, but we've got multiple kind of angles to show you the amount of smoke, and then as the storm is kind of moving in there, you can see that explosion. We're waiting to learn a little more about what caused it, but we are believing at this point that it may have been a transformer, and we will confirm more as soon as we know it. I know Tony's been working to learn more about that on the ground as well in Madison. Let's take a look at some video from Clarksville coming in here. This was one of the neighborhoods we were visiting earlier today. You can see cars overturned, roofs of homes ripped off, just the damage to the cars that were parked outside the homes. Really just, unfortunately, this is the scene all across Clarksville when we see multiple neighborhoods looking like this, just the amount of widespread damage that area sustained with, again, 3 people dying in the Clarksville area. Just heartbreaking. As you see, yeah, the windows busted out, just the extensive damage to the homes, and a heartbreaking sight for people who live in that neighborhood. We have crew there as well, and we'll continue to keep you updated on what's going on there in Clarksville. Let's head back over to the Weather Center as we get one more update on where things stand, guys. Now that the storms have moved through, what are we kind of expecting for the rest of the night?
Okay, so Emily, about 3 minutes until the 10 o'clock hour. Leland and I are going to take you to the top of the 10 where we'll start the newscast. But we're seeing weakening, thankfully, on radar tonight as the storms are becoming a little bit less organized. Here's a look at the Power of 5 radars, a wide view, and the most intense line of this storm is now east of the News Channel 5 viewing area. Still some light rain and some maybe a little bit of thunderstorm activity over Crossville north of Cookville. But for the most part, the instability is now east of the News Channel 5 viewing area. We'll take another look at the current watch map. Still a few of our counties, our eastern counties, in that watch, and that goes until 11 o'clock. But Leland, we're hoping that the National Weather Service will be able to allow that to expire a little bit early, and everybody can go to bed here shortly knowing we've got the all clear.
Especially in the way the line of storms are continuing to move, with the heaviest of this now along the plateau and pushing into East Tennessee. We really think that those storm warnings and those watches will be lifted prior to the 11 o'clock hour. Do want to show you a video. This was actually sent in from Clay Rogers out of Gallatin, and we'll wait to see if maybe this was another similar deal that we've seen back over near the Lowe's, where in the middle there, you kind of see a little bit of a glow there. This is from, I think he told me, Edison Apartments out of the Gallatin area, but similar maybe to what we saw in Madison, a little bit of an explosion there. Meanwhile, this was sent in earlier from Lisa Duncan. You've seen videos that Emily has been sharing out of the Springfield area, back over around Kroger, back over around a couple of other places that have been hard hit from these storms a little bit earlier. But here's a look at what's happening right now. And we still have actually quite a few lightning strikes that are showing up. The count there is for anything that you see on screen right now. But as we pull this in a little bit closer, actually, most of those are in our eastern areas. Time now for News Channel 5 at 10.
December 9th, 2023. An ordinary Saturday. But the weather was not. These storms were angry.
Me and him was on top of them. You know what we done? We prayed.
They were frightening.
I feel sad. I really feel sad.
They were deadly.
It's devastating. It's devastating for this community.
This don't matter. We got our lives, right? So that's how it works.
Now with breaking news, this is News Channel 5 at 10.
Deadly and devastating storms rip through the mid-state. Thank you for joining us on News Channel 5 at 10. I'm Emily Luxon. At least 6 people are dead, including 1 child in Davidson and Montgomery counties, and dozens are injured. Officials tell us the 3 deaths in Davidson County happened on Nesbitt Lane in Madison. We have team coverage from some of the hardest hit areas all across the mid-state. But first, we want to go straight to the Weather Center, where we can get an update from meteorologist Leland Statham and Matt Stevens about what we can expect for the rest of the night. Guys, hopefully we're in the clear after a very difficult day.
Yeah, definitely calming down. We've got a couple of our eastern counties that remain under a tornado watch, and actually, as we speak, most of those have just been cleared. So definitely an improving situation over what we had earlier today.
That's exactly right, Leland. At this time, it just appears that Franklin County, so in the far southeastern portion of our DMA, of our coverage area, still the only remaining county under that tornado watch. And it looks like the National Weather Service will be able to let that watch expire a little early tonight. Here is a wider look at the long line of storms that has been started off rapidly progressing through western Tennessee, made it through downtown Nashville in the Interstate 65 corridor around the 4:35 o'clock time frame. That is when we saw the devastating tornado in Clarksville, there in Montgomery County. That particular system continued on into southern Kentucky. Then around 5 o'clock or so, we saw the damage that occurred in Madison around the Nesbitt Road area. That was a second tornado that was confirmed as this system continued to progress through Middle Tennessee earlier this afternoon and evening. Here's a closer look at Power of 5 radars tonight, and you can see the heaviest of the precipitation now well east of Nashville, Franklin, and Murfreesboro. A little bit of rain still left on the plateau and some lightning. A closer look there. We needed some rain, and we've been in a pretty severe drought. We picked up on as much as an inch to maybe an inch and a half in some centralized areas. So that might be a little bit of, if there's any good news out of this situation, there's not much, but we did get some beneficial rain. And then Leland, this is really what we're all going to remember, the storm reports, some long tracking tornadoes that produced some significant damage in many Middle Tennessee areas.
Yeah, definitely so. And we saw the fact that there were 6 fatalities. We know that there have been at least 23 injuries out of the Clarksville area for us. Right now, here's another look at radar, and you can see the wide view here with the amount of lightning. So this is Nashville right now, down toward Tullahoma. Where most of this lightning is being counted is actually along and east of the upper Cumberland. So for our viewing area here, just a little bit of lightning remains with some of this for us at the moment. Right now, not much in Nashville. Matt talked about the rain. Yeah, there's been some beneficial rains from this. In some areas, maybe just a little bit too much. As you get down toward Chattanooga, they've got a flash flood warning now until the early morning hours of Sunday. There's that area right there. So the good news is, while we may get a strong warning toward the plateau within the next half hour, it is definitely an improving situation. But Matt, with the cold front, here comes the colder air, and we can see 40s now from Hopkinsville, Murray, back over to Dyersburg. That's going to set up a cold Sunday across our area.
That's right. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, still probably some clouds, but clearing should start setting in around lunchtime. But highs tomorrow, Leland, they're not going to escape the mid-40s. And then Tuesday morning, we're going to fall into the upper 20s.
So you've got much more on that forecast.
Yeah,
coming
we're gonna take another look at. We'll actually show you the 7-day forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, guys, thank you for that update. And during the storms, an explosion was spotted in Madison. Multiple viewers sent us video of this scary sight. You can see that fireball there in the distance. Right now, it's unclear what caused it, but it may have been a transformer. The hardest hit part of Davidson County was Nesbitt Lane in Madison. Our Tony Sloan joins us live from that area. He's been monitoring the situation there throughout the evening for us. 3 people lost their lives there. Tony, just a heartbreaking scene.
Yeah, that's the sentiment from all the people on this roadway who may have come over here to visit, or to, you know, some of the people who frequent this area coming over to just try to assess the damage, because they say that storm hit too close to home. So you can actually see the full extent of all of this damage right here behind me. Right now, what you're looking at here is just down power lines, pretty much trapping a lot of these residents inside of their driveways and inside of their homes. The woman who lives at this home here actually told me that she can't leave because these power lines are pretty much blocking off all of her driveway, and she's having to pretty much ride it out throughout the night here. And it's just a scary, sad situation because this roadway is completely pitch black, considering the fact that there is no power. Emergency crews are here. We actually have heard a lot of the power tools and things like that over the past few minutes or so. A lot of them here just assessing the damage, going inside of some of these homes to try and make things a little easier for the people who live there, considering the circumstances here. Every house on this roadway here of Nesbitt Lane has some significant damage to it. I actually took a look at all of them. Most of them have trees on them. Some of them actually have power lines going through them. And others just have a lot of debris and damage from that storm that made its way through here. So these emergency crews, they're here right now. They have flashlights and lights on their helmets here, pretty much just going through these homes, talking to the people who live here and asking them questions to try to make sure they're okay. Some of the people, they actually rode out this storm. They stayed in their cars, they stayed in their homes, and they say they just got to their safe place as soon as they could. One man told me that he was here at his home with his daughters, pretty much holding them, all of them holding one another, just praying and hoping to be able to get through what they say was one of the scariest moments of their lives. But this roadway completely blocked off with police tape and trees down. Crews are still here with lights, just trying to make sure everything is as safe as possible for the people who are still here, and also for the people who are trying to drive on this road, considering the fact that it is so dangerous here. We actually spoke to a Metro Council member for District 3, Jennifer Gamble. She spoke to us a little bit about this area and the heartbreak that's come with all of the devastation. Take a listen.
The power is out. We have widespread power outages in Whites Creek, Belshire, and Madison area. A lot of trees down. I'm hearing of fatalities here on Nesbitt Lane, as well as on Dickerson Pike.
Yeah, so she spoke a little bit about the fatalities. Yeah, 3 people lost their life on this roadway here. What you're looking at now is actually just some of the extensive damage of one of the homes. You can actually see furniture in that home just because it's completely gone as far as the outside structure protecting what would have been possibly a room or something like that for that home there. But that's just some of the smallest extent of all of the damage that has taken place on this roadway. Like that council member mentioned there, just down power lines, a whole lot of extensive damage on the roadway as far as police tape and things like that go as well. It's going to stay here throughout the course of the night. Crews are going to come back out here throughout the morning so that they can be able to assess everything with the daylight. And also people say that they're pretty much just waiting until the morning so that they can figure out what their next steps are. Because from here, a lot of people say they don't know what their next moves are, just considering the extent of all of the damage and the scary situation of them having to figure out what's next for their homes. But of course, we're going to stay out here. We'll let you know all the latest that we learned from officials. But of course, this is one of the many areas that don't have power, one of the many areas that has extensive damage, but one of the few areas that has a loss of life. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you so much for that update. And of course, thousands all across the mid-state are still without power tonight and maybe for some time. This is a look at some of the latest numbers we're getting into the newsroom. About just under 14,000 people in Clarksville, around 36,000 in Nashville, 14,000 in Cheatham County, 25,000 in Robertson County, and 36,000 in Sumner County. We did get an update from NES earlier in the evening saying they will have crews working around the clock until all the power is restored. The damage was widespread throughout Montgomery County. This is what's left of a popular pizza place in Clarksville, Luigi's Pizza. This is the location on Fort Campbell Boulevard. The company says that all the employees and customers are accounted for, but some ended up with serious injuries. No other details have been released on what happened. 3 people were killed, including 1 child in Clarksville. 23 others have been treated at the hospital, and a curfew is in effect for the rest of the night. That's where we find News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. Nikki, tell us what you're seeing there.
Well, Emily, it's quiet now. It's very much a somber note in this neighborhood tonight. Things are not the same, and you can clearly tell that that's the case here. I want to show you this is a mess where it used to be a home. You can see a chunk really of this Clarksville neighborhood just completely missing. Families around here tell us they are shaken, to say the least. You can also see some of the other damage that we came across tonight. Rows of businesses crushed. I talked to a family who owned what was going to be a new gym. Not anymore. That building rather, was totaled. The father of that family and the future owners of that gym told me the moments before he and his family of 5 had to rush into a bathroom to save themselves.
I said, Kate, it is time to go. And excuse me. So anyway, we got to the bathroom, hunkered down, right? She's on top of the babies, me and him's on top of them. And you know what we done? We prayed. Yeah, excuse me. I thought I could handle this.
He did get a little emotional with me there, but thankfully all of his family members were able to get out of there okay. They are safe now, but of course they and several other families have similar stories. They have to wake up tomorrow morning and try to figure out what's next. In the meantime, if you do live here in Clarksville, you should keep in mind that there is a curfew. It has gone into effect tonight, and there will be another one that goes into effect at 9 p.m. tomorrow. The mayor declared that it's a state of emergency here. They also said here that they are going to be out here working to make sure that everybody is safe, that everybody is okay, and we will of course be out here as well to monitor the situation, give you updates as we have them. Live in Clarksville, I'm Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And Clarksville police say a shelter has also been set up for people impacted by the storms. It's located at Northeast High School on Trenton Road. Also, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office says a temporary shelter has been set up at the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road for any people displaced in that area. And Manna Cafe Ministries has also opened a shelter on D Street in Clarksville. Another area that was devastated by the tornadoes was the Walnut Grove area of Clarksville. This is what's left of the Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Members tell us they are just heartbroken by this damage.
I feel sad. I really feel sad about coming and seeing our church in this condition.
The Clarksville School of Fine Arts, which is actually on the same property, was also severely damaged. Fortunately, no one was inside at the time, and officials say they are very grateful for that fact.
Last Saturday we had our Christmas program, and we had 2 shows and had 60 kids here and over 300 people here for the 2 shows. If we would have had the shows this week, it would have been a completely different story.
Wow, scary situation there. And a Zaxby's drive-through window, check this out, was found on the ground in Clarksville. It obviously had blown off a nearby fast food location, but get this, the closest location was actually several miles away. So it just shows how strong that wind was when it moved through Clarksville, and you can see all the debris around it as well. Strong storms also left a mark on Hendersonville. Our Aaron Cantrell has been surveying the damage out there. Aaron, I know there's power is out in that area, but tell us what you're able to see from where you are now.
Yeah, Emily, so we're actually about 10 minutes or so from where the main damage here in Hendersonville is at on Main Street, where next to TriStar Hendersonville right now, service is really bad out here. So if you've been trying to get in contact with loved ones during this storm, they may be struggling trying to reach you at this time just because of the signal out here. But I did just get word from the Sumner County mayor that a state of emergency has been issued for the area. He says they have not experienced any fatalities. However, there is severe structural damage across Sumner County in Hendersonville, Gallatin, and many businesses were devastated. Take a look at this video. This is just images of that damage of big plays, an arcade place. People were inside playing when that storm came through. Also, power lines down, trees down, some of them uprooted, gas leaks, and buildings completely collapsed. And again, a lot of this damage is centered around the main street there in Indian Lake here in Hendersonville. And police, they have been trying to deal with traffic as well. Things have simmered down, but earlier it was just a madhouse. You could not really get around the city at all, and people were trying to get home as that storm was moving in. But a lot of people were taken back by this. They were a little surprised. They knew a storm was coming, but they weren't expecting such the wrath of Mother Nature and this tornado coming through and uprooting businesses and destroying businesses. In fact, there was one lady we spoke with. She was out trying to collect everything she could at her business miscellaneous that was destroyed. She says 3 staff members were working and customers were inside when this happened, and they had to run to the basement really quick, and thankfully they did because that building was leveled. But she is holding on to hope that she will be able to rebuild and the community will come together. Take a listen to what Kathy Moss had to say.
You're just numb. You're just numb when you look at something and it's something you've spent your time and your life and your effort making work, and when you walk up to it and see it gone like that, it's devastating.
And that is just one story here in this community. There are several stories just like that. We got word of a nonprofit who had all their Christmas presents destroyed during this storm. The tornado hit that building and destroyed all 500 presents right before they're about to give them out for the holidays. And a lot of families, this is a devastating time. We're only a few weeks away from Christmas. Many of them not expecting to go through a tragedy like this, but a lot of them are saying that they're just going to lean on one another and pull together during this tragedy. In fact, the Sumner County mayor said, quote, that this is a very strong community, resilient community, and they will emerge even more stronger and work together to clean and rebuild as well. But a lot of the assessing of the damage, well, they're going to be doing that a lot more when the sun comes out, because right now, because of the power outages, they can't really see a lot. And also it's dangerous, especially with power lines down across the road. So they're going to get back out here and start assessing the damage. And they are working to try to find a shelter, working with the Red Cross for those who are displaced. But Emily, just a lot of devastation here, a lot of heartbreak here. But again, people are coming together to try to remain strong during this devastating time. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. It's always good to see people coming together to help each other out. There are also reports of damage out of Robertson County. This is video from one of our news partners, Smoky Bar News, as the storm moved through. You can see the wind and the clouds forming there as the storm moved through the Springfield area. Governor Bill Lee also released a statement saying, Maria and I are praying for all Tennesseans who have been impacted by the tornadoes that swept through the state this evening. We mourn the lives lost and ask that everyone continue to follow the guidance from local and state officials. We want to check back in with our weather team who have been working so hard to keep us updated and following everything throughout the evening. Guys, we want to thank you for all of your hard work today. As we talked earlier in the show, hopefully the worst is behind us here, but we do have some big changes to expect as we start a new day here.
Yeah, big time changes are on the way as colder air now is filtering in, but the severe weather threat for our area has now come to an end.
Yeah, from what we can tell, that's now well east of the News Channel 5 viewing area. Just one last county, Franklin County, was hanging on to that watch. They have now been removed, and we can officially give the all clear. Just some light rain moving towards out of the plateau and then east of the viewing area.
You're going to give us a radar check in a moment, but I do want to share this video that came to me from Clay Rogers out of Edison Apartments over in the Gallatin area, and he too picked up on something similar that what we saw in Madison, where maybe it hit a transformer or something else, but as the storm was coming through, saw a little bit of explosion. You can see the glow there, and then that glow pushes away. Meanwhile, we've talked about Springfield. Here's an actual view of that tornado making its way through Robertson County and then back over into the Springfield area. I will say that as of right now, no fatalities have been reported in Springfield. And Matt, I will say this, just got a note from the mayor. The mayor is now declaring a state of emergency for Metro Nashville. So Metro Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell now issuing a state of emergency, but that will help kind of trigger some things from a state and federal response.
That's correct. Get some funding in for as we begin the cleanup early tomorrow morning. Still watching this long line of showers and thunderstorms that's now pushed east of Crossville. Still packing a lot of lightning here at this 10 o'clock hour. Fortunately, that has moved well east now of the News Channel 5 viewing area. Still some light rain in Fayetteville and Shelbyville, but if you live back to the west of this line, we can officially give you the all clear tonight that you can go to bed, feel safe. No more threat of severe weather tonight. Here is a look at the storm reports. These were confirmed tornado sightings or radar indicated tornadoes. We also had hail, straight line wind. These were long lasting tornadoes that started and continued moving northeast for several miles and impacted several cities, causing lots of damage as you've seen over the last several hours, including unfortunately the loss of some life. Northwesterly winds now pouring into Middle Tennessee. So this is going to set the stage for a very chilly Sunday. Now, thankfully, it's going to be very quiet and calm weather tomorrow and for the next several days, but it is going to be very chilly. Here's a look now at the watch and warnings map, and you can see everyone in the News Channel 5 viewing area now has the all clear. The National Weather Service has allowed that threat to expire. Things are all quiet, thankfully, here in downtown Nashville, 52 degrees. Tonight, the humidity 83%, northwesterly winds. That's how we know the front has now cleared. We had a high temperature officially of 67. Some areas saw 70 degrees. It was a very warm day, and now that temperature difference, that colder air that's working its way in, that was the culprit for the severe storms. That was a look at Murfreesboro, cloudy skies there. Here's what we're expecting tonight. So storms, they have now cleared. Tomorrow, quiet and calm weather, but cold. It's going to be very chilly in the mid 40s when you wake up tomorrow morning and becoming mild by next week. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, 40 degrees. You compare that to some upper 50s, which is where we started this morning. That colder air already starting to spill into Middle Tennessee tonight. 55 in McMinnville, 52 right now in downtown Nashville, 48 in Clarksville, 7 degrees colder than we were this time yesterday. And look at that cold air as it continues to push into Middle Tennessee. The front has now cleared, quiet weather behind it. So here is exact track. We're going to watch that weather continue to clear out to the east. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, cloudy skies east of Interstate 65, clearing back to the west. Some areas will see some upper 30s. So it's going to be very chilly, but some sunshine by Sunday afternoon. Out the door, here's what it's going to look like. About 44 at noon with maybe a few peaks of sunshine, but we stay in the 40s, Leland, most of the day. If we have any good news to show you, the 7-day forecast rapidly improves each day starting next week. We'll be a little chilly on Monday, but back to near 60 degrees with quiet and sunny weather for the majority of the work week.
So that will be good, especially for the cleanup operation, but we'll also keep an eye on the forecast for next weekend. Some of those parades that were scheduled for today moved to next weekend. So that's something that we'll watch, but also folks right now will just need the calm weather for cleanup.
That's exactly right. And fortunately, we've got it.
Looks good, guys. Thank you for that update. And just in as Leland said, Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell has declared a state of emergency for Metro Nashville and Davidson County, and he explains more in this video statement that just came out.
Good evening, Nashville. Today, a storm turned the world upside down for many in our community. I'm heartbroken to report that we know of at least 3 lives lost as a result of this devastating storm. Based on the damage, I'm declaring a state of emergency for Nashville and Davidson County. In addition to known fatalities and injuries, first responders are still working across the county to get to some hard-to-reach areas. We've partially activated our Emergency Operations Center, and I've been in touch with state and federal partners. While many of you will want to help immediately, for now it is crucial that you stay out of the affected areas and heed guidance from first responders and officials on the ground. If you've been displaced from your home by this storm, please call 1-800-RED CROSS to get immediate help. Right now, your safety is my top priority. There's a long road of healing and recovery ahead for many of our neighbors, and we'll share more information about how we can all support them in the days and weeks ahead. For now, be safe and take care.
Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell again with some important safety information there as the recovery process will begin here in Nashville. We are so thankful for all of our viewers and friends of the station who have been submitting videos of the tornadoes, the damage, the aftermath to us throughout the evening. This is one of those videos that was shared with us from Madison, where again, at least 3 people were killed there earlier this evening. From trees being knocked down to roofs of homes being ripped off, we know the damage was extensive in Madison. Let's check in again with News Channel 5's Tony Sloan. Tony, again, just a heartbreaking scene out there.
Yeah, and it actually gets worse as we continue throughout the course of the night. We actually just saw 2 women who just walked down this roadway here because they say they wanted to go check up on their brother who they haven't heard from throughout the course of the day. So that right there is just something that's got a lot of people on edge. You know, a lot of emotions are high. People are checking on their loved ones, wanting to make sure they're okay, considering the extent of all of the damage that has taken place here. But one of the toughest things about all of this is these roadway conditions. You know, it's pitch black out here, and it's tough for people to be able to drive on this roadway, especially when you have signs down like this one. Also, stop signs are completely ripped out of the ground on this roadway of Nesbitt as well. And you have power lines and trees down like this. So this roadway here completely blocked off right here on Nesbitt Lane because of the down power lines, the down trees, and all of the structural damage that you can see as well from some of the houses and the buildings. Now, a lot of this woodwork comes from houses across the street. A lot of the damage that has taken place over there has made its way on this side of the roadway here. And you can actually see in this tree, there's a lot of pieces of the home in that tree as well. So this is what people are living with here. This is the reality for people in this area. This entire roadway, again, blocked off by this police tape as emergency crews work this scene here. But you can actually see that home has a tree that has fallen onto the roof of it there. And we haven't seen anyone go in and out of that home. So it's safe to assume that they've pretty much just evacuated and left and found a safe space for the night here. But right next door, there's actually a woman who is still in that home tonight, and she says she's going to stay there because she's pretty much blocked in because of all of the power lines that are blocking off the driveway here. So she's staying for the night, and she says she'll pretty much just figure it out in the morning. But that's one of the scariest things about this here. They say having to go through all of this without power and also not knowing what the next steps are for them are things that they're working to just try and figure out. A lot of those emergency crews, we're actually still seeing them right now shining flashlights on these homes, just trying to continue to assess the damage as much as they can in these pitch black conditions here. We spoke to one person who said he pretty much rode out the storm. He stayed in his car. He actually saw all the damage happen and unfold just before his eyes. And he says he's so happy to be okay. He's happy to be safe. But he says it is unfortunate that there were 3 lives that were lost on this roadway here. Like you just saw Mayor Freddie O'Connell announcing a state of emergency for this area. But a lot of people, we've seen them just trying to get to their loved ones. That's the number one thing. They've been trying to drive on this road, but these conditions not making it easy for them. So they've had to stop, and they're walking around, walking past all of the debris to try and go toward Gallatin road so that they can try and find their loved ones there. But that's going to be the case throughout the course of the night. We've seen a lot of different people just scavenging, trying to figure out what their next steps are and trying to reach their loved ones tonight. Of course, we're going to stay out here and let you know all the latest details that we learned, but we've counted at least 10 different houses on this roadway that have been completely damaged because of the storm that rolled through this area. Trees down on those homes, power lines on those homes as well. A lot of these cars damaged due to some of those down power lines. of course, we're going to stay out here and let you know what happens, especially as they try to clean up after the storm. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you again for all of your work tonight. Here's a look at some more damage in the Madison area. These photos are from the Town and Country Ford of Nashville on Anderson Lane in Madison. Employees say they are all safe, but they had to run into the hallway and the bathroom and hold the door closed because the wind was so powerful. Of course, 3 lives were also lost in Clarksville. That's where we find News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. She has been keeping an eye on the damage in that area throughout the evening. Nikki, we know they have a lot of cleanup ahead of them in the days ahead.
Right, Emily, and right now I'm standing in the driveway of a home that was upright this morning. Now you can see the mess that's left, the roof just feet away from the ground there. And to your right, you can see the neighbor here. And I want you to look at that garage door. And this shows just how severe these winds were. You can see that piece of wood just smashed into that garage door. Of course, their windows are blown out and a lot of damage over there as well. If you look to your left, you see just so much more. Driveways down, it's the same story of damage. And across Clarksville, again, it's the same story. And we've heard your stories of heartbreak, of businesses that were absolutely torn down. We also know, of course, as we've reported to you, 6 people across our counties at least have lost their lives. Many more have been injured. We know over 20 are in the hospital recovering right now. 3 of those that died were right here in Montgomery County. As we wrap up tonight and we feel a lot of the emotions that these neighbors, that the people here in this county are feeling, we want you to know that we are here for you, as is the mayor. The mayor says that not only wants you to know that there is a curfew that's going into effect tomorrow at 9 p.m., but that they are there for you as well. So that's kind of the overwhelming community feeling that we're learning after tonight, that of course there's a lot to build back from tonight, but Clarksville has a way of coming together in a way that we really haven't seen before. And I know that's something that we're going to see in the coming days as well. Live tonight in Clarksville, Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And unfortunately, it is a similar scene in Hendersonville where many are without power and still trying to come to terms with the damage they're seeing there. Our Aaron Cantrell has been in Hendersonville for us throughout the evening. Aaron, tell us what you're seeing there now.
Yeah, Emily. So we're about 10 minutes or so from where the main damage is at here in Hendersonville along Main Street. And we've been talking throughout the evening and night about them working, trying to find a Red Cross shelter. We just got word that they will be setting up a Red Cross shelter at Beach High School. They asked folks just to drive around to the back and enter through the cafeteria. But I've learned from the Sumner County mayor that a state of emergency has been issued. He said that thankfully, there have not been any reported fatalities, but there is a lot of structural damage throughout Sumner County. And here in Hendersonville, just take a look at that video. This is all along there on Main Street where a lot of this damage is centered around. In fact, the city of Hendersonville tells me that they're going to have the fire department, the police, and public works department. They're going to be working through the night to make sure these roads are clear and to assess the damage, but they'll get out again in the morning so they can see clearly as well. And TDOT and NES, they're going to be working through the night as well, trying to clear Main Street and try to reopen it as soon as possible. And they're asking folks right now to just head home, to stay off the roads, give them room to work right now. But when we went down through Main Street, we just saw the damage. And take a listen to what one business owner had to say about the damage.
You can't change what's happened. You just have to pick yourself up, dust your pants off, and keep going. That was how my grandfather raised me, and it's how I raised my 2 kids. It's how I raised my granddaughters. You just have to keep going. You can't let it get you down. If you sit and cry, then you're not going to get back up.
And Kathy says she's been through this before, and that's the best advice she can give anyone, is just get back up and work together as a community to rebuild this area. I'll send it back to you all.
All All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Well, Matt and Leland, as we get a final look at our forecast tonight, as we begin our cleanup tomorrow, we might need a coat.
Yeah, definitely. So much cold air moving in.
Yeah, 40s when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Going to start out with cloud cover. I think we'll see some sunshine after lunch tomorrow, but maybe 44, 45 degrees. That's all we're going to get. But Leland, a long stretch of quiet, calm weather sets in after tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So with the tornadoes tonight, the 10th fatality in Nashville since 2020.
It's been a heartbreaking day for sure. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll continue to keep you updated. Have a great night. And I'm Emily Luxon. At least 6 people are dead, including 1 child in Davidson and Montgomery counties, and dozens are injured. Officials tell us the 3 deaths in Davidson County happened on Nesbitt Lane in Madison. We have team coverage from some of the hardest hit areas all across the mid-state. But first, we want to go straight to the Weather Center, where we can get an update from meteorologist Leland Statham and Matt Stevens about what we can expect for the rest of the night. Guys, hopefully we're in the clear after a very difficult day.
Yeah, definitely coming down. We've got a couple of our eastern counties that remain under a tornado watch, and actually, as we speak, most of those have just been cleared. So definitely an improving situation over what we had earlier today. That's exactly right, Leland. At this time, it just appears that Franklin County, so in the far southeastern portion of our DMA, of our coverage area, is still the only remaining county under that tornado watch. And it looks like the National Weather Service will be able to let that watch expire a little early tonight. Here is a wider look at the long line of storms that has been started off rapidly progressing through western Tennessee, made it through downtown Nashville in the Interstate 65 corridor around the 4:30, 5 o'clock time frame. That is when we saw the devastating tornado in Clarksville, there in Montgomery County. That particular system continued on into southern Kentucky. Then around 5 o'clock or so, we saw the damage that occurred in Madison around the Nesbitt Road area. That was a second tornado that was confirmed as this system continued to progress through Middle Tennessee earlier this afternoon and evening. Here's a closer look at Power of 5 radars tonight, and you can see the heaviest of the precipitation now well east of Nashville, Franklin, and Murfreesboro. A little bit of rain still left on the plateau and some lightning. A closer look there. We needed some rain, and we've been in a pretty severe drought. We picked up on as much as an inch to maybe an inch and a half in some centralized areas. So that might be a little bit of, if there's any good news out of this situation, there's not much, but we did get some beneficial rain. And then Leland, this is really what we're all going to remember, the storm reports, some long tracking tornadoes that produced some significant damage in many Middle Tennessee areas. Yeah, definitely so. And we saw the fact that there were 6 fatalities. We know that there have been at least 23 injuries out of the Clarksville area for us. Right now, here's another look at radar, and you can see the wide view here with the amount of lightning. So this is Nashville right now, down toward Tullahoma. Where most of this lightning is being counted is actually along and east of the upper Cumberland. So for our viewing area here, just a little bit of lightning remains with some of this for us at the moment. Right now, not much in Nashville. Matt talked about the rain. Yeah, there's been some beneficial rains from this in some areas, maybe just a little bit too much. As you get down toward Chattanooga, they've got a flash flood warning now until the early morning hours of Sunday. There's that area right there. So the good news is, while we may get a strong warning toward the plateau within the next half hour, it is definitely an improving situation. But Matt, with the cold front, here comes the colder air, and we can see 40s now from Hopkinsville, Murray, back over to Dyersburg. That's going to set up a cold Sunday across our area. That's right. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, still probably some clouds, but clearing should start setting in around lunchtime. But highs tomorrow, Leland, they're not going to escape the mid-40s. And then Tuesday morning, we're going to fall into the upper 20s. So you've got much more on that forecast. Yeah, we're going to take another look at. We'll actually show you the 7-day forecast coming up in just a few minutes. All right, guys, thank you for that update. And during the storms, an explosion was spotted in Madison. Multiple viewers sent us video of this scary sight. You can see that fireball there in the distance. Right now, it's unclear what caused it, but it may have been a transformer.
The hardest hit part of Davidson County was Nesbitt Lane in Madison. Our Tony Sloan joins us live from that area. He's been monitoring the situation there throughout the evening for us. 3 people lost their lives there. Tony, just a heartbreaking scene.
Yeah, that's the sentiment from all the people on this roadway who may have come over here to visit, or to, you know, some of the people who frequent this area coming over to just try to assess the damage, because they say that storm hit too close to home. So you can actually see the full extent of all of this damage right here behind me. Right now, what you're looking at here is just down power lines, pretty much trapping a lot of these residents inside of their driveways and inside of their homes. The woman who lives at this home here actually told me that she can't leave because these power lines are pretty much blocking off all of her driveway, and she's having to pretty much ride it out throughout the night here. And it's just a scary, sad situation because this roadway is completely pitch black, considering the fact that there is no power. Emergency crews are here. We actually have heard a lot of the power tools and things like that over the past few minutes or so. A lot of them here just assessing the damage, going inside of some of these homes to try and make things a little easier for the people who live there, considering the circumstances here. Every house on this roadway here of Nesbitt Lane has some significant damage to it. I actually took a look at all of them. Most of them have trees on them. Some of them actually have power lines going through them. And others just have a lot of debris and damage from that storm that made its way through here. So these emergency crews, they're here right now. They have flashlights and lights on their helmets here, pretty much just going through these homes, talking to the people who live here and asking them questions to try to make sure they're okay. Some of the people, they actually rode out this storm. They stayed in their cars, they stayed in their homes, and they say they just got to their safe place as soon as they could. One man told me that he was here at his home with his daughters, pretty much holding them, all of them holding one another, just praying and hoping to be able to get through what they say was one of the scariest moments of their lives. But this roadway completely blocked off with police tape and trees down. Crews are still here with lights, just trying to make sure everything is as safe as possible for the people who are still here, and also for the people who are trying to drive on this road, considering the fact that it is so dangerous here. We actually spoke to a Metro Council member for District 3, Jennifer Gamble. She spoke to us a little bit about this area and the heartbreak that's come with all of the devastation. Take a listen.
The power is out. We have widespread power outages in Whites Creek, Belshire, and Madison area. A lot of trees down. I'm hearing of fatalities here on Nesbitt Lane, as well as on Dickerson Pike.
Yeah, so she spoke a little bit about the fatalities. Yeah, 3 people lost their life on this roadway here. What you're looking at now is actually just some of the extensive damage of one of the homes. You can actually see furniture in that home just because it's completely gone as far as the outside structure protecting what would have been possibly a room or something like that for that home there. But that's just some of the smallest extent of all of the damage that has taken place on this roadway. Like that council member mentioned there, just down power lines, a whole lot of extensive damage on the roadway as far as police tape and things like that go as well. It's going to stay here throughout the course of the night. Crews are going to come back out here throughout the morning so that they can be able to assess everything with the daylight. And also people say that they're pretty much just waiting until the morning so that they can figure out what their next steps are. Because from here, a lot of people say they don't know what their next moves are, just considering the extent of all of the damage and the scary situation of them having to figure out what's next for their homes. But of course, we're going to stay out here. We'll let you know all the latest that we learned from officials. But of course, this is one of the many areas that don't have power, one of the many areas that has extensive damage, but one of the few areas that has a loss of life. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you so much for that update. And of course, thousands all across the mid-state are still without power tonight and maybe for some time. This is a look at some of the latest numbers we're getting into the newsroom. About just under 14,000 people in Clarksville, around 36,000 in Nashville, 14,000 in Cheatham County, 25,000 in Robertson County, and 36,000 in Sumner County. We did get an update from NES earlier in the evening saying they will have crews working around the clock until all the power is restored. The damage was widespread throughout Montgomery County. This is what's left of a popular pizza place in Clarksville, Luigi's Pizza. This is the location on Fort Campbell Boulevard. The company says that all the employees and customers are accounted for, but some ended up with serious injuries. No other details have been released on what happened. 3 people were killed, including 1 child in Clarksville. 23 others have been treated at the hospital, and a curfew is in effect for the rest of the night. That's where we find News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. Nikki, tell us what you're seeing there.
Well, Emily, it's quiet now. It's very much a somber note in this neighborhood tonight. Things are not the same, and you can clearly tell that that's the case here. I want to show you this is a mess where it used to be a home. You can see a chunk really of this Clarksville neighborhood just completely missing. Families around here tell us they are shaken, to say the least. You can also see some of the other damage that we came across tonight. Rows of businesses crushed. I talked to a family who owned what was going to be a new gym. Not anymore. That building rather, was totaled. The father of that family and the future owners of that gym told me the moments before he and his family of 5 had to rush into a bathroom to save themselves.
I said, Kate, it is time to go. And excuse me. So anyway, we got to the bathroom, hunkered down, right? She's on top of the babies. Me and him's on top of them. And you know what we done? We prayed. Yeah, excuse me. I thought I could handle this.
He did get a little emotional with me there, but thankfully all of his family members were able to get out of there okay. They are safe now, but of course they and several other families have similar stories. They have to wake up tomorrow morning and try to figure out what's next. In the meantime, if you do live here in Clarksville, you should keep in mind that there is a curfew. It has gone into effect tonight, and there will be another one that goes into effect at 9 p.m. tomorrow. The mayor declared that it's a state of emergency here. They also said here that they are going to be out here working to make sure that everybody is safe, that everybody is okay, and we will of course be out here as well to monitor the situation, give you updates as we have them. Live in Clarksville, I'm Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And Clarksville police say a shelter has also been set up for people impacted by the storms. It's located at Northeast High School on Trenton Road. Also, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office says a temporary shelter has been set up at the Mosaic Church on Garrettsburg Road for any people displaced in that area. And Manna Cafe Ministries has also opened a shelter on D Street in Clarksville. Another area that was devastated by the tornadoes was the Walnut Grove area of Clarksville. This is what's left of the Walnut Grove Missionary Baptist Church. Members tell us they are just heartbroken by this damage.
I feel sad. I really feel sad about coming and seeing our church in this condition.
The Clarksville School of Fine Arts, which is actually on the same property, was also severely damaged. Fortunately, no one was inside at the time, and officials say they are very grateful for that fact.
Last Saturday we had our Christmas program, and we had 2 shows and had 60 kids here and over 300 people here for the 2 shows. If we would have had the shows this week, it would have been a completely different story.
Wow, scary situation there. And a Zaxby's drive-through window, check this out, was found on the ground in Clarksville. It obviously had blown off a nearby fast food location, but get this, the closest location was actually several miles away. So it just shows how strong that wind was when it moved through Clarksville, and you can see all the debris around it as well. Strong storms also left a mark on Hendersonville. Our Aaron Cantrell has been surveying the damage out there. Aaron, I know there's power is out in that area, but tell us what you're able to see from where you are now.
Yeah, Emily, so we're actually about 10 minutes or so from where the main damage here in Hendersonville is at on Main Street. We're next to TriStar Hendersonville right now. Service is really bad out here, so if you've been trying to get in contact with loved ones during this storm, they may be struggling trying to reach you at this time just because of the signal out here. But I did just get word from the Sumner County mayor that a state of emergency has been issued for the area. He says they have not experienced any fatalities. However, there is severe structural damage across Sumner County in Hendersonville, Gallatin, and many businesses were devastated. Take a look at this video. This is just images of that damage of big plays, an arcade place. People were inside playing when that storm came through. Also, power lines down, trees down, some of them uprooted, gas leaks, and buildings completely collapsed. And again, a lot of this damage is centered around the main street there in Indian Lake here in Hendersonville. And police, they have been trying to deal with traffic as well. Things have simmered down, but earlier it was just a madhouse. You could not really get around the city at all, and people were trying to get home as that storm was moving in. But a lot of people were taken back by this. They were a little surprised. They knew a storm was coming, but they weren't expecting such the wrath of Mother Nature and this tornado coming through and uprooting businesses and destroying businesses. In fact, there was one lady we spoke with. She was out trying to collect everything she could at her business miscellaneous that was destroyed. She says 3 staff members were working and customers were inside when this happened, and they had to run to the basement really quick, and thankfully they did because that building was leveled. But she is holding on to hope that she will be able to rebuild and the community will come together. Take a listen to what Kathy Moss had to say.
You're just numb. You're just numb when you look at something and it's something you've spent your time and your life and your effort making work, and when you walk up to it and see it gone like that, it's devastating.
And that is just one story here in this community. There are several stories just like that. We got word of a nonprofit who had all their Christmas presents destroyed during this storm. The tornado hit that building and destroyed all 500 presents right before they're about to give them out for the holidays. And a lot of families, this is a devastating time. We're only a few weeks away from Christmas. Many of them not expecting to go through a tragedy like this, but a lot of them are saying that they're just going to lean on one another and pull together during this tragedy. In fact, the Sumner County mayor said, quote, that this is a very strong community, resilient community, and they will emerge even more stronger and work together to clean and rebuild as well. But a lot of the assessing of the damage, well, they're going to be doing that a lot more when the sun comes out, because right now, because of the power outages, they can't really see a lot. And also it's dangerous, especially with power lines down across the road. So they're going to get back out here and start assessing the damage. And they are working to try to find a shelter, working with the Red Cross for those who are displaced. But Emily, just a lot of devastation here, a lot of heartbreak here. But again, people are coming together to try to remain strong during this devastating time. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Aaron, thank you. It's always good to see people coming together to help each other out. There are also reports of damage out of Robertson County. This is video from one of our news partners, Smoky Bar News, as the storm moved through. You can see the wind and the clouds forming there as the storm moved through the Springfield area. Governor Bill Lee also released a statement saying, Maria and I are praying for all Tennesseans who have been impacted by the tornadoes that swept through the state this evening. We mourn the lives lost and ask that everyone continue to follow the guidance from local and state officials. We want to check back in with our weather team who have been working so hard to keep us updated and following everything throughout the evening. Guys, we want to thank you for all of your hard work today. As we talked earlier in the show, hopefully the worst is behind us here, but we do have some big changes to expect as we start a new day here.
Yeah, big time changes are on the way as colder air now is filtering in, but the severe weather threat for our area has now come to an end.
Yeah, from what we can tell, that's now well east of the News Channel 5 viewing area. Just one last county, Franklin County, was hanging on to that watch. They have now been removed, and we can officially give the all clear, just some light rain moving towards out of the plateau and then east of the viewing area.
You're going to give us a radar check in a moment, but I do want to share this video that came to me from Clay Rogers out of Edison, apartments over in the Gallatin area. And he too picked up on something similar that what we saw in Madison, where maybe it hit a transformer or something else. But as the storm was coming through, saw a little bit of explosion. You can see the glow there, and then that glow pushes away. Meanwhile, we've talked about Springfield. Here's an actual view of that tornado making its way through Robertson County and then back over into the Springfield area. I will say that as of right now, no fatalities have been reported in Springfield. And Matt, I will say this, just got a note from the mayor. The mayor is now declaring a state of emergency for Metro Nashville. So Metro Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell now issuing a state of emergency, but that will help kind of trigger some things from a state and federal response.
That's correct. Get some funding in for as we begin the cleanup early tomorrow morning. Still watching this long line of showers and thunderstorms that's now pushed east of Crossville. Still packing a lot of lightning here at this 10 o'clock hour. Fortunately, that has moved well east now of the News Channel 5 viewing area. Still some light rain in Fayetteville and Shelbyville, but if you live back to the west of this line, we can officially give you the all clear tonight that you can go to bed, feel safe. No more threat of severe weather tonight. Here is a look at the storm reports. These were confirmed tornado sightings or radar indicated tornadoes. We also had hail, straight line wind. These were long lasting tornadoes that started and continued moving northeast for several miles and impacted several cities, causing lots of damage as you've seen over the last several hours, including unfortunately the loss of some life. Northwesterly winds now pouring into Middle Tennessee. So this is going to set the stage for a very chilly Sunday. Now, thankfully, it's going to be very quiet and calm weather tomorrow and for the next several days, but it is going to be very chilly. Here's a look now at the watch and warnings map, and you can see everyone in the News Channel 5 viewing area now has the all clear. The National Weather Service has allowed that threat to expire. Things are all quiet, thankfully, here in downtown Nashville, 52 degrees. Tonight, the humidity 83%, northwesterly winds. That's how we know the front has now cleared. We had a high temperature officially of 67. Some areas saw 70 degrees. It was a very warm day, and now that temperature difference, that colder air that's working its way in, that was the culprit for the severe storms. That was a look at Murfreesboro, cloudy skies there. Here's what we're expecting tonight. So storms, they have now cleared. Tomorrow, quiet and calm weather, but cold. It's going to be very chilly in the mid 40s when you wake up tomorrow morning and becoming mild by next week. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, 40 degrees. You compare that to some upper 50s, which is where we started this morning. That colder air already starting to spill into Middle Tennessee tonight. 55 in McMinnville, 52 right now in downtown Nashville, 48 in Clarksville, 7 degrees colder than we were this time yesterday. And look at that cold air as it continues to push into Middle Tennessee. The front has now cleared, quiet weather behind it. So here is exact track. We're going to watch that weather continue to clear out to the east. When you wake up early tomorrow morning, cloudy skies east of Interstate 65, clearing back to the west. Some areas will see some upper 30s. So it's going to be very chilly, but some sunshine by Sunday afternoon. Out the door, here's what it's going to look like. About 44 at noon with maybe a few peaks of sunshine, but we stay in the 40s, Leland, most of the day. If we have any good news to show you, the 7-day forecast rapidly improves each day starting next week. We'll be a little chilly on Monday, but back to near 60 degrees with quiet and sunny weather for the majority of the work week.
So that will be good, especially for the cleanup operation, but we'll also keep an eye on the forecast for next weekend. Some of those parades that were scheduled for today moved to next weekend. So that's something that we'll watch, but also folks right now will just need the calm weather for cleanup.
That's exactly right. And fortunately, we've got it.
Looks good, guys. Thank you for that update. And just in as Leland said, Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell has declared a state of emergency for Metro Nashville and Davidson County, and he explains more in this video statement that just came out.
Good evening, Nashville. Today, a storm turned the world upside down for many in our community. I'm heartbroken to report that we know of at least 3 lives lost as a result of this devastating storm. Based on the damage, I'm declaring a state of emergency for Nashville and Davidson County. In addition to known fatalities and injuries, first responders are still working across the county to get to some hard-to-reach areas. We've partially activated our Emergency Operations Center, and I've been in touch with state and federal partners. While many of you will want to help immediately, for now, it is crucial that you stay out of the affected areas and heed guidance from first responders and officials on the ground. If you've been displaced from your home by this storm, please call 1-800-RED CROSS to get immediate help. Right now, your safety is my top priority. There's a long road of healing and recovery ahead for many of our neighbors, and we'll share more information about how we can all support them in the days and weeks ahead. For now, be safe and take care.
Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connell again with some important safety information there as the recovery process will begin here in Nashville. We are so thankful for all of our viewers and friends of the station who have been submitting videos of the tornadoes, the damage, the aftermath to us throughout the evening. This is one of those videos that was shared with us from Madison, where again, at least 3 people were killed there earlier this evening. From trees being knocked down to roofs of homes being ripped off, we know the damage was extensive in Madison. Let's check in again with News Channel 5's Tony Sloan. Tony, again, just a heartbreaking scene out there.
Yeah, and it actually gets worse as we continue throughout the course of the night. We actually just saw 2 women who just walked down this roadway here because they say they wanted to go check up on their brother who they haven't heard from throughout the course of the day. So that right there is just something that's got a lot of people on edge. You know, a lot of emotions are high. People are checking on their loved ones, wanting to make sure they're okay considering the extent of all of the damage that has taken place here. But one of the toughest things about all of this is these roadway conditions. You know, it's pitch black out here, and it's tough for people to be able to drive on this roadway, especially when you have signs down like this one. Also, stop signs are completely ripped out of the ground on this roadway of Nesbitt as well. And you have power lines and trees down like this. So this roadway here completely blocked off right here on Nesbitt Lane because of the down power lines, the down trees, and all of the structural damage that you can see as well from some of the houses and the buildings. Now, a lot of this woodwork comes from houses across the street. A lot of the damage that has taken place over there has made its way on this side of the roadway here. And you can actually see in this tree, there's a lot of pieces of the home in that tree as well. So this is what people are living with here. This is the reality for people in this area. This entire roadway, again, blocked off by this police tape as emergency crews work this scene here. But you can actually see that home has a tree that has fallen onto the roof of it there. And we haven't seen anyone go in and out of that home. So it's safe to assume that they've pretty much just evacuated and left and found a safe space for the night here. But right next door, there's actually a woman who is still in that home tonight, and she says she's going to stay there because she's pretty much blocked in because of all of the power lines that are blocking off the driveway here. So she's staying for the night, and she says she'll pretty much just figure it out in the morning. But that's one of the scariest things about this here. They say having to go through all of this without power and also not knowing what the next steps are for them are things that they're working to just try and figure out. A lot of those emergency crews, we're actually still seeing them right now shining flashlights on these homes, just trying to continue to assess the damage as much as they can in these pitch black conditions here. We spoke to one person who said he pretty much rode out the storm. He stayed in his car. He actually saw all the damage happen and unfold just before his eyes. And he says he's so happy to be okay. He's happy to be safe. But he says it is unfortunate that there were 3 lives that were lost on this roadway here. Like you just saw Mayor Freddie O'Connell announcing a state of emergency for this area. But a lot of people, we've seen them just trying to get to their loved ones. That's the number one thing. They've been trying to drive on this road, but these conditions not making it easy for them. So they've had to stop, and they're walking around, walking past all of the debris to try and go toward Gallatin road so that they can try and find their loved ones there. But that's going to be the case throughout the course of the night. We've seen a lot of different people just scavenging, trying to figure out what their next steps are and trying to reach their loved ones tonight. Of course, we're going to stay out here and let you know all the latest details that we learned, but we've counted at least 10 different houses on this roadway that have been completely damaged because of the storm that rolled through this area. Trees down on those homes, power lines on those homes as well. A lot of these cars damaged due to some of those down power lines. Of course, we're going to stay out here and let you know what happens, especially as they try to clean up after the storm. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tony, thank you again for all of your work tonight. Here's a look at some more damage in the Madison area. These photos are from the Town and Country Ford of Nashville on Anderson Lane in Madison. Employees say they are all safe, but they had to run into the hallway and the bathroom and hold the door closed because the wind was so powerful. Of course, 3 lives were also lost in Clarksville. That's where we find News Channel 5's Nikki Hauser. She has been keeping an eye on the damage in that area throughout the evening. Nikki, we know they have a lot of cleanup ahead of them in the days ahead.
Right, Emily, and right now I'm standing in the driveway of a home that was upright this morning. Now you can see the mess that's left, the roof just feet away from the ground there. And to your right, you can see the neighbor here. And I want you to look at that garage door. And this shows just how severe these winds were. You can see that piece of wood just smashed into that garage door. Of course, their windows are blown out and a lot of damage over there as well. If you look to your left, you see just so much more. Driveways down, it's the same story of damage. And across Clarksville, again, it's the same story. And we've heard your stories of heartbreak, of businesses that were absolutely torn down. We also know, of course, as we've reported to you, 6 people across our counties at least have lost their lives. Many more have been injured. We know over 20 are in the hospital recovering right now. 3 of those that died were right here in Montgomery County. As we wrap up tonight and we feel a lot of the emotions that these neighbors, that the people here in this county are feeling, we want you to know that we are here for you, as is the mayor. The mayor says that not only he wants you to know that there is a curfew that's going into effect tomorrow at 9 p.m., but that they are there for you as well. So that's kind of the overwhelming community feeling that we're learning after tonight, that of course there's a lot to build back from tonight, but Clarksville has a way of coming together in a way that we really haven't seen before. And I know that's something that we're going to see in the coming days as well. Live tonight in Clarksville, Nikki Hauser, News Channel 5.
Nikki, thank you. And unfortunately, it is a similar scene in Hendersonville where many are without power and still trying to come to terms with the damage they're seeing there. Our Aaron Cantrell has been in Hendersonville for us throughout the evening. Aaron, tell us what you're seeing there now.
Yeah, Emily, so we're about 10 minutes or so from where the main damage is at here in Hendersonville along Main Street, and we've been talking throughout the evening and night about them working, trying to find a Red Cross shelter. We just got word that they will be setting up a Red Cross shelter at Beach High School. They asked folks just to drive around to the back and enter through the cafeteria, but I've learned from the Sumner County mayor that a state of emergency has been issued. He said that thankfully, there have not been any reported fatalities, but there is a lot of structural damage throughout Sumner County. And here in Hendersonville, just take a look at that video. This is all along there on Main Street where a lot of this damage is centered around. In fact, the city of Hendersonville tells me that they're going to have the fire department, the police, and public works department. They're going to be working through the night to make sure these roads are clear and to assess the damage, but they'll get out again in the morning so they can see clearly as well. And TDOT and NES, they're going to be working through the night as well, trying to clear Main Street and try to reopen it as soon as possible. And they're asking folks right now to just head home, to stay off the roads, give them room to work right now. But when we went down through Main Street, we just saw the damage. And take a listen to what one business owner had to say about the damage.
You can't change what's happened. You just have to pick yourself up, dust your pants off, and keep going. That was how my grandfather raised me, and it's how I raised my 2 kids. It's how I raised my granddaughters. You just have to keep going. You can't let it get you down. If you sit and cry, then you're not going to get back up.
And Kathy says she's been through this before, and that's the best advice she can give anyone, is just get back up and work together as a community to rebuild this area. I'll send it back to you all.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Well, Matt and Leland, as we get a final look at our forecast tonight, as we begin our cleanup tomorrow, we might need a coat.
Yeah, definitely. So much cold air moving in.
Yeah, 40s when you wake up early tomorrow morning. Going to start out with cloud cover. I think we'll see some sunshine after lunch tomorrow, but maybe 44, 45 degrees. That's all we're going to get. But Leland, a long stretch of quiet, calm weather sets in after tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. So with the tornadoes tonight, the 10th fatality in Nashville since 2020.
It's been a heartbreaking day for sure. Thank you for joining us tonight. We'll continue to keep you up.